What's up, sluts? Everybody's favorite pimp here. I am. I'm just pissed, and I'm just mad at everybody. I hate everybody. I don't. I'm a very kind heart, but I just. Everybody's really mean to me online, and I don't know. I just feel like it's just unfortunate. I'll get people who say really mean things to me. Just everything. All the names. And it makes me think, like, it actually pisses me off about Judaism, actually, because the average Jew doesn't go through anything like I'm going through. And it's all recorded. And so somebody may be like, oh, so and so looked at me strangely, and was this a sign of aggression? And they'll go online because they don't have anything to do. And then all these people be like, oh, yeah, I'll report it to the ADL and all this other stuff. And it's like, dog, grow a pair, okay? You don't know what it's like to have some of the discrimination that I face on a daily basis. I face it, it's recorded. I mean, I just go in to some place and people are just, hey, Jew. And, it's just, I mean, that's actually not the stuff that pisses me off. I can take that like water off a duck's back. And that's how I advise my people to do it. Don't let it get to you. That doesn't bother me. The thing that bothers me more is the banning by the corporatocracy for whatever reasons they have. That's what really bothers me. And it frustrates me. All right. Like, I did a whole video last night, and because Warner Music Group doesn't want some song to be heard in a 3-hour concert, basically, you don't get to see it. But look at it on Rumble because it's still available there. In fact, look at most of my stuff on Rumble because it's a better, more recent compilation of what's going on. Uh, I really, everyone's so faceless on the internet. I mean, I'm out there, my ID's out there, and I mean, yeah, I have like more accounts than anybody, but I would happily give those all up to have some legitimacy on the internet. And I know people like the anonymity of it, and that's fine, but it causes a lot of issues as well. It's not anonymous. You think it is, but it's not. All right. Um, there's a word that that we Jews have just been associated with for too long. And that word is nebbish. And I fucking hate nebbishness. I hate it in my soul. Yes, rabbits in the back. Tell it like it is, Rabbi. And I know that there are Rebbitzins out there who are like, yeah, we are nebbish. Why are we so nebbish? And what is nebbish? Nebbish can mean fearful. Nebbish can mean scared. Nebbish can also mean loser. Let's look it up. I would call people nebbish because they're losers, but they don't know what that means, the Yiddish term. And, you should know my Yiddish was once much better, as was my Hebrew, as was my Aramaic, as was my knowledge of halakha. I've forgotten more halakha than most Jews will ever learn in their entire life, for sure. I've forgotten more Hebrew than most American Jews will learn in their entire life. And I've forgotten more Aramaic than perhaps most American Jews have forgotten, will ever learn in their entire life. I mean, I just don't use it all that. I mean, I use it every day, but I'm limited because I'm not having these types of conversations like I once was when I had my normal life and I'm a member of multiple shuls, multiple Orthodox communities. I'm using Hebrew and Aramaic and Yiddish more than most people in Orthodox shuls, and I look forward to that day again. I know what I'm doing is a risk. At no point do I ever want to give it up, though. I really love streaming. I love archiving the world. And I love archiving it for Judaism so that you see what it's really like to get bullied, but you have the biggest bully in the world who can take it. I can't stand nebbishness. It really irritates me. Nebbish Jews are, in my opinion, one of the weakest aspects of our people. Nebbishness or nebbish is one who is fearful and timid, especially in making decisions and plans, in discussions, debates, arguments, and confrontations, and in taking responsibility. In the United States slang, mildly pejorative, U.S., a loser. I think that's accurate. I mean, you can look it up. And there are ways to change this. We can be stronger. We can have more confidence. We can think for ourselves. And I feel as if we Jews don't normally have the same type of upbringing as Goyim. And I recognize that we live in different worlds. But then when we interact with Goyim, we can come off as nebbish. And I can't stand that. Why? Because I'm confident. I'm strong. And so then when I see my people acting nebbish, fearful, it bothers me. And so I was thinking, if my Rebbitzin Zakrana Lebracha were here, my personality, I think, can be seen. I'm a strong leader, and I'm not nebbish. Sure, I'm unsure sometimes, but I'm not nebbish. I certainly may need time to contemplate some scenarios, but I'm not scared to make decisions, even difficult ones. And I really, if I could, and then, if when future generations see this, I don't want you to be nebbish either. We're not going to take over the world with a bunch of nebbish Jews. We will take over the world with strong Jews, and that's who I intend to lead. It is a stereotype that Jews are nebbish, and I don't want that to be a stereotype anymore. we'll continue into that. And I think tonight we're going to learn about football, which I think is a great way for us to shed some of that nebbishness because football is really it's not an Orthodox Jewish pastime for many reasons. Not necessarily important to go into right now, but um, everybody's favorite rabbi knows a lot about sports, a lot about football, and if you have confidence in a multitude of subjects, there's no reason to be nebbish. I'm someone who does their best to be a well rounded person and to have a sense of wonder and depth of inquiry. And with that, we're going to start with some songs. I don't know exactly. I think the theme is very slow. I don't know what's wrong with that one. What's going on? Oh, I don't know. Chrome sucks. I mean, I'm using Chrome and it's so slow in comparison. I mean, I was wondering like why is this so shitty in comparison? I mean, I was wondering like why is this so shitty? I forgot I was using Brave recently. Brave, that's what we need to be as Jews. Not Nebbish. Nebbish is this Internet Explorer like world that they've turned Google Chrome. Explorer like world that they've turned Google Chrome into which they've turned Google Chrome. Strong people are brave, and I'm brave, and I want you to be brave. As this perhaps does what we want. You know, I don't understand what it is about technology, but when I press a button, work. Don't be like, okay, now I'll work. And then, okay, now I'll work. We need to work on that little bit of time between pressing a button and it working. It needs to be immediate. When my finger hits that screen, immediacy. Because my time is valuable, and I know the world's time is valuable. We need defaults. When I it over Beethoven, I gotta hear it again today. You know the temperatures are rising, the jukebox blowing a fuse, and the heart beating rhythm, and the soul keeps hitting the blues. Roll over Beethoven and tell Tchaikovsky the news. I got the rockin' pneumonia, and I got news how to rhythm and blues. I got the rolling arthritis sitting down in the rhythm review. Roll over Beethoven, they rock 'em that two by two. Well, if you feel it and like it, get your lover in the reel and rock it. Roll it over and then move on your bed. Ring the filler in the reel and rock it. Morning out the roll of Beethoven and dig these rhythm and blues. I don't understand why Warner Music, when they something gets banned on YouTube, whoa, giving me my blue suede shoes. Hey, didn't to play my fiddle, I ain't got nothing to lose. All over Beethoven and tell Tchaikovsky the news. You know, she's wiggling a bowworm dance like a spinning top. She got a crazy partner, you ought to see him reel and rock. As long as she got the dime, the music will never stop. Roll over Beethoven, 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 these rhythm and blues. So there are some songs that I wanted to sing. Uh, like I said, I forgot when I did other people, so I'm gonna do them now. But when it comes to nebbishness, it's just very bothersome to me, and especially on the internet, I read it. I read everybody's just so afraid within Judaism, and it's like, well, we've had pogroms and we've had the Holocaust and all these other things, and it's like, yeah, I understand that. As have other people gone through terrible tragedies, and they don't live in the past. I'm not saying we need to forget it, but my family, personally, with extended family, lost 271,000 people in the Holocaust. If anybody who can consider themselves someone who was affected by it, I can. And so, whether you understand it or not, if you were in the Holocaust or you lost family in the Holocaust for one reason or another, perhaps there was some fuck up that occurred because there were opportunities to perhaps leave. There were opportunities to perhaps make arrangements. And I'm telling you, as someone who's connected now, not exactly 271,000 people directly in my lineage, but I can tell you from my research and working with the rabbinate that that's the number that branches off from people within my family. And I can just say that of any person who can say that I don't fear history, I understand it and I do my best to learn from it. And I feel you all should as well. And I can tell you in the within the shuls of which I've been a member and the privilege of being a member, I've been in shuls that the Holocaust is never discussed. And that's kind of how I live my life. It really is never discussed. And I've been in other shuls where it's discussed often, but I tend to think that it's best to move on. Not forget, but within the next 2 decades, we're going to be celebrating a century since this event. We can't live in the past. We need to look forward. We're never going to be brave and strong. We'll continue to be nebbish people if we continue to live in the past. Those are my feelings on the matter. And when I say that the people who perhaps perished in the Holocaust fucked up, I don't mean that they necessarily deserve to die, or people in my family deserve to die. But there were warnings, and the climate was one where people perhaps could have escaped if they really wanted to. And I understand nobody wants to leave their homes and all of those things. And I can tell you that the most orthodox of Orthodox people did not perish in the Holocaust. It was more fringe Jews, people who perhaps followed other denominations of Judaism that weren't as kosher as we would have liked, because it just happened that the most Orthodox of the Orthodox did not perish. If you study who did perish, it was not the most Orthodox of the Orthodox. Yes, Orthodox people died. And in its own way, it was a culling of the world, not just of Judaism. And this is a tough subject. And I don't talk about the subject often, but I want people to break out of living with blinders. I know I'm going to get attacked. I don't give a shit about your father or your grandfather or your great grandfather. I don't give a shit about tattoos on arms. I don't give a shit about that. That's really a sad thing that happened. Okay, but we need to move on. Now, I'm not saying also that we need to forget about it, but we have a whole century of which to enjoy. The 21st century is a beautiful, beautiful thing, and I don't want to continue living in the 20th century and the 19th century. For any Holocaust survivor out there, don't define yourself by that. It happened. No one was in camps for 5 years. Okay, you were killed long before then. I'll put what I've gone through on this stream against any Holocaust survivor. And when you hear my story, you will want the Holocaust if you survived. I mean that. I've seen abuse. I've seen racism. I've had threats and been, without going into my story, if I'm willing to say to someone with a tattoo, what I've been through is worse than what you've been through, I must have one amazing story to tell. Now, with that said, I do care that you have a tattoo. I do care that you were in a camp. But don't define yourself by that. Define yourself by your children and your grandchildren. Don't let them forget, okay? But we can move forward. I talk about my shuls. I've been a member of a lot of shuls. And the one that lives within the reminders of the Holocaust does not have the same energy as the one that does not talk about it. And we want the positive energy. Now, I want to emphasize, I don't want to forget about it, but it doesn't have to be on the tip of everybody's tongue whenever anybody wants to bring up a topic. I want us to be stronger, and we're not going to be stronger if we continue to define ourselves by something that happened almost a century ago. And again, when you all find out what I've been through, the Holocaust isn't that bad. Yeah, people die. I understand that. And people will say, well, Rabbi, you're not dead. I understand. I get that. But I've been through a lot on this. And until you hear my story of what I've been through and you watch this, I can just say this. Look, at least at Auschwitz, it had a brothel, it had a pool, okay? I'm not saying it was a great place, but I don't have a brothel. I don't have a pool. And I've had many of the shared experiences that Holocaust survivors have through which they've been. And if you really knew what has happened to me over the course of my life, I think you would understand. I've made a lot of sacrifices to be here and to be able to share this story with you. I mean, at every turn I get hatred at me, and there's something to that. Though you don't call anymore, I sit and wait in vain. I guess I'll rap on your door, tap on your window pane, tap on your window pane. I wanna tell you, baby, changes I'm going through. Missing you, till you come back to me. That's what I'm gonna do. Why did you have to decide? You had set me free. I'm gonna swallow my pride, begging you please, baby please see me. Baby won't you see? I'm gonna walk by myself just to prove that my love is true. Oh, for you, baby, till you come back to me. That's what I'm gonna do. Living for you, my dear, is like living in a world of constant fear. Hear my plea, I've got to make you see, got to make you see that our love is dying, our love is dying. Let all you follow ignore. Somehow I must explain. I'm gonna rap on your door, tap on your window pane, tap on your window pane. I'm gonna camp by your steps until I get through to you. Gotta change your view, baby, till you come back to me. That's what I'm gonna do. Until you come back to me. That's what I'm gonna do. Until you come back to me. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna rap on your door, tap on your window pane. Open up, baby. I'm gonna rap on your door. Tap on you, tap on you, tap on your window, pane. I'm gonna rap on your door, rap on your window, pane. Open up, baby. All right, so I'm gonna get through some of these songs. Anything else you want to say about the Holocaust? It was really bad that happened. Happened to a lot of people, though. We as Jews make it our event, but don't ever forget the people who were also killed during it. I won't name them all, but I will tell you this: 6 million died, and you don't want to get into the discussion of was it 6,000,001 or was it 5,999,999? You don't want to get into that. It's 6 million and 271,000 from Rabbi's family. I'll say this to any survivor because that's a really huge phrase, Holocaust survivor. I guess I'm the grandchild of Holocaust survivors. Where did my grandmother and grandfather survive the Holocaust? Los Angeles. Where else you want them to be? And that makes them. They survived it. I don't go around defining myself as a Holocaust survivor's grandchild or anything like that. And if that's how you define yourself as a Jew, you need to work on being a Jew. Being a Jew is more than just DNA. It's about practicing. I consider myself super Jew. I have Jewish DNA, matrilineal, that you can trace to the Bible. And I'm as Orthodox as I can be under the current environment. And for any person who perished in the Holocaust, it's very sad. But just know that we as Jews don't want to make it a comparative event, because it's not the worst thing that has ever happened to a group of people on Earth. Yes, it was bad, but there has been worse, perhaps. Don't forget that. I don't want it to happen again. I don't want pogroms to happen again. I don't want inquisitions to happen again. I don't want any of that to happen again. And the way that I prevent it is by looking forward, is by being as religious as I can be, staying true to Torah as best I can, and I advise anyone who defines themselves by the Holocaust, or being a daughter of a Holocaust, or son of a Holocaust survivor, grandchild or great grandchild, that's not the kind of Jew you want to be. You don't want to be defining your Judaism that way. Why? Because, I mean, arguably, aside from perhaps some exceptional cases, we're all Holocaust survivors. Now, perhaps we weren't our grandparents weren't at Buchenwald or Auschwitz or Dachau or something like that. I understand that. Some of us are much closer connected than others. But just know that it's time that we move forward, look towards the future, and not so much in the past. That will get us over this nebbishness, and we're going to get into that. I'm going to sing two more songs, for just ones that I wanted to sing or I forgot to sing, and then we'll get into some football. Hey Nikita, is it cold in your little corner of the world? who could roll around the globe, never find a warmer soul to know. Oh, I saw you by the wall, 10 of your 10 soldiers in a row, with eyes that looked like ice on fire, the human heart kept it in the soul. Oh, Nikita, you will never know anything about my home. Never know how good it feels to hold you. Oh, Nikita, I need you so. Oh, Nikita is the other side of any given line in time. Contented soldiers in a row. Oh no, Nikita, you'll never know. You ever dream of me? You ever see the letters that I write? Then you look up through the wire. Nikita, do you count the stars at night? And if there comes a time, guns and gates no longer hold you in. And if you feel you make a choice, to look upwards of west and find a friend. Oh, Nikita, you will never know anything about my home. I'll never know how good it feels to hold you. Oh, you, Nikita, I need you. Oh, Nikita is the other side of any given line in time. Contented soldiers in a row. Oh no, Nikita, you'll never know. I don't understand why YouTube, like if they think something's copyrighted, why don't they just mute it? Why is it they have to take down the whole video? I don't understand that. Why not just why not the whole channel? Why not take down the whole internet? I mean, at what point? In my opinion, if you really are so strict on this, just mute the music. I mean, I don't understand why we can't have the rest of the videos. I don't understand that. I don't. And I think that it shows weakness in Alphabet, Google, YouTube to say, look, we have somebody with a 12-hour video. They played one song with "You Will Never Know," and know the thing about my home. I'll never know how good it feels to hold you. Nikita, I need you so. Oh, Nikita is the other side of any given line in time. Counting 10 soldiers in a row. Oh no, Nikita, you'll never know. 10 soldiers in a row. 10 soldiers in a row. 10 soldiers in a row. Are you done talking about the Holocaust? Um, well, if you really knew what I'd been through, when I first started this, I wouldn't say that I could even come close to comparing the two. But my journey, my struggle, has been definite. And I'm at the point where I've heard the Holocaust stories. I've lost friends. I've had friends murdered within the time that I've done this. I've lost family. I've lost loved ones. And so when I compare the two, I at times would wish for a number to have this all over. But I just keep fighting. With all that said, to survive the Holocaust would have been very difficult. And so for anyone out there who did it coming from the camps and not like my grandparents in California, um, I understand that what you've gone through is quite unique. And your stories are very important and they should be told. We should not define ourselves by your stories, though. We should define ourselves by who we are as people today and in the future. Your story is part of our history, it's part of our tradition, but it isn't our history and it isn't our tradition. It is part of it. And too often do I see people who want to compare things or say, well, we had it this bad, so now we get this, or we feel justified because of something that happened decades ago, and that just doesn't make any logical sense. No, it's about the here and now. What have you done for me lately? That time when they pamper me, used to brag about it all the time. No friends seem to think that you're so peachy keen. But my friends say neglect is on your mind. Like, what have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. We had dinner almost every night, dancing till I thought I'd lose my breath. Ah, now it seems your dancing feet are always on my couch. Good thing I cook or else we'd starve to death. Ain't that strange? What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. I never asked for more than I deserve. You know it's the truth. You seem to think you're God's gift to deserve. I'm telling you, no, to be thankful for the little things. But the other things are all you seem to give. You're always putting what you can eat today. So Parker says, you got one life to live. Who's right? Who's wrong? What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. Get with it. What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. What have you done for me lately? What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. What have you done for me lately? All right, last song. Why? Everything stops. Oh wait, no, everything. Um, oh, we'll see. Anyway, it's about what have you done for me lately. I don't want to forget history. I know that history is a part of who we are as Jews and tradition, but we need to look forward. We have thousands of years perhaps to live with life extension technology and mind uploading technology and revivification of the dead and all of these things. And every single person, perhaps if we've given enough time in the future, who died in the Holocaust, to whom we had some relation or we want to bring back, we'll be able to bring back perhaps with revivification technology. And so perhaps we can bring back 6 million people in the future. I mean, that's my plan. And so for all of the people who want to make their entire world about some of these atrocities, work on the science to bring the people back. It's possible. And if you don't know how it's possible, we have DNA of people today, many of whom are related in one. You use my DNA. I'm related to 271,000 of the people who died. So if you'd like, instead of making your living on studying the past, when it's been studied more than any single event in human history, study how we can make a better future. That's what it's about to me, the future. And I don't want to de emphasize that a lot of terrible things happen. And yes, we should study them, and yes, we should understand them. But we should know them like they are important aspects of history, but they don't define us as a people. The last thing that the people who died in the Holocaust would want is that nearly 100 years later, a group of people still define themselves by an event that happened over at maximum like 5 years. I mean, I'm I've been doing this now for more than three, and if you take all the footage that I have on hard drives and such, I have coming close to 5 years worth of footage. And if you want, study this footage. Study the hatred that people profess towards me, because I'm just a representative of you, and understand that I don't let it get to me because I'm not a nebbish little bitch. If you were to ask me of any girls, I've never had a relationship. I've played house perhaps with people or dated a lot of people, but I I've never really I've had I've had I've had prospects, let's say. I've met I've met parents of girls who I've perhaps dated and things, and believe it or not, the one thing that I really ever wanted to do, I could really care less about the girl I was going on dates with or whatever dating. I really wanted to impress her parents. I've always wanted to be the absolute best son-in-law. Like that's always been a huge goal of mine. And so this goes out to my mother-in-law. I don't know who she is, but just know that um, I think about you a lot, and I think about your husband, and I just want your daughter to be very proud of the person who she found. And here we go. This is Ernie K. Doe. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. As I recall, the first words out of this are like one of the first sentences, like mother-in-law, 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 mother. The worst person I know, mother-in-law. So this is the opposite. I wouldn't want. I'm gonna sing the song because I think it's a song that I've been wanting to sing. But just know it in my future in-laws, God willing, I I want to have a great relationship with you. In fact, I want to win you. I could really give a darn about your daughter. I mean, of course, I want to win her over, but I've always wanted to really win over my in-laws. Like that has just been a really life goal of mine. So with that, here we go. Ernie Cato. Mother-in-law, 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 the worst person I know. Mother-in-law, mother-in-law, he worries me so. Mother-in-law, mother-in-law, if you gave leave us alone, now we'd have a happy home. Sent from down below. Mother-in-law, 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 mother-in-law would be her name. Mother-in-law, mother-in-law. To me, they're about the same. Mother-in-law, mother-in-law. Every time I open my mouth, she steps in there to put me out. How could she stoop so low? Mother-in-law, 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 mother-in-law. Come home with my pay. Mother-in-law, mother-in-law. She asked me what I made. Mother-in-law, mother-in-law. She thinks her advice is the Constitution, but if she would leave, that would be the solution. Don't come back no more, mother-in-law, 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 mother-in-law. Oh yeah, mother-in-law, yeah, mother-in-law. All right. Anything else you want to say? I think I'm going to end this video and then start another one, and we'll talk about football. But anything else you want to say about the Holocaust? It was a terrible tragedy, but we should not define ourselves by it. It is part of our history. It is not our entire history. And I just recommend don't define yourselves by it either. We're all Holocaust survivors in one way or another. And never again. Anyone who's dedicated themselves to it, we basically know everything about it that we're ever going to know. I mean, yeah, there are ways that we can learn more, of course. But here's a warning: you do not want to get into a game of was it 6,000,001 or 5,999,999. You want to just say it's 6,000,000. And Rabbi family experienced 271,000 deaths. Now, directly from me, no, but people to whom I have some relation, according to my research with the rabbinate, that's the number 271,000, and of a huge family tree. And so I feel comfortable speaking on the subject, and I don't define myself by it. And if you really want to see, I mean, as I said, I've had friends murdered, like people in the Holocaust had friends murdered. I've lost family, close family, people I love dearly over the course of this project. And I have a lot more in common with your average Holocaust person than I think many people would recognize. And I think it's best that we move forward from it in a positive way and don't define ourselves by it. If I go to shuls and hear people talking about it, it's fine. We can study it from a historical perspective and think, but don't define yourself by it. Again, I've been a member of multiple shuls, probably more shuls than than most Jews, definitely. And I've seen it both ways. I've seen people who live in the past, and I see people who've moved forward. And I think the best way to do it is to move forward. We don't have to forget about it. And we can celebrate the people who we have in our lives who survived or perhaps perished. But, and I can say this, that the people who perished were not the most Orthodox of people. Yes, Orthodox people died, but many people got out. Many in the Orthodox communities got out. Those that didn't, it's arguably that they fucked up. And 271,000 people in my family, arguably, and your family. And I think that it's a terrible tragedy. And it's fucking up the way to describe it. Well, I've heard other rabbis discuss it like this, that if, in some ways, if you're living in a cabin in the woods and you start to smell smoke and you notice all the animals leaving and perhaps people in neighboring cabins are leaving and you continue to stay there and the fire comes and takes out your house, you fucked up. And in a lot of ways, there were warning signs and people who weren't living in an Orthodox life. If you were living an Orthodox life, many times, not saying every time, you knew what was about to happen and you got out. And those that didn't, it's a sad, terrible tragedy. But many didn't heed the warnings. And I have it in my heart that I want to bring them all back. So if anyone you can say, I can say, you fucked up to them, I'll be able to perhaps tell them in the future with life extension technology, mind-uploading technology, and revivifying them. I'll say, hey, you fucked up, but guess what? I brought you back, or we brought you back. And so we made it okay. We understand that you didn't heed the warnings. We understand that it came as a surprise to you. We understand that you were rounded up or your store was burned or glass was broken or whatever. I understand that. It's a lesson to us all, though. If danger is close, get the fuck out of there. Anything else that you want to say? What would you say the 271,000 in your family who perished? Well, you fucked up. And if we get them back, though, we'll say that we understand. I understand. You didn't want to leave. Or it came as a surprise or whatever reason. But know that this, at least the 271,000 people in my family in the future, I'd like to bring them back and figure out how to do it. We can use my DNA and just understand. We can get lists of people and perhaps understand this. And, like, honestly, those people who, look, there's an entire industry devoted to the Holocaust. And while our detractors will say that's the Holocaust industry, we should make the Holocaust industry into the project to bring those people back. I think that's a beautiful thing. Revivify them. And we can still study it, but it doesn't have to be over. Meaning, like, it's over as an event, but the people, their memories and such. I mean, how cool would it be? I'll just say this. I don't think it's weird to say. Anne Frank would be, like, old as shit right now. And if we were able to revivify her and be like, yo, you fucked up. Why? Because you didn't survive. Something happened where you didn't make it. Okay. Somebody sneezed in an attic or something. But we know who you are. And we were able to get your DNA and revivify you. I think that's a beautiful story. I really do. I mean, we could get Anne Frank's DNA somehow and revivify her. And and then she can perhaps experience life extension technology and mind uploading technology and live the rest of time as we do. I mean, that should be the goal. I just, I, I think that too often and it's sad that we just define ourselves by history, and that's not who we are. We're we're Chaims and Moshas and Rivkas and Sarahs and Rachels and Leahs and Reubens and Benjamins. I mean, we're different. We're all individuals, and there's also this game that people play like, oh, I'm better than everybody because my grandfather, my father, or even I'm a Holocaust survivor. You're not better than anybody. You're not more Jewish than anybody. You're the same amount of Jew as everybody else. And that doesn't give you any more credence. I mean, I have 271,000 people in my family. Okay, guess what? I'm just as Jewish as everybody else. The only reason why I consider myself a super Jew is because you can take my DNA right now and trace it all the way back to the Bible. And I practice my Orthodox Judaism in the best way that I absolutely can. That's as Jewish as you can get. That's super Jew, kids. That's Let's think about the future. And let's revivify those people who perished if we can. That's the goal. That's super Jew. What's up, sluts? I don't know if this is recording. Never does. Anyway, we just had a really deep discussion, and I forgot to say if we're able to revivify Anne Frank, dibs on fucking her. But she's got to be like 45. I want Anne Frank at like 45. All right, football time. Rabbits in the back. Yeah, I don't know what that was all about, but can I watch it? Calm down, woman. Uh, yeah, Rabbits, go ahead. Will you teach us about football now? Yeah, teach about football. All right. So, um, the Revetino doesn't know jack squat about football generally, and that's cool. I mean, if you didn't know it, I'm the head football coach of Yeshiva University's flag football team. We practice in Central Park on Shabbat, and so long as we don't work up an overt sweat, everything's kosher. So you can read my press releases on that. We're gonna go, 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 fight, 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 and we're gonna go inside them. We're gonna go outside them, inside them, outside them, and when we get them on the run, we're gonna keep them on the run. And today's the day that we're gonna win. They can't lick us. Maybe they can, baby. Maybe Rabbi can. All right, but they are not. No one's gonna beat us. All right. So how do we start with football? Well, we talked about nebbishness, and again, I feel like we as Jews aren't always as well rounded as we should be. And it's really important to be very well rounded individuals. I can talk on just about any subject a little bit, enough to get by, and that's important. You know, I said this earlier too. I I really want this to be over. I want it to go viral. And I know it will be if I do it long enough. And when it does, that'll be great. And if it never does, well, then the historians who perhaps are able to get to the internet might someday see this and recognize that I did absolutely more as one person's ever done for world peace in the history of mankind. Perhaps, or at least in their own journey. Okay, so I described. So how do we start with football? Look, there are ways to have this discussion like a football coach would, and I can tell you that those are boring. And we can learn the X's and O's, which is, I mean, like, why are they called X's and O's on a uh, like in a playbook? One team is X's and one team is O's. Let's. There's some words that are used that are like sports related terms that you don't might not even know. Yo, dog, can you give me 25 football related terms that are used in everyday nomenclature? Okay, so here are the big ones. Touchdown is achieving a goal of or success. Quarterback is the leader or decision maker in a situation. Huddle is a group meeting or gathering to plan. Blitz is a sudden aggressive effort to attack. End zone is the goal or ultimate objective. Game plan is a strategy or approach to a problem. Sidelines are to be on the periphery or not directly involved. Off the bench, getting involved or activated after being inactive. First down, a small step or progress towards a goal. Drive, an effort or series of actions toward achieving something. Interception, stopping or preventing someone from achieving something. Tackle, to confront or deal with a problem head on. Fumble, to make a mistake or lose control of something. Safety, a secure position or situation. Field goal, a successful but often secondary objective. Scrimmage, a practice or informal competition. Touchback, a situation where things reset or start fresh. Pass, to let something go or transfer responsibility. Kickoff, the start of an event or process. Running back, someone who reacts quickly and adapts to changes. Flag, a penalty or warning. 2-minute warning, a countdown or deadline approaching. Offside, bring being in an inappropriate or unauthorized position. MVP, most valuable player, someone or something that stands out as most important. And defensive line, a protective barrier or group focused on defense. And it's on one of these. I talk about my Rebbitzin, and she jumped over the Mahitza like a defensive line. Uh, and if you don't know what I mean by that, So this would be a running back. We'll talk about him, but he just would jump over the defensive line to score. And I was describing my Rebbitzin, Zichron Livracha, as someone who, just in a joking manner, would perhaps do that in the right situation. And believe it or not, my Rebbitzin, Zichron Livracha, we have a couple of football stories, which were you wouldn't normally think we would have. She wasn't a sports-oriented person at all. At all? No. What were her likes? She liked reading. She liked, um, I mean, I know a lot about her. What did she like? I would tell you that she liked to entertain, but she really didn't. You could tell she just was. I don't want to say going through the motions either, but she got genuine joy out of being with people. But you could tell that just like anyone, just like I am, like when people come in, I like to be by myself, and I think she did too. She liked to read. She liked what else? Um, I mean, she just had phrases that I remember. She would call babies petri dishes and cute socks. She was someone who liked the truth. I think she would have liked. She liked perhaps like true crime would have been really. She would have really gotten into that. Um, what else did she like? I don't know. I mean, I could tell you all. I could tell you every book that she liked. Basically, I have them memorized. She liked Atlas Shrugged. She liked The Fountainhead by An. She liked Dave Barry. She liked the book. Um, a, she liked lots. Lone Wolf on Jabotinsky. She liked history. She really liked history. But like probably many of you Rebbitzins, she married someone and she took on the role, but she was a person and she had her own interests. Well, I can remember this one time I was building the sukkah in her backyard and um, with a rabbinical colleague. And the rabbinical colleague had a friend of his who had visited and was a big Seattle Seahawks fan. And this person loved the Seattle Seahawks. And we had, um, this was not Shabbat, it was the day, it was Shacharis, on a Sunday or something, I think. Yeah. And the friend was in town and wanted to watch the Seattle Seahawks and went to a local sports bar. And my rabbinical colleague was going to go and spend some time with him because they were friends and it was just a um, kind of a tradition that they had. But had to we were building the sukkah and I know how to build the sukkah like the back of my hand. And so I mean I had it under control, but for whatever reason, um, my rabbinical friend didn't go to the sports bar, but had the Rebbitzin go. My Rebbitzins, which was a very kind of not normal thing for her to do, but she did, that's just something that she did. And um, so we built the sukkah, and I remember thinking like, it's pretty late. I think you're gonna basically miss the entire game. I didn't say that, but um, And so I just remember thinking that was odd. But because under normal conditions, it'd be like, hey, we've got this sukkah. It's pretty basically done. Go visit your friend. And the Rebbitzins are criminal because she doesn't want to be there. So I don't know why you sent her. But nevertheless, it's something that she did. And she was a really good sport about things. You could just tell though. I mean, I could just tell that, and I think probably it's like any Rebbitzin. You don't want strangers, and not they're not strangers, but like we became her family, but she wanted her alone time. She wanted her private time, and I think that's really important too. And she had become a very public person, at least within the community. And um, I think that if she had it her way and it was possible, she wouldn't have wanted to be as public as she was. And I think that's probably very similar for all of you Rebbitzins, that you like to be at home, perhaps reading a book or something. And what else did she like to? She had a lot of political books. I won't name them, but I know exactly what they are. She had this bookshelf that I know that I used to just stare at and basically memorize. I can tell you exactly. I could almost probably tell you. I mean, it's a big bookshelf, probably on the ground, like so. Yeah, like from the ground to here, and just filled with books. And I could name almost every single book in every single position of those books. And she's a very well read individual. She liked etymology a lot. She would say that she wasn't a good cook, and um, I never had a bad meal at her house. And I know, she had a lot of things catered, but so do I. So do we. I mean, that's part of being a Jew, is we have a lot of kosher catering. What's the best thing that she? People would say her brisket. People would say her meatballs. She had this kugel, this like, she had a vanilla kugel that was very unique and very good. There's broccoli kugel she had. I love gefilte fish with horseradish. It's like this strange thing that I absolutely love. And I mean, her gefilte fish was just like that hexagon log that you just anyway. But I loved it with horseradish. I absolutely love it. What else did she like? What else would she make? Um, did I say brisket, meatballs, um, ribs? Everybody loved her ribs, and probably people who know her will say that her ribs were the best. But um, I don't. I I would probably say her brisket was my favorite meal that she made. What else did she make? Um, well, her soup sucked. Really? No, it was just um. I like real noodles, and we'd have like this soup that was just sad looking soup. It was either broth. Some people like just like the brothy part, but I like a lot of noodles. And like when I say I like a lot of noodles, I mean like I like a whole bowl full. And it wasn't her fault. It's just no one else likes soup the way that I like. Did her soup suck? No, no, no. I say that jokingly. Um, what else did she make that you like? Oh, she was kind of like a band that had hits, and she didn't. experiment too much. Because we all liked whatever she made. Big things, she'd make ribs, brisket. Um, she makes salmon for people. Um, what else? Um, oh, I know. Quinoa. Quinoa was big. Quinoa was a big one. Quinoa becomes really big. So what? Kugel, quinoa. I'm trying to think. I'm sure I'm missing something else. Other stuff she made. Ribs. Um, well, and let me say this. Her meals were excellent. Again, I never had a bad meal there, but she just never had the kind of confidence that I really think she should have had in her cooking. And anything else? Um, yeah, we would have some kind of chicken or something. I'm trying to think what it was. Yeah, some kind of chicken or something. And is that what it was? It was something like that. But I never had anything bad there, or that she made. Um, oh, during um Shavuot, she would make an excellent lasagna, and that was very good. And then I believe we had like a Sarah Leah cheesecake, which was always very good. We would have if I don't even want to go into the stories about Ben and Jerry's non-dairy dessert and UDE. We won't go into all that right now, but just know that I think it's okay. Enough people within Orthodox communities eat non-dairy dessert UDE Ben and Jerry's without an issue, and I think that's fine. Um, I think a lot more things could be UDE. All right, I thought we were gonna learn about football. I know, but I kind of want you to know about my Rebbitzins of Colonel Rucker uh, before I do this. I don't know why. I just miss her. I know she'd be really proud of me. I know she was really proud. And anything else you want to say? She loved her family. She loved her community. She loved me. She loved to sing. She loved to dance. She was just whatever you think of when you think of your own Rebbitzin. She was similar, probably. But I really had secretly know in my heart that Rebbitzins, some of them embrace the role better than others, but it's usually a role that they have to do. Like it's sometimes not even their choice. Okay. So I say that because I'm gonna describe, like, if my Rebbitzins, the Colonel Vracha, were here, how would I describe football to her? She knew, I think, more than probably most Rebbitzins. Um, Let me look this up too. Hold on one second. I don't really want to. Think. I don't. I don't know. I keep getting bounced out of places. I don't understand why. No dog. I don't know. We'll learn about football. I don't. I just don't. People wear on. So many people are mean to me, and I'm pretty strong. It just wears on. Not just so much that, but they kick me out of places, and then I have to fight to go back. And they let me back sometimes. Sometimes they don't. And then I have to deal with all my stuff. Like I put a lot of work into my streams, and then they get banned, or the software doesn't work correctly. And I even work with the company so that the software works better. And I'm not depressed. I'm a very happy person, but it's depressing. Just like literally, like I go into a Discord server and someone says, "Hey, Jew," and um, then I get kicked out. Then I get kicked out of it because whatever, for whatever reason. And then somebody will like message me and be like, "Hey, I think that you're like one person tonight. They had to kick me out of their server, but they said I don't think you did anything wrong. It's just I'm getting a lot of pressure from people that they don't want you there." Like, okay, and it's just one of those. I mean, we did do something. Those miscellaneous songs that I just. Oh, I love this lady. Why, George? I have three things I want to say. First off, I want to know, have you seen this UFO flap over Manhattan? I want to know if you think that these UFOs are going to abduct me or they have plans to abduct me. Second question, I wanted to know if they have any discounts on paranormaldate.com. If so, is it possible to use a money order? And my third question is in response to the second question, if you can use a money order, if I'm unable to use a money order, may I write a personal check? And I'll take my answer off the air. I have to restart this one. Oh. My phone says about fucking Anne Frank. Anne Frank is a 45-year-old MILF, not whatever the fuck she was. All right.
Chuck Liddell. They didn't even want Chuck Liddell in the UFC. I was trying to get Chuck in the UFC, and they didn't even want him. And got into the contract, contract. I was like, you know what? There is no more money, okay? I don't even know if I'll be able to run one more event. He like flipped out. And we hung up the phone. I picked up the phone and called Lorenzo, and I said, hey, I just got off the phone with Bob Myers on the UFC. I think they're in trouble, and I think we can buy it, and I think we should reach out to him. Lorenzo called Meyerowitz. I don't remember the timeline, but within the next 2 months, we ended up.
And you said you fought a lot of battles.
In the early days of building the company and building the sport, it was the Wild Wild West, man. It was crazy back then. I was literally every day. Traditionally, bad people that are fighting bad people. We get our way through that for the first 7, 8 years.
In general, there's corruption. Kind of steal money. They can't think about themselves.
I mean, I want to say the Netherlands, Amsterdam, MMA promoters car bombing each other, and then the other guy shot up the other guy's house with machine guns. That's the kind of shit that's going on. I'll tell you the story. So, Affliction. Do you remember Affliction?
Yeah.
So there was a guy. I want to say his name was Beard or something like that. This guy used to text me every day when they started their MMA. Legitimately tell me, you motherfucker, fucking kill you. You don't understand who I am, what I've done. And I think this guy would get drunker, drugs every night. It was. This guy would call me, text me, threaten my wife every day. I said, fuck you. Oh yeah. But yeah, I mean, the type of shit that's on in the guy who's not a good human that way.
What about the business side of it? Help to make money.
Yeah, we want to make money. So, trying to build this thing, corrupt guys that and pay not good dude. And that thing was fucking now. Fucking bad guy. Then he comes over and starts running the we always had a great relationship. He's the reason we left the fucking streaming. Yeah, I don't remember his name. You have to ask him.
In general, full space.
Yeah, everybody's dealing with a lot of different forces, and your hands are in a lot of different businesses. Venue business, merchandise business, to video games, paper, the list goes on and on of all the different types of the production, but all these different. When I first started this, we had a production team that was in it before we bought it. So there was this incident with Phil Baroni, where Phil Baroni did an interview with him, and Baroni flipped out in the interview. They're interviewing him and goes crazy. I thought it was. I'm like, we're gonna leave this interview in, and the production guys were arguing. I'm like, we can't leave this in. What we're doing, we're gonna like this, like that. We're sitting in the venue that night. I lean over to Lorenzo, fights him. Waiting for the fucking interview with Ronnie. They didn't fucking do it. These guys were guys that were freelance guys that worked for Showtime or one of them like that. Got up from my fucking back, kicked the fucking door of the truck open, and I said, "You ever do that again, I'll fire every fucking one of them." I ended up firing every one of them and going with a whole new crew. But these were the type of things that early on, there's so much stuff. I mean, I could sit here for fucking 3 days all the stuff that goes back in. But it was Wild West, man.
But how'd you know how to deal with all this mess? About to fire people that aren't doing a good job, all that. Like, how to be a leader?
Well, that's the thing, too. I mean,
Business.
getting into the early days, 2 employees, me and another girl that worked for my company before I started doing this. And then we started to bring people on and start to build a team. You know, we had people, I mean, we used to start, I want to say we had 2 weeks to pull off an event. This is what we knew about production.
Really?
Jack shit. We had to dive in and we had to learn it, we had to figure it out. We knew what we wanted, right? What we were looking for. It's just about building a good team. And I think that's one of the things I want to talk about what I've accomplished in the last, 25 years of my life. I've been really good at building teams.
Already have a vision of what you want the final thing to look like, and that's what I
100%. Have to have without the vision, it's nothing. That's sort of what I do. I am the vision part of this thing. We're gonna open a PI in Mexico. We're gonna do that, and then build the team in Mexico.
A lot of people do fighting promotion fail. Long odds. What's the secret to success? Looking back over the years.
Well, the secret to success, I would say, first of all, is passion. Love what you do. Have to get up every day. I get here every day at 9:30. We sold in 2016. A lot of people in the company made a lot of money. And I took off and retired. Either I made more. I'm still there. I get here at 9:30 every morning. Last night I left here at 8:30. I don't know how late I'm gonna be here tonight. I love what I do every day. I work hard now as I did back then. The difference between back then and now, I don't have to do a bunch of shit that I don't like to do. I stopped doing that fucking budget meeting. Horrible budget. Horrible. We're losing millions of dollars a year. I'm in these budget meetings. You know, I get to pick and choose what I do these days. Back in the early days, you don't get to pick and choose. You have to be involved in everything. Cost. Go line by line. Every fucking number. How can we save costs? How can we do this better? How can we, they are brutal, and they're multiple times a week.
Probably helps if you appreciate
Have to know that. In the early days, when you start your business, you have these people. I hear them say, you know what? I create my own schedule and I want to do all this. That's your thought process going into it. You never know. You have to pay attention to every single detail of the business. You're involved in everything. There's no days off. I literally moved to work on my second son, Chuck it up. I'm going to chuck it up like on a night. And they're like, yeah, your son's going to be born in this date. I'm like, yeah, that's not going to work. We're going to have to take him earlier.
Yeah.
So they literally gave my wife a C-section and really, we were all in. Yeah.
And the fascinating thing that you can care less about doing this for the love of it.
I was doing this when I was broke. I'm doing it now when I'm not broke. I'm doing this and I feel like there's so much more to do. And this is truly my passion. I feel like fear. We're doing the fear. Why? Why would I do the fear? It's going to cost me a bunch of money. It's really challenging. Most people think it can't be pulled off. You look at weird angles, different things going on inside of the fight, all this other stuff. But yeah, I'm doing it because it's awesome. It's challenging. It's hard. And I think that anybody can do it right. So why not take that challenge?
That's why I'm here with this. I'm hanging out with Darren Aronofsky together, the thing that's in there now, and I can't believe you're. I don't know how you're going to solve that puzzle.
There's many puzzles to solve. Many puzzles.
So how can you speak to that? Like, what are interesting challenges you're encountering?
Yeah, so you have the octagon, right? And behind it is the world's biggest screen ever, right? So what is the theme? How do you program it? First of all, it's super expensive to shoot, format, sphere, angles. We were talking about today. I just had a big meeting today about the sphere this afternoon, and make sure that all my departments, all the details that I want, all start to come together here in the next 2 weeks. Creative. I have some goals. I will tell people on one of the greatest sporting events of all time, combat sporting events of all time. There's challenges, laundry challenges, not to mention the fact that it's on Mexican Independence Day. We're going to weave in the whole history of combat in Mexico.
But the production, hilarious. Nothing about production.
Now
the hardest production ever. And that would be live?
Yeah. It'll be live on pay-per-view. Live in the arena. Will also be
nice. It'll be we'll be here later. Try to
ESPN's doing a doc on it. Making it there. Yeah. Incredible. I can't wait.
I can't wait to see how you solve the problem.
Thank you.
Another guy that I feel like care less about the money is how important is the rise of the UFC. What in general do you love about Joe?
Fact, he doesn't care about money. And he did the first 13 shows for free for us. That was at a time when we heard, and wait a minute, do you want me to do the commentary? You're saying that I get to sit the best seat in the house, right? Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
So, and then obviously we turned things around. We made it up to Joe. But Joe is one of the things that I love early on. I'll tell you the story. So we buy the UFC. They're based in New York. We're moving to the corporate office in Vegas. So I have to fly out to New York, go into the office, start going through everything and figuring out what needs to come back to Vegas and what we can throw away. So they literally had a VHS machine and a TV, and there were 1 million tapes. I didn't know what tapes were. These definitely we have to keep, or these we don't need. I just sit there and go through every single tape. And I popped in a tape, and there was an interview on the Ivory and Wayans show, right? The oldest Wayans brother, and he had a talk show at the time. And he had Joe Rogan, the guy from Fear Factor, on the show. And he was promoting Fear Factor, but all he would talk about was UFC. And he was talking about how people think that these guys in the martial arts movies are tough and good. And he was talking about what UFC fighters would do to these martial arts guys if they ever got their hands on them. And I was like, exactly. Guy afraid, speak his mind, and know the sport inside and out. More important, passionate about it. When you see Joe Rogan on camera, and I was talking about the paid talking heads he had in HBO boxing, that was terrible. Joe Rogan does not come off as a paid talking head. He comes off as a guy who loves it. And early on, no media would cover it. So I had to buy my way onto radio. So we do these radio shows, right? And they would drop us in. You'd have to get up at 3:30 in the morning in Vegas on the West Coast. And because they're at 6:30 in the morning in New York and Boston, Florida, and all these other places. So they drop you into these markets, radio, right? And the fighters were horrible. Fighters getting up at 3:30 in the morning, especially leading up to a fight, never good. They sound like they're tired, they act like they're tired, and they definitely act like they don't want to be on there. And it's bad radio. Well, you can't have bad radio. So the only two people that could pull off these radio tours were me and Joe Rogan. So me and Joe Rogan would alternate doing these radio tours all over the country.
Talking about fighting, talking about what the whole thing is, like getting people excited.
Two guys that are really into it, passionate about it, love it, and it's one of the things about Rogan too. Early on, nobody understood. Joe Rogan would walk you through what's happening literally before it would happen. He would tell you the setup, what was going to come next, everything. He just absolutely articulated perfectly, brilliantly, and people at home started to understand. The impact that Joe Rogan has had and continues to have on the sport is measurable. He's the biggest podcaster in the world, and he is on the UFC pay-per-views, 14 times a year, and he's always talking about the sport. It's measurable. What this guy has company and the sport.
Still to this day, I'm dinner with him offline, talk fighting. Just loves it. Loves every aspect.
One of those guys, I saw that early on. When why would you go after the fear factor guy? To be such a key component, not only the company, but the sport. I saw it. Fucking Ivory.
I value loyalty a lot. I remember there was a moment a year ago. I was sitting with Joe and he had a phone call with me. Canceled. And they didn't want him commentating the fight. You on the phone offered your resignation. I got teary-eyed over that. That's such a you're a good man, That was powerful.
Anybody with me, down with me, when you're with me, two-way street. It's not a one-way street. I'm not one of these guys that over him. It's like going to COVID, playing it, going to 20. This motherfucker would burn. Burn.
Yeah.
I would do that to my people. Never. None of that type of stuff ever going to happen. If it was going to happen when I leave, but when I'm here, people who are with me and have been with me, they know it's happening. Joe knows it. And again, it's a two-way street. Joe Rogan has been very loyal to me, very loyal to Joe Rogan.
Lorenzo, the guy you close friendship with, seems to have been extremely effective together. What's the magic behind that?
Yeah.
How can you explain that?
I love it. Lorenzo and I work really well together because we have two different personalities, right? I'm the guy that always, I'm going here. Lorenzo's always here, right? You could walk in a room and say, Lorenzo, you just lost $10 million. Lorenzo, you just won $10 million. Or it never changes. I'm a guy that goes like this, right? We almost balance each other out. A lot of things that he's really fucking good at, things that I'm really fucking good at, on the opposite sides of the spectrum.
That level-headed thing was when he has money and it's unknown and survive.
Yeah. 100%. It's incredible when you think of the story of UFC. At the time, ranking station and stations, their money from stations was funding the UFC. Then in 08-09 crash, the UFC was killing it, and the business was hurt. So timing on everything, the way that it all worked out better for them. You think about UFC, how far it reaches, how many touches. The brothers made $1 million, like another 44 million. How many lives that investment has changed over the last 5 years? Fascinating.
It's also crazy the effect it has on the history of humanity. What we do, we're descendants of apes that fight. Like the organizations that catalyze the innovation, how we fight.
Right.
Create a whole new sport.
That people all over the world participate in. Literally, there isn't a place on earth that we can't get a fighter.
You said in the UFC 99 post-fight press conference that sometimes fighters might complain that they get matched up on even odds, but that's actually one legend. I think you gave Dustin Poirier as an example. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Like what makes a legend? What makes a great fight?
Behind the scenes, fighters are very paranoid. And there's been this theme of fighters where they're trying to get me beat, right? You don't determine who wins the WWE. Okay? I'm the bells and whistles guy. I make sure that as many people that we can possibly let know that you're fighting on Saturday, know that you're fighting on Saturday. Who you are, who you're going against, and why shit. That's what I'm doing. Then the night you show up, I put on the best live event that I possibly can, and I put on the best show that I possibly can. Once that door shuts, it's all up to you. You determine whether you move or not. And you get into a position where you get so paranoid that you think that the powers that be here are against you, and you try to steer yourself away from certain fights. And that's one of the big things that happens in these other organizations. These other organizations, the inmates run the asylum, right? So they don't want to fight bad enough. These other companies don't push. They don't do this. We put on the best possible matchups that we can make. And in this business, you might be an older fighter. You're still ranked in the top 10. But young guys coming. Young killers are coming out, and they want your position. Right? So you being the veteran that you are, have to prepare yourself to go in. Everybody was saying when we made that fight with Saint that Poirier was a fighter, especially when you're a big name, a name that people recognize. You know, they're like, oh man, I remember Real Adesanya, construct 100 out of 100 people knew for a fact that Israel was going to win that fight.
Yeah.
And we could go on for days with this. You know what I mean? That is what creates legendary moments, legendary fights, and what builds stars and legends.
I mean, arguably, Conor McGregor with Jose Aldo.
Yep. Conor McGregor with a bunch of people in the beginning. People said he couldn't wrestle. People said he wouldn't be able to defend the takedown. Blah, blah, blah. Nate Diaz against Conor McGregor. You know what I mean?
And Conor McGregor against the underdog, probably. But if he won, it's an opportunity. If he won, that's a legend for me. He's now in the conversation of the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
Not arguing that.
The way that he ran through so many people. Conor hung in there, you know, in spite of it.
What do you think about that matchup? It's one of the great matchups made. McGregor versus Khabib.
Yeah, I mean, at the time, I was incredibly criticized for putting together the spot that had the theme bus in it.
Yeah.
You know, the media, they were saying that I was pandering to the violence that happened. I'm telling you a story. Telling you a story of how we got here, how big the fight is, how bad the blood is between these guys. And I mean, I think that's what we do going to Monday, fight week. We got a whole list of things that, right? And you get right down to the Thursday, the weigh-ins on Friday, and then the fights on Saturday. And my people fly back home, go to bed on Sunday night, groundhog. We wake up again on Monday, and it starts all over again. Every weekend, every Saturday for a year. So there's lots of stories that need to be told. There's lots of, you think about what I compete with. Whatever takes your attention Saturday night is my competitor.
You're always trying to build a foundation. And like, if step up and together create great.
That's exactly right. So we are online. Like when you get to the UFC, with MVP, you're going to see it with Taylor Harrison and so many others that have come from other organizations. And they get here, they know immediately the difference between fighting here and fighting wherever they were before. It's not even comparable to the impact it has on you, whatever organization you're with, and you come to the UFC. And I think that it gives them a sense of, holy shit, I can really, I mean, MVP came, I mean, there were probably more people at the press conference than any fight he'd ever fought in Bellator, you know what I mean? And you feel that energy, you feel the difference of the impact of being here. And I think it takes a lot of these guys to another level.
The aura of it, like, this is where you're supposed to step up. People feel about TED Talks. You're a lecture. It's a moment. 15 minutes. There's some interesting shit. Yeah, and Kayla Harrison was badass.
Walking out like this, starts the night of the fight. Holy shit. She's jacked, man. It's crazy.
I'm a gold medalist.
Right.
You don't fuck with those people. You win a medal, you're made of something.
So, especially in judo.
In America, where it's not, you don't have any training partners in the race. Fucking for it. Ridiculous question. Conversation. Talking about John Jones, what are the metrics involved here?
Never beat. He destroyed everybody at light heavyweight, which at the time was the toughest weight class in the company sport. And I moved up to heavyweight, won easily at heavyweight. And look at a guy and what he was doing outside the time, which shouldn't be part of it, shouldn't be part of the equation. What we do, wow. John Jones, there's no debate. Nobody can debate the greatest of all time. It's absolutely positive. John Jones. He's never lost. Nobody's never been beaten. Ever.
That's one of the metrics. Pure sheer dominance. There's others, right? Sometimes it's kind of greatness.
I don't agree. But when you never lost, right? It's never lost. We never found somebody. All the other thing is you have to put it factor into longevity. How long? Because sometimes with a lot of these guys, the sport passes them by. You get younger guys that are faster, this, that, and the sport evolves. Nobody's been able to beat John Jones. Oh, and the other thing that you measure is, you know, when you said dominance, it's true. If you're this guy that has unbelievable power, you're just going in and fucking knocking everybody out. Nobody's ever pulled you in water before. That was when my opinion of John Jones started to change. Gustafson took him into the deep water. Gustafson he's never been hit with. Gustafson tested him and put John Jones in a place where I bet if you sat down and interviewed John Jones, going into the deep rounds of that, John Jones thought he was going to die. You know what I'm saying?
They go there.
He kept going. He was willing to do whatever it took to win that fight.
And it breaks my heart.
That's the thing too. And I believe that he doesn't get the credit he deserves because of the John Jones thing. When you look at DC, what he's accomplished, right? John Jones beat him twice. It's undeniable. You can hate all you want. John Jones is the greatest of all time.
You think tested enough?
I think that Habib had the potential to be in the running for that. And first of all, he had injuries that should have been where he got sooner had he not had the injuries that he had and setbacks in his career. There's no doubt. Habib is one of the all-time greats.
The bad and ugly.
There's literally no other. Conor McGregor has been an incredible partner to work with. Everybody thinks that if Conor showed up to things on time, there wouldn't be one fucking bad thing I could say about him. You know what I mean?
Being late.
If you fucking said, put a gun to my fucking head, right? Said, don't lie, motherfucker. Tell me all the bad things about Conor McGregor. I said the guy doesn't show up on time. That's it. If Conor McGregor showed up to shit on time, sometimes he does. Sometimes he does. He's been a great partner. If you look at what a huge superstar he became, the fights that he was involved in, I'll tell you what Conor McGregor never did. He never walked in a room and said, Conor, this guy just fell out. Fight this guy. And he's like, no way, I'm not taking this fucking risk. My career where my money, my this, my that. He was, let's do it. Conor McGregor never did. No matter how big he was or whatever it was, you're heading into the fight. Oh, Conor, this guy just fell out. Aldo fell out. We're looking for another. Yeah, I'll do it. I'm going to need another fucking 200,000. I'm going to need $1 million. I'm going to need Conor McGregor never did that kind of shit, bullshit kind of stuff. He never did any of that. Conor was as solid a guy as you could possibly work with.
Fuck it, I'll do it.
I'll do it. Literally, there's actually a scene. We were filming something. I don't know if it was embedded or what we were filming at the time. Me and Lorenzo walk into his house, renting here, baby. And I'm pretty sure it was when Aldo fell out. And we're telling him this, that, and we're looking at some options. He says, I'm going to the gym. When I'm done working out, let me know. He just woke up out of bed. He's in fucking underwear. And he gets hit with this. He's like, all right, I'm going to the gym. Let me know when I get out who I'm fighting. Doesn't care. Doesn't want to know. Doesn't want any more money. Nothing. Fucking shows up and he delivers. Yeah. So, Conor has been incredibly successful. He's made a lot of money. And, had his ups and downs outside and inside the octagon. For a guy who was, on the dole and plumber, he's actually a really smart businessman. He's been one of the best partners that I've ever had in the history of the sport.
And an important part of it.
Big.
Opening up to all kinds of new eyes.
He literally, set Europe, Australia, Canada, and many other parts of the world on fire. He was our first hit megastar.
I personally think he doesn't get enough credit for being a fighter. And people love to talk shit about Conor. I suppose that's part of his magic.
But it comes with success. When you're successful, there's always people out there that are going to talk shit. They always have a bunch of know nothing, do nothing. There's that love to talk shit.
I think we'll do it all over again right now.
Yeah, listen, you can't avoid matchup. You know what I mean? This is what we're talking about. When you talk about being a legend, Conor McGregor needed to be. Habib needed Conor McGregor. You can hate each other as much as you want, but you have to fight these other legendary bad motherfuckers to become a legend. I mean, it's like John Jones needed Zero Gun, right? Zero Gun needed John Jones because Zero could have beat John. First guy anybody can ever figure it out, beat John Jones. It's a big deal, and it's almost like your obligation as a fighter, right? And when you think about John Jones became who he is today, and the reason I'm sitting here telling you how great he is, because all these other guys gave him the opportunity, right? Or they, John, it's all about giving these other guys the opportunity. Saint Denis, right? Poirier gave him the opportunity to come in and beat him. That's how this all works.
Them together, fighters.
You have to have them. Listen, I could line up a bunch of no-name bums that John Jones could run through. That's what they do in all the other organizations, right? We have nothing to fucking talk about right now.
That's why, luckily, a perfect record is not as important as who you fought, how you fought.
But when you have a perfect record in the UFC, holy shit, right?
Yeah.
That was when you can have a perfect record in the UFC, you are absolutely one of the most special athletes on planet Earth.
You're in trouble. My friend talked to my boss about her experience in Miami. He loves it. He's training too. He loves to train.
Kids are training. My father's the biggest fucking fight fan on the planet. Calls me all the time to talk about the fights. And Tom Jr. said that I'm like the guy on earth that can throw that with. Like, you know, it's funny when you talk about how powerful fighting is, right? Last Miami event, Ecuador and the president of Spain both posted about the fight, right? Habib Connor on Facebook, Trump, president, ex-president, watching all the fights, wants to talk about the fight. Shevchenko, on and on. I'm not. Zuckerberg. I mean, this goes on and on.
Zuckerberg sucks.
Powerful.
Worse. Zuckerberg is the worst.
After that, any good thing that would ever happen in my career would reach out. Little things like that, but that's a big thing. You know what? Especially coming from a guy like him. It's also going to be definitely thought. And then comes 15, 16, whatever it was, I don't remember. But he called me and he said, listen, if you don't want to do this, I completely understand. But I would be honored if you would speak at the National Republican Convention. I'm not a very political guy, you know what I mean? And everybody told me not to. Do not do it. And I was like, why would I not do it? This guy's been great to me. And I did it. And our relationship, like, you know what I mean? I consider Donald Trump to be one of my very, I mean, so many stories. I mean, once he won the election, like, I'd be at work and down the hall, matchmaker room, my secretary would go on the phone and come running down the hallway and grab the phone. I want to talk about coming up right then. Or I'd be in my car and I'd answer the phone. Hi, this is the White House with the President of the United States on the phone. You know, have to trip when that first started happening. And just to sum him up, this is the kind of guy that you want to talk about a fighter. You see the shit this guy's going through publicly every day. And I'll call him on the phone as a friend. Like, hey, good? How you doing? Unfazed. Unfazed. Like, nothing's going on. And he'll start talking to me about this, that, and all this other shit. One time. I've never talked about this. One time. I called him. He's never heard him like that, and I've never seen him like that when I'm on a back. The only time I've ever seen him obviously, as soon as I heard it, I reached out. I have never. All the stuff that's going on with Trump, all the bad stuff that they say, they're trying to attack him, they're trying to ruin him. Unfazed. Called him that day, and I've ever seen that guy busted up.
That's something that's the only time. 100%. That guy is walking through fire.
He's walking through fire. He's an absolute savage.
I think he was presidential.
I don't know, man. I don't know. So politics is the most dirtiest, scummiest thing on planet Earth. And who knows how it's all going to play out. It's all dirty, it's all ugly. You know, obviously, I'm rooting for him and I'm behind him, and I hope he does.
Dirtier, yeah.
There's nothing dirtier than politics. Nothing. There's literally nothing dirtier. Dirtiest thing going on.
When we get another guy who doesn't seem to be safe at this time, I've gotten to know Elon. I have to ask you a bit of fun. Part of thinking about putting together stuff for Elon. I trained with both. A phone call with Elon and you when we were training on that. You really think that could have been a good fight?
It would have been the biggest fight ever.
Spectacle.
Two of the most powerful, wealthiest men in the world. Right? Lots of guys talk shit, go back and forth and sue each other and all this. These guys were talking about facing each other and talking about this fighting. There's nothing, and they're in a business that's looked at as geeky. You know what I mean? They're tech nerds. They're this, they're that. These are two dudes that were willing to throw down and fight, and you know as well as I do. A lot of public speculation. I was taking serious real time and working on it. I mean, I had projections, I had numbers, I was looking at venues, I was on the phone with the fucking Coliseum in Italy. You name it, I was in it. These guys were serious. It was something that was really going to happen. I'll tell you right now that in the short amount of time that it was going down, it was fun. I was having a blast.
What do you think about Tyson fighting Jake Paul?
Mike Tyson. I'm not a fan of anybody at our age. But he's a grown man, obviously, and you know, he's gonna do what he's gonna do. But at least I know. I talked to his wife a couple of days ago. He's taking it serious. He's training for it. You know, so, how it plays out.
Why do you think he fights? Like, what is that about? Is there a broader lesson there about fighters?
Well, I think that Mike Tyson is actually one of those unique guys who crossed over. Any of these other boxers, his era, has no way of making money fighting. Mike Tyson made a lot of money outside of fighting. I mean, Tyson still has that aura. You see a restaurant, and he walks in, and you're like, holy fuck, Mike Tyson. You know, he still has that type of aura and energy. And he makes lots of money outside of the ring. I think that he ends up getting these offers that he can't refuse.
So how much, question I asked, you work with a lot of fighters. How many of them is about money, or how many is about love?
Well, guys that get into it for the right reason, guys. And you're in it for that reason, right? You love it. That is the best ever. You have the talent, money happens, right? I love the guys. I've done fighters who just wanted to be famous, and just wanted to make money. You know? It is what it is. It's your life, and you live it the way that you want. Do your thing, but ones that are beloved are the guys who just want to be fucking right. That are remembered. And when you look at Tyson in his early years when he came up under Customado, I mean, he was a student of the game. He loved everything. He became infatuated with the fight game. And he became such a massive superstar. It's almost like the whole thing starts to turn on you. You know, all the things that come at you at a young age, and that kind of money. It's tough. It's tough to navigate and get through. like, oh, poor him, he had fucking $100 million and couldn't do it. At that age, and with all the shit that people talk and all the things that you got to put up with, and fame, a lot of people deal with fame. Some people handle it really well, and some people don't. Perfect example of that was Forrest Griffin and Stephen Monson. They fought that unbelievable fight on the Ultimate Fighter. Everything blew up after that. Forrest dealt with fame really well, and after
That was a fight. It really was. Getting attracted. That name. That was a big everything. It was. Why did you love that? What's what attracted you? Like, why did they change everything?
what happened that night, the rest of the show was that. We had the co-main event, the main event. Diego Sanchez ran through Kenny Florian in second. Oh my God, that was terrible. And the fights that led up to that weren't anything to talk about either. Stephen and Forrest got in there and went toe to toe in this unbelievable bloodfest live on free television. Cable still mattered. And what I heard was at the time, you had people picking the phone going, "Are you watching the show?" The numbers started climbing. And he got a razor thin decision to win. He got the crowd stomping their feet. It sounded like a train was going through the place, and everybody's chanting one more round. Me and the Fertitta brothers get together and we thought, we're going to give them both contracts. We give them both contracts. The place of Robson couldn't have been a more perfect fight at the most perfect time. It all came together. It's almost like it was meant to be. You know what I mean? So many problems with fight TV at the time, right? Because halfway through the season, the president of the company got all the things that we thought we were going to get that year. We had this runaway hit show. And normally at that time, when we would see runaway hit shows, there'd be commercials, it'd be on billboards, it'd be on the side of buses in LA and New York, and we got none of that, right? We didn't even know if we were going to get a second season coming out of that, right? And when that fight was over, swear to God, I was like, I don't need to give a fuck. We're going to end up somewhere now after this fight. And we didn't even make it out of the building that night. Fight guys, contract with us in the alley on a fucking napkin after the fight.
Saw the theory about the magic fight.
And at that time, I didn't know what to say. It felt like we were screaming. We didn't see what we were doing. We had no idea, but I knew. I knew.
What? Two people being close and toe to toe and just go to war.
Think about what was at stake. The car, remember? Yeah. The winner got a Kia, right? That's what was the fucking, right? And Stephen and Forrest built to win. They both wanted to win that fight so bad. And you know, Forrest drove that Kia for like 100,000 miles. The biggest mistake he ever made was not doing a fucking commercial with Forrest Griffin about that car. Forrest Griffin loved that car so much he drove it. I think he still has it. It's got like 200,000 miles on it. I mean, you couldn't have a better fucking. I reached out to him. I said, you should know about it. You got to, you know, those guys are in the business world. They don't fucking get anything.
Maybe it was about that.
They both wanted to win the Ultimate Fighter so bad. It's the key. Win. It's the contract to get the whole thing.
But I think at that point, with the all of that, when you're into it, probably just the primal thing. When I'm not backing down.
They're both bad dudes. They're both good fighters. That's why the fight was so great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Throw it all the caution. Those are some of the greatest moments in the UFC. Technique is not kind of falls apart, and you're just like,
well, okay, because you're in those deep rounds that you've been through war. Now it's all about heart, dogs. Who can dig deeper and who's got it? Who wants it? Who wants it? I mean, we all know when that moment happens. Like, when you see that both of these guys are fucking exhausted. For people that are watching, people that don't know a lot about, everybody thinks they know a lot about fighting. 99.9% of the people out there don't know fucking jack shit about fighting, or what it takes. These people do. But when you get into those later rounds, and then he makes you start to fucking doubt yourself, and then you start to wonder, can I even make it this round? And then you start to think, am I gonna fucking die right now? And these kids, big fucking teeth, they just like you said, all the other shit flies out the window. Now they're just on fucking autopilot, fight, win. Those are definitely the best fights you'll ever see in any combat.
I think that saying is exhaustion power for all. Well, because I can see a lot of violence hit too, but just exhaustion. Question every takes a weird place where your brain starts to think you're going to die for sure. Your brain starts to think, why am I doing all this? And then the truly heroic action is fucking it.
Think about these fights. Men and women get to this point where they've been in the dogfight, they keep trying to win. You can't imagine what's going on inside their head. You know, self-doubt, all these other things that come into play when exhaustion sets in, and they fucking power through it.
And those moments, sometimes they don't have a glorious knockout at the end, but your decision in the third round, keep pushing forward, not running. That's no matter what happens, that's like a battle over the belt.
So true. It's so true, and it happens every fucking day. It's so impressive. I say it all the time. The people that are involved in this sport are this much of the population. The people that make it to the top 5 are incredibly unique, special human beings, man. Fucking awesome.
I love gambling.
I do.
What's the biggest win you're gambling? Maybe psychologically, if not financially.
Well, 2 things. I won $1 million hand one night, happened one time. $1 million hand one night at Lebe. And then one summer, I think these are throughout the summer. Pretty good fun night. Sure.
The biggest loss.
Biggest loss was I would call this the biggest loss for many different reasons. But you know, prison you learn in life. You know, you think about it. You go along. One night I'm over at the we got big suites over there, so I go over there with some buddies and we got one of the suites and we have some dinner and we start drinking. Right, we're obviously drinking dinner and blah blah blah. Starts to ramp up, having a good time, and I make my way down to the high limit room, start gambling, and I continue to drink, having a blast. I end up leaving to go home that night. I lost like 80 grand, right? I wake up the next morning, I'm like, fuck, this motherfuckers got me for 80,000 last night. So I'm at work the next day, and the host calls me and says, hey Dana, are you coming back? Dana, you lost $3 million. What are you talking about? I only have $1.5 million credit line. He goes, yeah. You made us call the GM of the hotel, and you started calling him a fucking pussy, and da 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 da, and I went, yeah, no, that sounds like something I would do. Huh?
That's the real number.
That was the real number. And then you know, there's been a lot of cases where people are in Vegas and like, you know, I lost money, you know, and they were giving me drank too much, and I was taken advantage of. No, you stupid motherfucker. Man up. You got fucking drunk, right? Alcohol is free. You don't have to fucking drink it. You know what I mean? And this was a huge learning lesson. So I never drank again when I was playing cards after that night. But yeah, when you ask me, that's the one that stands out the most as far as having a bad loss. And then, of course I said call the GM and I started calling him. That is something I would absolutely do.
How do you get with those? You gamble in fighting. You love winning or hating.
They go hand in hand. So the way that I play it, I live in 2024 is a war for me. I go to war in 20. Okay? All these nights that I play, little battles inside the war that I will fight in 24. Now, at the end of the year, tally up all the little battles, see where I stand on wins and losses. And there's lots of talk out there about my gambling, places that I've been kicked out of and things like that. And I do pretty well. But it's what I like to do. I don't gamble in a way that I would ever hurt myself or hurt my family. Or I'm sure you've heard Norm Macdonald. Norm Macdonald lost like his entire personal wealth 4 times, something like that. That's not going to happen to me.
So you manage psychologically.
So when I win, it's always great to win. Winning is a great feeling. In business, in sports, life, definitely in gambling. Losing is never fun, but it's part of the game. You know what I mean? If you want to be in the game, sports, business, whatever, it's going to be wins and it's going to be losses. You have to take them both in stride. You have to be able to, there's a lot of people, when you gamble, right, you lose, you go into a deep, dark depression. I've seen this, guys. It's depression, gambling. If you are the type of person that's on social media, people say horrible things and you get depressed and you shouldn't be on social media. You know what I mean? These are all parts of being in the game. When you're in the fucking game, great things happen and really bad things happen. You gotta take it all in stride. You gotta pick yourself up the next day, strap your fucking shoes back on and get out there and go to fucking war again. That's how it works.
That's some common shit right there. All right.
Every day when you get out of bed, I stand right there to kick you in the fucking face. It could be anything. You get up and walk downstairs, you had a fucking flat tire, and you're late for work, and you got this thing. Life is going to throw all kinds of crazy shit, right? And you have to be ready. You gotta fucking deal with it. You can't curl up the ball, you can't run away from it, you can't hide. You have to take all this shit head on. You get up every day when I get up out of bed, I strap up and I'm getting ready to fucking. Because I know I'm coming in here, I know a bunch of bad shit that I'm gonna have to fucking deal with. And if that's not bad enough, when I finally get out of here, I'm probably gonna go to the arena. I'm gonna get into another fucking. You know what I mean? I thrive in chaos. I actually love chaos. Everybody talks about retiring. That shit. What am I gonna do when I retire? What would I do? What would I? I like it. I like the battle. I like to win. Sometimes I lose. Then I have to come back from the loss. And I love to build brands. I love to short-term and long-term goals and then knock them all down. This is just the stuff that excites me. And whether it's business or gambling or I like being a fan of things too. Like I like live music. So when I find a band that I like, I get excited just to go watch the band live for Celtics game. I love the fucking Boston Celtics and I love going to the games and watching the year, hopefully fucking win this year. These are all things that make me happy and excite me in my life. it's funny because there's this post that I post maybe 3-4 nights a week. I also love this. I can't tell if the city of Las Vegas is me or I was built in this fucking city. I love it. And there's this turn on Summerlin Park, right? Every night it starts. And from there you can see the entire fucking city. All fucking nice and badass. And I'm usually driving home after a fucking incredible day, right? This amazing day, this unbelievable fucking life that I have. I have this moment of gratitude. Every time I take that turn, I'm like, God damn, I love this. And just every night when I go home, I'm so happy and grateful for this life that I have.
You're grateful you're celebrating you today. Full of problems.
I love that too. I love problem solving. I love taking things that seem impossible. What's been shit on more than this fucking company right here? Power Slap, right? This thing's fucking beast. Absolute beast. 13 months. That's the most successful thing I've ever been a part of. And I love every fucking, especially negative. I love negative.
Really?
I eat that shit for fucking breakfast. I love it.
You're
Yeah, it would have to be easy. No doubt about it. You ever see a movie that changed your life? That actually impacted your life in some way, shape, or form?
That's a good question. That's a great. I have a lot. Probably. Boys Gone for me is a movie. Show. It reminds me that I've been fortunate in my life, over and over and over. I don't think I did any of it, but when I finally saw it, it really connected. Okay, works in weird ways. Stuff to be realized. Be good to people. I put that good time out there, and it happens. That was one.
I'm actually very superstitious. I believe that what you put out, you get back. I believe that when you have, you should take care of other people. You should always try to bring people up with you and all that kind of stuff. But the movie that changed the whole trajectory of my life was Mission.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's a good one.
And I love that movie. Basically, telling the story of the kid, really wasn't anybody in high school. Nobody kind of knew who he was, wasn't popular or any of that kind of shit. And he decided that that was the year that he was going to make his mark. And he was a good wrestler at 178 pounds, but he was down to 160 something, take on the scariest guy and whatever. All these little things in the movie really lay out what life is all about. One of the parts is class, and he's talking about, the teacher's talking about his poem. And he says, what does this poem mean to you? Well, this little girl walking through the park and all the leaves are falling from the trees, and she realizes that she's going to die someday. And that a lot of people think they have all the time, but they fucking waste it. They never go out and do what they really set out to do or accomplish or do anything great in their life. That's one man. You've got the guy he works with at work. You know, he's cutting weight, putting all this shit. The guy keeps going, why the fuck are you doing that thing? Like fucking, this is ridiculous. I don't know why you're doing it. Blah, 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 blah. Then when he meets the girl, he gets to the point where he feels like he wants to quit, right? Where does he go? That guy's fucking apartment. Because he knows when he shows up at that apartment. No, he went to work. He went to work to talk to him. He wasn't at work. He took the night off. He showed up at his fucking house. Shitty little fucking apartment guy lives in. The guy's putting a suit and tie on and shit. He's like, they said you called in sick. What's going on? He's like, yeah. Aren't you wrestling this guy tonight? He's like, yeah, but why would you? You're going to get docked a nice pay and all this. You know what, man? Then it all gets laid out. I guess you're supposed to be telling me. Hey, like, what are you thinking about? You know, I'm fucking cooking in an overnight hotel fucking thing, and I live in this apartment. A human being lift himself upside down and backwards and kick a ball into a fucking net. whole stadium goes crazy. This guy runs around, and I'm sitting here in my fucking apartment alone, and I start crying. Yeah, I start crying. The guy who's been shitting on him the whole fucking time actually respects him for what he's done, sees what this kid is capable of doing, and all this shit. This fucking movie spoke to me on so many different levels, and I think it's probably the most underrated movie of all time. You really break down the meaning of what this movie is about, and it fucking really spoke to me.
Probably the one-on-one.
I would agree. I would agree. Especially if you really hear the message that is excellent. It was funny. He just did like that. And I saw this after the fact. They did like the 25-year or the 30-year thing. It was filmed in Spokane, Washington. They showed the movie in a movie theater there, and the cast members came out and spoke about it. I would have fucking flown there for that. Are you shitting me? I'd have been there in fucking 30 seconds and be a part of that. That movie really changed my life.
Yeah, I suppose me too. Wrestling made me love with wrestling.
You know what's funny? I was involved, and I didn't have to be for that movie.
Yes,
You know,
basically.
it's such a great movie.
I think that's what fighting does. It brings out the like the humanity of a person. Really, like it's the people that choose to step up in the ring, and then chase greatness and actually do it from like against the wrong odds. That's why it's a beautiful game.
And it's so true. I mean, I'm 54 years old right now. Yeah, 25. And you're young and you have all this time. You have no time. There's no time. I mean, one of the quotes on the wall, Tim and there is, there is no tomorrow. From Rocky 3. You know, there is no tomorrow. Fuck that shit. Let's get all this shit done today. I'm not afraid of death. Not even not afraid of it. I don't know if that'll be the case. I'm facing it. You know, when I'm looking down the barrel of it, in a hospital bed somewhere.
But for now, it's
Yeah,
as much as you can.
100%. I don't even like this. My life is so fucking. I don't even want to go to bed at night. I don't even want to go to sleep. I want to stay up. Fucking. I wish I could fucking do 24 hours and never have to sleep. That's how much I love my life.
What has watching thousands of fights over the years taught you about human nature? But
What color you are, what country you come from, or what language you speak. We're all human beings. Fighting's in our DNA. We get it. We like it. It's true. Fighting is in our DNA. It's part of who we are. And, you know, no matter where you are, if a fight breaks out, it creates this fucking energy, buzz, this sense of fear. I mean, a lot of different emotions happen in people's fights break out. One thing that is always the case, everybody's watching that. All of their eyes are on the fight. I mean, just the next fucking fight broke out. In the good seats, like right here. These seats are super expensive. They never fucking. They just let these guys fight until they gassed out. Then everybody put their chairs back together and sat back down and fucking. I literally got up from my table, walked over, and was watching the fight. At the fight.
at the fight,
Yeah.
I mean, fight, love watching.
And that was my thought process going into buying the UFC. And I believe that it worked everywhere. Thank God we were right.
Well, man, thank you for very human thing, the fight, the art of it, the science of it, the heroic stories, the vision quest stories of it all.
Oh,
Appreciate it.
thank you. Pleasure, buddy. Thank you for the kind words.
Thanks for the conversation with Dana White. Support the podcast. Cut our sponsors. And now, let me leave you with the words from Muhammad Ali. Possible. Big words thrown around by small men find it easier to live in a world given than to explore the power they have. Possible is not a fact. Possible is not a declaration. Thank you for listening. Next.
1,770 nuclear weapons deployed. Those weapons could launch in as little as 60 seconds and up to a couple minutes. Some of them on bombers might take them. Russia has 1,674 deployed nuclear weapons. Same scenario, their weapons are with us. That's not to mention the 12,500 weapons among the 9 nuclear states. The sucking up into the nuclear stem, 300-mile-an-hour winds. You're talking about people miles out getting sucked up into that stem. When you see the mushroom, that would be people 30, 40-mile wide blocking out the sun. And that's nothing of the radiation. In addition to the launch on warning concept, there's other insane concept called sole presidential authority. And you might think in a democracy that's you can start a war. Well, you can just start a nuclear war if you're the commander-in-chief, president of the United States. In fact, you're the only one. We are one misunderstanding, one miscalculation away from nuclear. No matter how nuclear war starts, it ends with everyone.
Following conversation with Annie, journalist, Pulitzer Prize finalist, and author of several amazing books on war, weapons, government secrets, and security, including the books Now Friends. Here's Annie. Let's start with a dark topic: war. How many people in the United States and Russia killed?
So I'm coming back at you, very dark answer, and a very big number. And that number is 5 billion.
You go second by second, minute by minute, hour by hour, what would happen if the nuclear war started? So there's a lot of angles from which I would love to talk about this. First, how would deaths happen in the short term and the long term?
So to start off, the reason I wrote the book is so that readers like you falling detail just how horrific nuclear war is. And as you said, second by minute. The book covers nuclear launch, the nuclear winter. I purposely didn't get into the politics that lead up to that, or the national security maneuvers, or the posturing, or any of that. I just want people to know nuclear war is. And every source I interviewed, from Secretary of Defense to all retired, nuclear subforce commander, STRATCOM commander, FEMA director, that on and on, nuclear weapons engineers, they all share with me the common denominator that nuclear war is. First millions, then tens of millions, then hundreds of millions in the first 70 days. And then comes winter where the billions from starvation. And so the shock power is meant for each and every one of us to say, wait, what? This actually exists behind the veil of national security. And I don't know if most people do not think about nuclear war on a daily basis, yet hundreds of thousands of people in the nuclear command and control are at the ready in the event it happens.
But it doesn't take too many people to stop.
In the words of Richard Garwin, nuclear weapons engineer who drew the plans of the Ivy Mike thermonuclear bomb, first thermonuclear bomb ever exploded in 1960. Garwin shared with me all it takes one nihilistic madman with a nuclear arsenal to start a nuclear war. And that's how I.
What are the different ways to start?
And the system in space is a constellation that is keeping an eye on all of America's so that the moment an ICBM launches, satellite in space about 1/10 of the way to the moon. That's how powerful satellites are. They see the hot rocket itself on the ICBM in a fraction of a second after it launched. A fraction of a second. And so there begins this horrifying policy called launch on warning. And that's the U.S. counterattack, meaning the reason that the United States so ferociously watches nuclear launch around the world so that the nuclear command and control system in the U.S. can move into action to immediately make a counterstrike. Because we have that policy, launch on warning, exactly like I said. It means the United States will not wait to absorb a nuclear attack. It will launch nuclear weapons in response before the bomb actually.
So the president, as part of the launch warning policy, has, I guess, can't launch for 6 minutes, but at 6 minute mark from that first warning, the president can launch.
And that was one of the most remarkable details really nailed down for this book when I was reading this book, talking to Secretary of Defense, for example, or the people who advise the president on the matter, right? You say to yourself, wait a minute, how could that possibly be? And let's unpack that. So, in addition to the launch on warning concept, there's another insane concept called presidential authority. You might think in a democracy that's right. You can't just start a war. Well, you can just start a nuclear war if you're the commander-in-chief, president of the United States. In fact, you're the only one. And we can get into later why that exists and the origin story of that concept from Los Alamos and it for the book. But the idea behind that is that nuclear war will unfold so fast. Only one person ask permission, not the secretary, not the chairman of the, not the. So built into that is an extraordinary speed about the 6 minute window. And some people say, "Oh, that's ridiculous. How do we know that?" Well, here's the best sort of, hitting the nail on the head statement I can give you. In President Reagan's memoirs, he refers to the 6 minute window and he says, he calls it irrational, which it is. He says, how can anyone make a decision to launch nuclear weapons based on a blip radar? His words, unleash Armageddon. And yet, that is the reality behind it.
Imagine sitting there, one person, the president sitting there, just got the warning that Russia launched. Yes. I meditate on my mortality every day, and here you're sitting, meditating, contemplating not just your own mortality, but the mortality of imagining. And what goes through my head is all the people I know and love personally, and knowing that there'll be no more, most likely. And if they somehow survive, they will be suffering and will eventually die. I guess the question that kept coming up is, how do we stop inevitable that to be escalated, full on the war that destroys everything? And it seems like it's inevitable. The position of the president is almost inevitable. They have.
One of the things I found shocking was how little apparently most presidents know about the responsibility that literally lays on them, right? So you may think through this 6 minute window, I may think through this window, but what I learned, like for example, former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta was really helpful in explaining this because before he was SecDef, he served as the director of the CIA, and before that, he was the White House, and so he has seen these different roles and been so close to the president. But he explained to me that when he was White House staff to President Clinton, he noticed how President Clinton didn't want ever really deal with the nuclear issue because he had so many other issues. And that only when Panetta became Secretary of Defense did he realize the weight of all this because he knew he would be the person that the president would turn to were he to be notified of a nuclear attack. And by the way, it's the launch on it's the ballistic missile seen from outer space by the satellite. And then there also must be a second confirmation from a ground radar system. But in that process, just a couple minutes, everyone is getting ready to notify the president. And one of the first people that gets notified by NORAD or by STRATCOM or by NRO, different parties that all see the early warning data. One of the first people that gets notified is the Secretary of Defense, as well as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Those two together are going to brief the president about, sir, you have 6 minutes to decide. And that's where you realize the immediacy of all of this. It's so counter to imagining the scenario. And again, all the presidents come into office, I have learned, understanding the idea of deterrence, this idea that we have these massive arsenals of nuclear weapons pointed at one another, ready to launch, so that we never have nuclear war. But what we're talking about now is what if we did? What if we did? What you bring, like, this really scary subtext of the world right now, because many of the nuclear armed nations are in direct conflict with other nations. And for the first time in decades, nuclear threats are actually coming out of their mouths. This is shocking.
So, deterrence, polite, implied assumption that nobody will launch, and if they did, you would launch back and everything would be dead. But that assumption falls apart completely. The whole philosophy of it falls apart once the first launch happens. Then you have 6 minutes to decide, wait a minute, are we going to back and kill everybody on Earth? Or do we turn the other cheek in the most horrific way possible?
Well, when nuclear war starts, there's no like battle for New York or battle for Moscow. It's just literally, it was called in the Cold War push button warfare, but in essence, that is what it is. Let's get some numbers on the board, right? Because when you're saying like, wait a minute, hoping that it holds, right? Let's just talk about Russia and the U.S. The arsenals are literally pointed at one another right now. So the United States has 1,770 nuclear weapons deployed. Those weapons could launch in as little as 60 seconds and up to a couple minutes. Some of them on the bombers might take an hour. Russia has 1,674 deployed nuclear weapons. Same scenario, their weapon systems are on par with ours. That's not to mention the 12,500 nuclear weapons amongst the 9 nuclear armed nations. But when you think about those kind of arsenals just between the United States and Russia, you realize everything can be launched in seconds and minutes. Then you realize the madness of mass, that this idea that no one would launch because it would assure everyone's destruction. Yes, but what if? And in my interviews with scores of top-tier national security advisors, people who advise the president, who are responsible for these decisions if they have to. Every single one of them said it could happen. They didn't say it would never happen. And so the idea is worth thinking about because I believe that it pulls back the veil on a fundamental security that if someone were to use a tactical weapon, oh well, it's escalated. It's far more than
Tactical weapon, maybe level one, the tactical that could be a catalyst. Like that's a very difficult thing to walk back.
oh my God, almost certainly. And again, every person in the national security will certainly strategic weapons. Those are like big weapons. America has. Then we have our bombers, P-50, B-2, that are nuclear capable. Those take travel time to get to them. Those will be the or redirect once.
That was a particularly terrifying one. So when it launched missile call.
Or redirected. And how the president generally know, as we were talking a moment ago, President Reagan in 1983 gave a press conference where he stated that submarine ballistic they cannot be recalled. So that gives you, here's the guy in charge of the arsenal if it has to get let loose. And he doesn't even know that they cannot be recalled. So this is the kind of misinformation and disinformation and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said he was talking about conflict rising around the world. He said we are one misunderstanding, one miscalculation away from nuclear Armageddon.
Just as I was looking on the previous point of tactical nukes, describing strategic nukes, land launch, bombers, marine launch, tactical nukes.
So that's the triad. We have the triad. Russia has the triad. Tactical nuclear weapons are smaller warheads that were designed for battle. And that is what Russia is sort of threatening to use right now. That is this idea that you would, make a decision on the battlefield in an operational environment to use a tactical nuclear weapon. You're sort of upping the game. But the problem is that all treaties are based on this idea of no you cannot cross that line. And so what would happen if the line is so devastating to consider? I think that the conversation is well worth having. Everyone, that is in a power of position. How, as the UN Secretary General said, this matters, right? This matters. We must come back from the brink. We are at the brink.
Can we talk about some other numbers? You mentioned the number of warheads. Land launch. How long does it take to travel across the ocean? United States, Russia, from Russia to the United States, from China to the United States, approximately how long?
When I was writing an earlier book on DARPA, the Pentagon Science Agency, I went to a library down in San Diego called the Library to look at Herb York's paper. Herb York was the first chief scientist at the Pentagon, DARPA, then called it. And I had been trying to get the number from the various agencies to answer it, like, what is the exact number and how do we know it? Does it change? And, as technology advances, does that number reduce? All these kinds of questions. And no one will answer that question on an official level. And so, much to my surprise, I found the answer in Herb York's, dusty archive of papers. And this is information that was jealously guarded. I mean, it's not necessarily classified, but it certainly wasn't out there. And I felt like, wow, Herb York left these behind for someone like me, right? And what the process that he wanted to know the answer to your question. And as the guy in charge of it all, so he hired this group of scientists, then and still are in many ways like the Superman scientists at the Pentagon, and they're called Jason. Many conspiracies about them abound. I interviewed their founder, and have interviewed many of them. But they whittled the number down, okay? Specifically for Herb York, it goes like this. This is where my jaw dropped, and I went, wow. So 26 minutes, 40 seconds from a launch pad in the Soviet Union to go. And it happens in briefing. Very simple and interesting to remember. Then suddenly all of this makes more sense. Boost phase, mid-course phase, and then terminal phase. Okay? Boost phase, 5 minutes. That's when the rocket launches. Imagine a rocket going off the launch pad and the fire beneath it. Again, that's why the satellites can see it. Now it's becoming visual. Now it makes sense. Okay? 5 minutes. That's where the rocket can track. And then imagine learning, wait a minute, after 5 minutes, the rocket can no longer be seen in space. Satellite can only see the top of the result. Then the missile enters 20 minutes. And that's the ballistic part of it, where it's kind of flying up 500 and 700 miles above the earth and moving very fast and with you until it gets very close to its target. And the last 100 seconds are terminal phase, where the warhead re-enters the atmosphere. 26 minutes. Now, in my scenario, I open North Korea launching a nuclear war, Washington. That's the Neil. That's the bolt out of the blue attack that every. And North Korea has a little bit different geography. And so I had MIT professor emeritus had posted to the map 30 weeks launch pad in Pyongyang the idea. It's about 30 minutes. But hopefully now that allows readers to see all this. You'll you almost see it as as poetry, as terrible as that may sound. You can visualize it and suddenly and I think the sense making part of it is really what I'm after in this book because I want people to understand on one hand it's incredibly simple. It's just people that have been.
But it's one of those things that can change all of world history in a matter of minutes. We just don't as a civilization. But it'll never happen. It can happen just like that.
I mean, I think what you're after, and I couldn't agree more with, like, why is this fundamentally annihilating a system of mass genocide? John Rubel, the book. Why does it still exist? We've had 75 years since two superpowers with the so that threat has been there for 75 years, and we've managed to stay alive. One of the reasons why so many of the sources in the book agreed to talk to me, people who had not previously gone on record about all of this, because they are now approaching the end of their lives. They spent their lives dedicated to preventing nuclear World War III. And they'll be the first people to tell you we're closer to this as a reality than ever before. And so the only bright side of any of this, like the answer lies most definitely.
So there's a million other questions. I think the details are fascinating point to understand. The one you also say, submarine. mentioned about 30 minutes, 26, 33 minutes, but with nuclear submarines, that number could be much, much lower. So how long does it take before you warhead to the missile to reach the coast of the United States submarine?
Just when you thought it was really bad, and then you kind of realize about the submarines. I mean, submarines are what are called second strike capacity, right? And you know, it was submarines were described to me this way. They are as dangerous, and let me say, a nuclear-armed, nuclear-powered submarine is as dangerous as civilization now. Okay, they are unstoppable. They are unlocated. The former chief of the nuclear submarine force, Admiral Michael Connor, told me a great size object than a submarine. Okay, so like hell, and they're moving around throughout the ocean. Ours, Russia, China's, maybe North Korea's, and we now know that picking up and west coast of the 100 miles. How do we know that? Why do we know that? I found a document inside of a budget. The Defense Department was going to Congress for money recently and showed maps precisely where submarines, how close they're getting to the port.
Wait. So nuclear subs are getting within 200 miles?
A couple hundred miles, yeah. Nice number, but when you look at the map, yep. And that's when you're talking about under 10 minutes from launch.
Undetected.
And they're undetectable. The map making is done after the fact because of a lot of underwater surveillance systems that we have. But in real time, submarine. And just the way a submarine launch goes 150 feet below the surface to launch its ballistic missile. I mean, it comes out of the missile tube and with enough thrust that the thrusters, they ignite outside the water, and then they move to cruise. And so the technology involved is just stunning and shocking. And again, trillions of dollars spent so that we never have a nuclear war. But my God, what if we did?
As right, they're called handmade. What a terrifying way. I mean, one of the things you write about the land launch, they're presumably underground silos. How long does it take to go from like pressing the button to them emerging from underground to launch? Is that part detectable or?
So what's interesting about this? America has 400. We've had more, but we have 400, and they're underground, and they're called Minutemen, right? After the Revolutionary War heroes. But the sort of joke in Washington, they're not called Minutemen for nothing. They launch in 1 minute, right? So the president orders the launch of the ICBM for intercontinental. Orders the launch, and they launch 60 seconds later. And then they take 30 some odd minutes to get to where they're going. The submarines take about 14 or 15 minutes from the presidential, from the launch command to actually launch. And that has to do, I surmise, with the location of the submarine, depth. Some of these things are so highly classified, and other details are shockingly available if you look deep enough, or if you ask enough questions. Go from one document to the next, and really.
Not to ask top secret questions, but what degree do you think the Russians know the locations of the silos in the U.S. and vice versa?
Lex, you and I can find locations of every silo right now. They're all there, and before they were there on Google, they were there in maps. We're a democracy, and we need these things now. Okay. Now, what's tricky is that Russia and North Korea rely upon what are called road mobile launchers, right? Russia has a lot of underground silos. All of the scenario takes through these different facilities that really do exist, and they're all sourced with how many weapons they have and their launch procedures and whatnot. But in addition to having underground silos, they have mobile launchers, and that means have one of these giant ICBMs on a 22 axle truck that can move stealthily around the country so that it can't be targeted by the U.S. Defense Department. We don't have those in America because presumably the average, American isn't going to go for like the ICBM road mobile launcher driving down the street in your town or city. Which is why the Defense Department will justify we need second strike capability, the submarine, right? Because, the wonky stuff that is worth looking into as if you really read the book and are like, wait a minute, it's all footnoted where you can learn more about how have changed over time, and why more than anything it's very difficult to get out of this catch-22 conundrum that we need nuclear weapons to keep us. That is the real enigma because the other guys have to, right? And the other guys have more sinister ways of using them, or at least that's what the nomenclature out of the Pentagon will be when anyone tries to just really think about holding.
You've written about intelligence. How good are the intelligence on this? How much does the CIA know about the Russian launch sites and capabilities and command and control procedures and all of this and vice versa?
All of this becomes decades old, really well known. If you go to the Federation of American Scientists, they have a team led by a guy called Hans Christensen who runs what's called the Nuclear Notebook, and he and his team every year are keeping track of the number of warheads on these number of weapons because of the different signatories to all report these numbers. And of course, the different intelligence community people are keeping track of what's being, revealed honestly and reported with transparency, what is being hidden. The real issue is the new systems that Russia is working on right now. And that will lead us, we are kind of moving into an era whereby the threat of actually having new weapon systems that are nuclear capable is very real because of the escalating around it. And that's where the CIA would guess is doing most of its work right now.
So most of your research is kind of looking at older versions. Presumably there's potentially secret development of new ones.
Which violates treaty. So yes, that is where the intelligence. But at a point, it's overkill, literally and figuratively. Right? People are up in arms about these hypersonic weapons. Well, we have a hypersonic weapons program. Falcon, Google Black, right? Lockheed's doing. DARPA exists to create the vast weapons. That is its job. It has been doing that since creation in 1947. I would never believe that we aren't ahead of everyone. Call me, over-informed or naive, one or the other. That would be my position. DARPA works from the chicken or the egg scenario. Like once you learn about something, once you learn Russia's created this, Typhoon submarine, which may or may not, be viable, it's too late if you don't already have it.
We'll probably talk about DARPA a little bit. One of the things that makes me sad about Lockheed that war stimulates large percent of our exciting innovation and engineering. But that's also the pragmatic fact of life, that the risk of annihilation is a great motivator for innovation. But yes, I would not discount the United States' ability to nuclear, again, terrifying. Can you tell me about football called?
I think Americans are familiar with the football, at least anyone who's sort of follows national security concepts because it's a satchel, leather satchel, always with a military aid, Secret Service nomenclature. That's the mil aid, and he's trailing around the president 24/7, 365 days a year, and also the vice president, with the ability to launch nuclear war in that 6 minute window all the time. Okay, that is also called football, and it's always with the president. To report this part of the book, I interviewed a lot of people in the Secret Service that are with the president and talk about this. And the director of the Secret Service, a guy called Lou Merletti, told me a story that I just really found fascinating. He was also in charge of the president's email, President Clinton, this was, before he was director of the Secret Service. And he told me the story about how the football is with the president at all times, period. Okay. They were traveling to Syria, and Clinton was meeting President Assad. And they got into an elevator, Clinton and the Secret Service team, and one of Assad's guys was like, no, like about the mill aid. And Lou said it was like a scandal because there was no way they were not going to have the president with his football in an elevator. And it kind of summed up, for me anyways, realize what could be in every single realize the massive behind every item you might just see passing and glancing on the news as you see the mill aid carrying that satchel. Well, what's in that satchel? I really dug into that to report this book.
What is in that satchel?
Okay, first of all, that is, people say, it's incredibly classified. I mean, people talk about UFOs. It's incredibly, come on, guys. That is nothing burger, right? You want to know what's really classified, what's in that book, in that section. But the Presidential Emergency Action Directives, right? Those have never been. No one knows what they are. What we do know from one of the mill aides on the record, a guy called Buzz Patterson, he described the president's orders, right? So if the nuclear war has begun, the president is told there are nuclear missiles, one or more, coming at the United States. You have to launch in a counterattack, right? The red clock is ticking, you have to get the blue impact clock. He needs to look at this list, decide what targets and what weapons. And that is what is on, according to Buzz Patterson. A piece of sort of laminated plastic, he described it like a Denny's menu. And from that menu, the president chooses target.
And it's probably super old school, like all top secrets are.
And it's non-digital.
It's like literally.
Right? And meanwhile, I learned this only in reporting the book. There is a identical black book inside Stratcom bunker in Nebraska. Okay, so 3 command bunkers are involved when nuclear war begins. Right, there's the bunker beneath the Pentagon, which is called the National Military Command Center. Okay, then there is the bunker in Cheyenne. Everyone has, many people have heard of because it's famous. That is a very real bunker. And then there is a third bunker, which people are not so familiar with. It's the bunker beneath Nebraska. And so it's described to me this way. The Pentagon bunker is the beating heart. The Cheyenne Mountain bunker is the brain. And the Stratcom bunker is the muscle. The Stratcom commander will receive word from the president, launch orders, and then directs the 150,000 people beneath him what to do. Okay, from the bunker. Stratcom. That's before he gets the orders, then he has to run out of the building and jump onto what's called the doomsday. We'll get into that in a minute. Let me just finish the. I mean, but again, these are the details. This is why these are the systematic, sequential details that happen and reporting them. I never seem to be amazed by what a A follows B numerical.
But that's the picture. Each individual person that follows that procedure might lose the picture. Especially when you realize what's happening. That it's not followed.
Or okay, so imagine this. Imagine being the president. You got that 6 minute window. You have to. You're looking at your list. Strike option. You're being briefed by your chairman of the staff, your sector, and other really spooky in the Stratcom bunker. In addition to the nuclear strike advisor who can answer very specific questions, the president. Wait a minute. Why are we striking that, not that? There's also weather officer. And this is the kind of human detail that captures my mind. Because that weather officer is in charge of explaining to the president really fast how many people are going to die and how many people are going to die in minutes, weeks, months, years from radiation.
Because a lot of that has to do with weather.
Yes. Yes. And so these kinds of the humanness, balanced out with the mechanization of it all is it's just really grotesque.
So the doomsday plane track that.
Okay, ready? It's gonna fly in circles. That's where it's going. Flying in circles around the United States of America. Know that nuclear weapons launched from the air after the ground systems are taken out by the incoming submarine launched ballistic missiles. This has been in play since the 50s. These are the contingency plans for when nuclear war happens. So again, going back to the absurd paradox, nuclear war will never happen. Mutual assured destruction. That is why deterrence will. Well, I found that the deputy director of Stratcom gave a very close-knit group, where he said, yes, deterrence will hold, but if it fails, everything unravels. And think about that word, unravel. Right? And the unraveling is, the doomsday plane. Stratcom commander jumps in. He's in that plane, flying around the United States. And he's making decisions. The Pentagon's taken out. At 9/11, by the way, Bush.
And Bush had to make decisions quickly, but not so quickly. Not as quickly as he would have done if there was a nuclear launch.
I mean, it's basically happening in the act. There's the first 24 minutes, the next 24 minutes, and the last. And that is the reality of.
What is the interceptor capability of the United States? How many missiles?
I was at a dinner party with a very informed person, right? Like somebody who really, should have known this. And this is what I was considering writing and reporting this book. And oh, Annie, that would never happen because of our powerful interceptors. Okay? Well, let me tell you about our powerful interceptors. First of all, we have 44 interceptor missiles. Total, period, full stop. Let me repeat, 44. Okay? Earlier, we were talking about Russia's 1,670 deployed nuclear weapons. How are those 44 interceptor missiles going to work, right? And they also have a success rate of around 50%. They work 50% of the time. There are 40 of them in Alaska. There are 4 of them at Vandenberg Air Force Base. Okay? And they are responsible at about 9 minutes into the scenario, right? After the ICBM has finished that 5-minute phase we talked about. Now it's in mid-course phase. And the ground radar systems have identified, yes, this is an incoming ICBM. And now the interceptor missiles have to launch, right? Essentially shooting a missile with a missile. Inside the interceptor, which is just a big giant rocket, in its nose cone, it has what's called a aptly named exo-atmospheric buildium. Okay? There's no explosives in that. It's literally just going to take out the warhead, ideally. So one of them is going like, Mach 20, and moving objects hurtling through space are going. It's astonishing. And the fact that interception is even possible is really remarkable. It's only possible this year.
It's possible that we only know about 44, but there could be a lot more.
Impossible. That I would be willing to bet.
And how well tested?
Well, that's where we get the success rate that's around 50%. And actually, the interceptor program is already this. It's on strategic, right now. Meaning the interceptor missiles are there, but developing them and making them more effective is on strategic pause because they can't be made more effective. People have these fantasies that we have a system like the Iron Dome, and they see it in current events. They're like, oh, our interceptor will do that. It's simply not.
Why can't an Iron Dome be constructed for it?
We have systems I write about called the THAAD system, which is ground-based, and then the Aegis system, which is on decimal. And these are great at shooting down some rockets, but they can only shoot sort of one at a time. You cannot shoot the mother load that's coming. Those are the smaller, right? The tactical. And by the way, our THAAD systems are all deployed over. And our Aegis systems are all out at sea. And again, reporting that, what? You have to really hunker down. Are we sure about this? People really don't want to believe in actual fact. After 9/11, considered putting, Aegis missiles and even that system on the west coast of the United States to specifically deal with the threats against nuclear armed North Korea. But it hasn't done so yet. And again, you have to ask yourself, wait a minute, one nuclear weapon can't buy any of these systems, and it's full out nuclear warfare. So that's more nuclear weapons.
Hopeful thinking about North Korea. How many deployed warheads do we have? The current system that has described it, interceptors, so on, have a hope against the North Korean attack. The one that you mentioned, people are worried about.
So North Korea has 50, let's say 50 nuclear weapons right now. Some NGOs put it at more than 100. It's impossible to know because North Korea's nuclear weapons program has no training. They're the only nuclear armed nation that doesn't announce when they do a ballistic missile test. Everyone else does. No one wants to start a nuclear war by accident. Right? So if Russia's going to launch an ICBM, they tell us. If we're going to launch one, and I'm talking test runs here, with a dummy warhead, we tell them. Not North Korea. That's a fact. So we're constantly up against the fear of North Korea. In this scenario, I have the incoming North Korean 1 megaton, weapon coming in, and the interceptor system tries to shoot it down. So there's not enough. And this, by the way, I ran through by all generals from the Pentagon who run these scenarios for no rest, right? And confirmed all of this as fact. Not this is the situation. So in the scenario, I have the nuclear ICBM coming in, interceptor missiles try to shoot down the warhead. The capability is not like what's called, and look. They can't, there's not enough time to go like, and we're going to try to get it. We missed it. Okay, let's go for another one. So you have to go, right? So in my scenario, we fire off 4, which is about what I was told, 1 to 4, because you're worried about the next one. You're going to use up 10% of your missile force, interceptor force on 1, and all 4 miss. That's the
Right. How likely actual false alarms, Israel, all this kind of stuff in the picture? So, like, we've kind of assumed the detection worked correct. How likely is it possible? Like, anyone, start this long chain of happen. How possible is it to make a mistake, along with it?
There've been at least 6 known, like absolutely, like oh my god, close calls. How thank God this happened. Scenarios. One was described to me with an actual personal participant, former Secretary of Defense, Bill Perry. Right? He described what happened in 1979. He was not yet Secretary of Defense, the Deputy Director of Research and Engineering, which Russia has launched not just ICBM, but submarine launched ballistic missiles are coming at the United States. And he's about to notify the president that the window has to be in. When he learns it was a mistake. The mistake was that there was a training with a nuclear war scenario. Right? We haven't begun to talk about nuclear war scenarios. An actual VHS training had been incorrectly inserted into a system at the Pentagon, and so nuclear launch showed up at the bunker beneath the Pentagon and at the bunker beneath the Stratcom connected as being real. And then it was like, oh, whoops, it's actually a simulation. And Perry described to me what that was like, awe in his spirit and his mind and his heart when he realized I'm about to have to protect the president. And he learned just in the next time that this is an error. And that's one of 5 examples.
Can you speak to maybe there any more color? What's your sense? And given all the experts you talked to, what could be said about the second that one feels when finding out that a launch
Yeah.
if that information is false?
For me personally, that's the only first-hand story that I ever heard. Nowhere. So most people in the national security system, at least in the past, have been loath to talk about anything, right? It's like the sacred oath, taboo to go against the system of systems that is, making sure nuclear war never happens. Perry was the first who did it. And a lot of it, I believe, at least in my lengthy conversations with him, we had a lot of Zoom calls over COVID when I began reporting. And he had a lot to do with me feeling like I could write this book from a human point of view and not just from the mechanized. Because, and I only lightly touch upon this because it's such a vast area, but Perry, for example, spent his whole life dedicated to building weapons of war. Only later in life he realized, and he shared with me that it was that idea about one's grandchildren inheriting these nuclear arsenals and the lack of wisdom that comes with their origin story, right? When you're involved in it from the ground up, apparently it has perhaps you're a different kind of steward of these than if you just inherit them and they are, pages in a manual.
Yeah. You mentioned the kind of what do you know about?
I mean, again, they are very classified, right? I mean, it was interesting coming information levels of classification existed like these exceptionally controlled. But the Pentagon were nuclear wargaming scenarios. They're almost all still classified. One of them was declassified recently, if you can call it that. I show an image of it in the book, and it's basically like almost entirely redacted, and then like there'll be a date, or it'll say like phase one. And that one was called Proud Profit. But what was incredible about the declassification process is that it allowed a couple of people who were there to, okay, and that's why we have that information. And I write about Proud Profit in the book. Super significant in many ways. One, it was happening right in 1983. It was an insane moment in nuclear arsenal. There were 60,000 nuclear weapons. Right now, there's 12,500. So we've come a long way, baby. Right, in terms of disarmament. 60,000. And by the way, that was not the ultimate high. The ultimate high was 70,000. Okay. And Ronald Reagan was president, and he orders this war game called Proud Profit. And everyone that mattered was involved, running war game scenarios. And what we learned from classification is that no matter how nuclear war starts, with NATO involved, without NATO, with all different scenarios, no matter how nuclear war starts, it ends in Armageddon. It ends with everyone dead. I mean, it is shocking when you think about that, coupled with the idea that all that has been done in the 40 some years is, okay, let's just really lean in even harder to this theoretical phenomena of deterrence. That's all it is. It's just like deterrence will hold. Okay, well, what if it doesn't? Well, we know from Proud Profit what happens.
Almost always no mechanism in the human mind and that stops it. The government.
I mean, here's a crazy nomenclature jargon for you. Ready? Escalate, de-escalate. That's what comes out of it. Think about what I just said. Escalate, de-escalate. Someone strikes a weapon, you're going to escalate, right? General Titan, commander, saber rattling. They need to know they launch one nuclear weapon, they launch two, we launch. But it's actually more than that. They launch one, we launch. That's called escalate. Like pound what out of them, get them to stop.
But I mean, there is make a case for that. The reason for madness, because you want to threaten the gigantic response. When it comes to it, the seconds before, there is probability that you pull back.
Which brings us to the most terrifying facts that I learned in all of that has to do with errors, right? Not errors of like we spoke about a minute ago with the simulation test. I'm talking about if one madman, one realistic madman were to launch a nuclear weapon, right in this area, and we needed to escalate, we needed to send nuclear weapons at, let's say, North Korea, as I do in my scenario. Well, what is completely unknown, 98% of the planet, is that not only do the Russians have a very flawed satellite system, so that they cannot interpret what is happening properly, but there is an absolutely existential flaw. Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta confirmed, which is that our ICBM do not have enough range. If we launch a counterattack against Korea, our ICBM must fly. We must fly over. So imagine saying, oh no, these 82, warheads that are going to actually strike the northern Korean Peninsula are not coming from Russia, our adversary right now that we're sort of saber rattling. Just trust them. And that is where nuclear war unfolds. And that hole in national security is shocking. And as Vanetta told me, no one wants to discuss.
And if one weapon does reach a target, communication, for example, or like there's a high risk.
Well, let's back up. We are both presumptuous that communication could even happen prior to. And let me give you a very specific example. During the Ukraine war, okay, if perhaps you remember, I think it was November of 2020, reports erroneously stated that a Russian rocket, a Russian missile had hit Poland, a NATO country. It turned out to be a mistake, but for several hours, this was actually the information that was all over the breaking. Okay. 36 hours later, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, gave a press conference and talked about this and admitted that he could not reach his Russian counterpart during those days. Could not. How are you going to not have an absolute Armageddon-like furor with nuclear weapons in the air if people can't get on the phone during a ground?
I'd like to believe that there are people in the nation that don't give a damn about the bullshit of politics and can always pick up the phone. So very close to the top, but not at the very top, and just cut through the bullshit of it in situations like this.
I hope that's true. I doubt it is. Those, and neither you nor I are. Right? So I just write about POTUS, President of the. I don't. You have no idea what politics are because they shouldn't matter. No one should be for nuclear war, or no one should be for nuclear. And national insecurity. Yes, you want to have a strong nation, but once you get into politics, then you're talking about sycophants. And the more a political leader becomes divisive, becomes polemic, the more his platform is predicated on hating the other side, either within his own country or with alleged enemy nations. The more you surround yourself, in the current day, not only what they think you want to hear, but will help them hold on to power. So you don't have wise. Long gone are the days when we had presidents who had advisors on both sides of the aisle. That's really important because you wanna have differing opinions. But as things become more viperous, both here in the United States and in nuclear armed nations, all bets are off at whether your advisors are going to give you good advice.
Who are the people around the president of the United States that give advice in that window? How many of them, maybe the detail of that, but also the spirit of the way they see the world? How many of them are warmongers? How many of them are kind of big picture, peace, humanity thinkers?
Well, again, we're talking about that 6-minute window. So it's not exactly like, let me put a pot of coffee on what you think. We can strategize, right? You have your SecDef and your chairman, maybe the vice chairman. And, okay, we haven't even begun to talk about the fact that at the same time, these advisors also have a parallel concern, and that's called contingency. Okay? So while they're trying to advise on nuclear counter in response to the incoming nuclear missile, they have to be thinking, how are we going to keep the government functioning when the missiles start hitting, the bombs start going? And that is about getting yourself out of the Pentagon, let's say, getting yourself to one of these nuclear bunkers that I write about at length. So how much can you ask of a human, right? A human is a and imagine that job. We're all trying to advise them. And then there's also a really interesting term which I learned about called jamming the president, which is often understood in Washington that the military advisors would, I don't know if it's legit, we've never seen it put to the test, but jamming the president means military advisors are going to push for really aggressive counterattack. And again, you're the president. He's not really been paying attention to this because he has many other things to deal with. Speed is not conducive to wisdom.
Jamming the presidency, your sense is the advisors by default pushing for aggressive counterattack.
That is a term in sort of the national security, nuclear command and control, historical documentation that many of the people that you might call more dovish type people are, worried about. That the more hawkish people are going to, military advisors, right, are going to be jamming the president to make these decisions about which target, not if, but what.
The argument will be about which target,
yes.
not about if. I hope that even the warmongers would, at this moment, because what underlies the idea of the United War? It's power. It's like wanting to destroy the enemy, the big guy on the block. Nuclear war just feels like that falls apart. Do you think warmongers actually believe they can win a nuclear war?
Well, you've raised a really important question that we looked at historical record for that after, right? Because astonishing, all of this, like when Russia first got the bomb in 1949, the powers that be, and I write about them in the book as a setup for the first, for the moment of launch, right? Like it's called How We Got Here. And I cite, declassified documents from some of these early meetings where nuclear war plans were being laid out. And absolutely, back in the 1950s, the generals, the admirals that were running the nuclear command and control believed that we could fight and win a nuclear war, fight hundreds of millions of people. This was the prevailing thought. And only over time did the kind of concept come into play that no, we can never have a nuclear war. It's the famous Gorbachev and Reagan joint statement. And nuclear war cannot be won or be. But before that, many people believed that it could be won, and they were preparing for that.
Not to be, but cognitive here, riding on the president. There are tests that are conducted in training procedures for the president, where else? No.
I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think it has to do with, I think it's an earnest question, a really powerful one. And if people were to ask that question of themselves or their sort of, dinner party guests or their family around the dinner table guests, you might come to a real good conclusion about how bad our political system is and how bad our presidential candidates are. Because why on earth there would be two candidates, one of whom has cognitive problems and the other has judgment problems? These are the two biggest issues with nuclear launch: judgment and cognition. And so, where's the young-ish, thoughtful, forward-looking, wise, dedicated civil servant running for president? I know that sounds fantastic, but I wish it was.
So that's one of the things to really think about for president is this scenario. These 6 minutes. Imagine the man or woman sitting there for minutes waiting for the pot of coffee.
But I think about that issue with any, right? I mean, prior to writing Nuclear War Scenario, I previously wrote 6 books on military and intelligence programs designed to prevent. And I believe the president as commander in chief should be of the highest character because the programs, the wars that we have fought have all been. How many octogenarian sources I interviewed? I'm talking about Nobel laureates and weapons designers, spy pilots, engineers in general. All said to me with great pride, we prevented World War III, nuclear World War III, right? And but that idea that the commander in chief and everyone within the national security apparatus should be making really good decisions about war. It's the oldest cliche in the world that the wars are fought by the young kids, and that it's not a cliche, it's true. And so the character part about the president should be in play, whether we're thinking about nuclear war or any, in my opinion.
Well, I agree with you, but it feels like nuclear war, one person exponentially more important. With regular war, the decision to go to war or not, advisors start mattering more. There's judgment issues. You can start to make arguments for more leeway in what kind of people we elect. Except with nuclear war, there's no leeway. One person resist the jamming the president force, the warmongers, like all the calculations involved in considering terrorism, the flying over Russia, full dynamics of geopolitics going on in the world. Consider all of humanity, the history of humanity, the future of humanity. All of it loaded in, make, and then it becomes cognitive ability, or strong, and your judgment ability against against powerful, wise people, just being. So I think that's something to really, really consider when you vote for president. But which degree is it really on the president versus people advising?
Oh no, the president has, and that window happens so fast. I mean, the president is going to be part of that service, up against Stratcom. Stratcom, these launch, we need the launch orders, and the Secret Service is going to be saying we need to move the president. So it's not as much delegating issues, more like the issue being postponed, because there is only one issue for the president to say these targets, for him to choose from the Benny's like menu. Okay, this is what we're going to go with, and then this astonishing thing happens. The president pulls, takes out his wallet. He has a card in it that's locally biscuit. And that card with the codes matches up an item in the briefcase in the football that then is retrieved by an officer underneath the Pentagon in that bunker. It's all and response. It's like Alpha Zeta, right? That's it. And that then back so that the individual in the bunker realizes they are getting the command from the president. And then that order is passed. Stratcom, the commander of Stratcom, and I interviewed a former commander of Stratcom. Commander of Stratcom then follows orders, which is delivers launch orders to the nuclear triad. And what's done is.
What would you do if you were the commander of Stratcom in this situation? What would you do? Because I think my gut reaction right now, if you just throw me in there, I would.
Okay, so good question. I asked that exact question to one of my very helpful sources in the book, Dr. Glenn McDuff, who is at Los Alamos and who for a while was the classified, a museum that's classified within the lab. And he was the historian in right? So he's the weapons engineer, Star Wars, Reagan era, and he does a lot having to do with the history of Los Alamos. And by the way, the Oppenheimer really, because I reported on nuclear weapons for 12 years now, and Oppenheimer movie had a very, to me, positive impact on Alamo transparency. Like me, they had a real willingness to share information. I think before perhaps they were on their heels, they needed to be on the defensive, but now they're much more forthcoming. Super helpful. I can tell you the origin story of the football, which they declassified for the book. But I asked this question to Dr. Glenn McDuff, right? Like, in a different manner, I said, is there a chance that the Stratcom commander would defy orders? And he said, Annie, you have a better chance with power.
Why? Jewish should be.
You don't wind up as Stratcom commander unless you are someone close.
You don't think there's a because his intuition about everything we know so far, but this situation has never happened.
Well, all right, so you're raising a really tricky, interesting conundrum here, because during COVID, when President Trump and the leader of North Korea were kind of locked in various relationships with one another, good, bad, threatening, non-threatening, friendly, just bananas, you might say, like not presidential. If you were someone watching that, like I did, nerding out on what Stratcom was actually saying about all this, you noticed that Stratcom commanders were speaking out publicly to Congress more so than ever I had ever seen. And this issue came up. Would you defy presidential order? So the caveat I would say, McDuff's answer of easier to win the Powerball, right? That if the commander of Stratcom interpreted the president's behavior to be unreliable, to be non-presidential, then ... But now you're in really radical territory.
Well, fundamentally, it feels like looking at all the presidents in the United States in my lifetime, it feels like none of them are qualified. So, like, I could see, I could see it being the commander of Stratcom being like, this guy, basically respecting no president. I know he's supposed to commander, but in this situation, saying everybody, Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, I was the commander of Stratcom. What does this guy know about anything? It, I would defy orders. I mean, this situation with the future civilization hangs in the balance. To be the person that says yes, launch, no matter what, I just can't see America in the United States of America. That's a hell of a like that's it. That's it.
But now you've raised a great, important, presentation, essentially, because what you're saying is people be aware, right? Be aware of why you're voting or why certain individuals are being escalated to being able to run for president. What does that mean? Why are people in America not more involved? As citizens, we have a responsibility for that because you've opened up the door for people to understand. Okay, the ultimate thing is the nuclear launch. So if a person can't be trusted with that, everything spirals, everything unravels.
Also, I want to look up. Speaking of which, you've interviewed a lot about. Is there a commonality of talked about a little bit of the way they see this whole situation, what scares them the most about this whole system and the whole possibility of nuclear war?
I first learned about nuclear weapons from a guy called Al O'Donnell, who appears in earlier books, because I interviewed over a period of 4.5 years because he was an engineer who actually wired nuclear bombs in the 1950s. He was a member of the Manhattan Project in 1946, worked on Operation Crossroads, first explosions of nuclear bombs after the war ended, after World War II ended, went on to arm, fire, and fire 180 out of the 200 some odd atmospheric nuclear tests that the United States did, or this was banned. And so I learned from him the power of these weapons, right? And I learned from him this very almost nationalistic idea about how important it was to have nuclear weapons. And while I learned a lot about his human side, I also saw the side of him that was very Cold War warrior, right? And then, so he was kind of the first. And then, I don't know, there's been 100 people that have been directly involved in nuclear weapons. The way Billy Waugh was my subject of my main sort of central figure in a book I wrote about the CIA paramilitary called Surprise, Kill, Vanish. And Waugh payload jumped a tactical nuclear weapon into the Nevada test site with a small team, almost right? Only recently declassified. And so his position was like, tactical nuclear weapons may end up being used. So I'm trying to speak here to the scope of different people I have interviewed over the years, right? And what has happened is as I've gotten closer to the present day, careers, there seems to be a growing movement from some of these Cold Warriors off the position of nuclear weapons make us great and strong toward beat this threat.
How much do you know, in the same way that you know about the United States, you know about the Russian side, the Chinese side, India, Pakistan, or what?
Yes, well, if you want to go, so in Russia, for example, there's a guy called best expert on Russian nuclear. He works in parallel with the UN. He also studied, and he interviews my information. Like, you do all the footwork, know what questions, and I learned from him about how the Russian command and control goes down. And it's very similar to ours because America and Russia have been at sort of nuclear duel with one another 75 years now. And so everything we have, they have, right? With the exception of we have a great satellite system and they have a super flawed. Even Hodvik admitted that there's serious flaws in Sandra. The Russian satellite system, for example, mistakes sunlight for flame, clouds for a nuclear launch. That, okay? And, what was interesting for this recent, very, very dangerous shift in the Russian nuclear policy. Many Russian experts will tell you that Russia has always maintained that it never had a launch on warning. Now, I don't know if I believe that's true, but I'm just telling you what they. And this is coming from the Cold War general, Soviet Russia, saying, "Oh no, we would wait." They're kind of playing the Cold Warrior. We would wait to absorb a nuclear attack until we launched. So many American, experts will say that that's posturing propaganda, because that was their official position, and that changed just when Putin gave his speech, and he said that their position they will no longer wait to absorb an attack. That once they learn of how to phrase it, called it like the trajectory of the missile, right, which is a way of about parity. The same way we see the missile coming over in mid-course. Putin made that statement and said we will
What do you know of the way nuclear weapons work? There's something allude to in which contemplate.
I don't know, but if I had to guess, it would go like this. Look at his background. He comes from intelligence, right? So my experience is old timers who spent decades working for the CIA or even NRA, NSA. I know the way they think from having spent hours. And then I know the way that, military men is very different, right? And Putin's not a military person per se. He's an intelligence officer. So what would concern me there if I had to guess about his mindset has to do with paranoia, right? Most intelligence officers must have a degree of healthy paranoia or they're going to wind up dead, right? And so that's not a great quality to have.
More trigger happy, perhaps. So you're more prone to respond to erroneous signals.
You'd be sick. You can see that now. There's such a, credible distrust and sort of real conflict between Russia, between its leader and NATO, between its leader and all of the West. And then that is fueled by his closest advisors. Kind of, they seem, from the statements they have made that I've read in translation, they seem to be fostering that same idea that, NATO really has Russia. America really has it. That is so dangerous and disheartening.
That perhaps makes it less likely that the president will pick up the phone and talk to the other president.
And or that the close advisors near the president will make that happen.
You were talking about the procedure with the football. Is there any concern of cyber attacks or security concerns of every level, false signals, errors, shutting down the channels of communication, cyber attacks, all that kind of stuff?
To answer those questions, I interviewed a number of people, but most specifically General Chu, who was Obama's cyber chief. He was actually America's first cyber chief. And the nuclear command and control system, and really the triad, functions on analog. It functions on old school systems. If there's not digital interface, you can't hack into it. So most of the issues that I raised in the book have to do with what happens to cyber after a nuclear attack. The ability to communicate, and that's when chaos takes control.
Let's talk about it. So, God forbid, if a nuclear weapon reaches its target, what happens? What perhaps you could say would you think would be the first target hit? Would it be the Pentagon?
I was told by many that the biggest fear in Washington rolled out of the attack. That's an unwarranted nuclear attack against Washington, D.C. The target would be the Pentagon. And that's what I began in the scenario, And I reported in graphic, horrifying detail what happened. Because I don't know what's worse, me writing that all out or the fact that it's all documented by the Defense Department. I mean, they have been documenting the effect of nuclear weapons on people and animals and things since the earliest days of it. And all of the details I pull are from these documents like the effects of nuclear weapons. And again, this document was the original information, the original data in this document comes from Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? It was all classified. And then it was built by those 200 some odd atmospheric nuclear weapons we did. And we're talking about like millimeters. We're talking about the Defense Department knowing that, oh, 7.5 miles out, the upholstery on cars will spontaneously combust. Pine needles will catch on fire. They will start more fires. You have all kinds of mayhem and chaos happening, um, based on reported facts of observation. And this is really shocking, grotesque.
So one thread reaches Pentagon. Everybody
180 degrees. The fireball on a 1 megaton nuclear weapon is 19 foot fire. Think about it. Nothing remains. Nothing remains.
then a radius where die immediately. There's people that are dead and found, and then there's people that will die slowly. Trick rings.
And again, rings defined by cancer. But before that, the bomb goes off. Then there's this blast wave that's like several hundred miles an hour, pushing out those, knocking every building. I mean, you can read FEMA manual about what the rubble is like. About 30 feet rubble as the buildings go over 6, 7, 8, 10 miles out. That speaks nothing that will then do. All these and third degree radiation burns. Do you even know there was fourth degree? Right? We're talking about wind ripping the skin off people's faces many miles. Um, and then you have a big sucking action, right? Everyone is, many people are familiar with what the nuclear mushroom cloud looks like. Yeah, it actually creates, again, this advised sucking up into the nuclear stem, 300-mile-an-hour wind, about people miles out, getting sucked up into that stem. When you see the mushroom complex, that is, in a nuclear war, that would be people. Those are like the remnants of people and of things in the cloud, 30, 40 mile wide, blocking out the sun. And that speaks nothing of the radiation.
And then power grid goes out. Basically, everything we rely on in terms of systems in our way of life goes out. You write, quote, somehow managed to escape death by initial blast, shockwave, and firestorm suddenly realized in cities about nuclear war. They're entirely uncontrollable. Here begins a quote fight for water. That is wake-up call on top of a wake-up call. And we go back to a kind of primitive fight for survival.
And by the way, those details were given to me by Obama's Craig Fugate, who was in charge of the FEMA is the agency in America that plans for nuclear. And what Fugate said to me was, Annie, we plan for asteroids. These are called low probability but high consequence events. And FEMA is the organization that, when there's a hurricane or an earthquake or a flood, FEMA steps in. And they do what's called population protection. They take care of people. What Fugate told me is after a nuclear strike, after a bolt out of the blue attack, there is no population. Everyone's dead, right? And he means that metaphorically, but also kind of literally. Because he just said, at that point, you just hope that you stop.
What do you think happens? Like, how does human nature manifest itself in this condition? Do you think like brutality would come out? Will survival will murder?
I can't imagine that not happening. I think that's why people love post-apocalyptic television shows and films, because they see that. And of course, there's always one great charismatic person trying to restore morality. And these are great narratives that people like tell themselves in the world of science fiction. But what we're dealing with is science fact in this scenario. And it is meant to terrify people into realizing, wait a minute, this is the conversation that absolutely should be had, while it can still be, because the reality, you have the director of FEMA telling you that it's a real wake up. And by the way, Craig Fugate was so transparently human with me, and I quote him directly in the book, but he spoke about, you asked me earlier about like what would be going through the president's mind, and we don't know, I don't know. But Craig Fugate told me what would be going through his mind. And he said, along the lines, I'm paraphrasing, like it's almost something you couldn't comprehend. It would just like ruin you. You know, his words are really powerful. And of course, the FEMA director in the scenario is notified in that first window while the missile is on its way, and no one in America yet knows. And I have the FEMA director pull over to the side of the road and jump in a helicopter that's meant for him, take him to this bunker that FEMA goes to Mount Leather. And so he's aware that he was aware that as FEMA director, he would likely be taken to a safe place, however many hours you're going to be safe, or days, or maybe weeks, or maybe. But as I also learned from the cyber people I interviewed, that there's a complete fallacy that these military bases functioning. They run on diesel fuel. When the fuel stops, there's no more junk.
Electricity's gone, communication lines are all gone, supply, all of it. All the supply chain is gone. Terrifying. And that's just the first few hours. In 5, described it after the first hour. What happens first? What happens one?
For that, I was super privileged to talk to Professor Brian Kuhn, who's one of the original 5 authors of the nuclear winter theory. And that theory was published in the early 1980s. One of the professors was Carl Sagan, who was sort of the most famous author of the nuclear winter theory. And, there were all kinds of controversies about it when it came out, including the Defense Department saying Soviet propaganda, which it was. And what the nuclear winter authors conceded back in the 80s was that their modeling was just the best it could be based on what they had. And so now, flash forward to where we are in 2024, and talking to Professor Kuhn, who's been working on this issue for all these decades since, he shared with me how the climate models today, the systems we have, computer systems reveal that actually nuclear winter is right. So, to answer your question, the bomb stopped falling. In my scenario, 72 minutes after the bomb stopped falling. And then the mega fires begin. Each nuclear weapon will have, according to the Defense Department, a mega fire that will burn between 100 and 300 square miles. So 1,000 weapons, 1,500 weapons. Well, think about those mega fires. Everything is burning. Forests. Think about the pyrotoxins. High rises. And all of this soot is lofted in the air. Some 300 billion pounds of soot. What happens? And without sun, we have nuclear winter. We have a situation whereby ice sheets form. You're talking about bodies of water in places like Iowa being frozen for years.
The temperature drops.
Temperature plummets, right? And there are all kinds of papers that have been written about this, using modern calculus, and numbers vary, but the bottom line is agriculture.
Obviously, dies. So agriculture system completely shuts down. So the food sources shut down. There's no food. There's no sun. Temperature drops completely. No electricity.
And we haven't even spoken of radiation poisoning, because, the radiation poisoning kills many people in the aftermath of the nuclear exchange. But after the nuclear freeze ends, after nuclear winter, after the sun starts to come back, let's say 8, 9, 10 years, now you have no ozone layer, or you have a severely depleted ozone layer. So the sun's rays now poison. So you have people living underground. And you have this great thawing. With that great thawing comes pathogens. And you have this, system where small-bodied animals, insects and whatnot, begin to reproduce really fast, and the larger-bodied animals like you and me begin to go extinct. Professor Kuhn said it to me this way. He said, 66 million years ago, an asteroid hit Earth, killed all the dinosaurs, wiped out 70% of the species. The nuclear war would likely. And so here we are talking about this because there is a difference. There's nothing you can do about an asteroid. There is something.
Do you think it's possible that some humans will survive all of this? Look, how long would it be? Decades, centuries before you start to have Earth starts to have the capacity to grow.
Carl Sagan talks about that. This amazing book that he wrote with two scientist colleagues called Cold and Dark. And they have a bunch of essays about exactly this, right? What would happen and how long would it take? It's really interesting. It's dated, it's from the 80s. Man, is it shocking. And you think about that, where, okay, so men return to the worst, most base versions of themselves. Civilization is gone. Civil society. There's no rule of law. Fend for yourself. There's, people fighting over what little resources there are. Man returns to a hunter-gatherer state. And to really think about this idea, I looked at the oldest known archaeological site in the world in Turkey, Göbekli Tepe. And it's really fascinating to me because I interviewed one of the two archaeologists who first found this site. And the lead archaeologist was a guy named Klaus Schmidt, and Michael Morsch was the young graduate student. And Morsch's description of coming upon this rumored to be site, there was something called the wishing tree on the site, which I just found so human and perfect, that it was this magical place, and it was locatable because there was a wishing tree on the hill that people went to wish, to hope that their wishes came true. I mean, how human is that, right? And that is where the wishing tree, in the shadow of the wishing tree, there was a text, which is a hill. And beneath that, there is the oldest civilization in the world. 12,000 years ago, a group of hunter-gatherers built this site. Why, we don't know. But I imagine, through Morse's descriptions of coming upon, he tripped on a rock, right? Tripped over a stone. It turned out to be the top part of a 12,000-year-old sculpted man, giant pillar, right? And he talks about coming upon that, and then no one knows really what Göbekli is for. That makes my mind try and answer the question you asked me internally, right? Just as a human who's here on Earth, the amount of time I'm here, if there were a nuclear war, what would it be like? What would it be like with someone in the future? Are we become archaeologists one day? Would civilization rebuild? Would we develop computers? No. It's interesting to think about. I hope we never have to.
Remember, it is terrifying to think that most of it would be forgotten. Everything would kind of assume will not be forgotten. I think maybe some of the technological developments will be forgotten. We assume like some of history won't be forgotten. Realistically, especially the us descending into primitive survival, probably everything in the industrial age will be forgotten. Like everything. Maybe some religious ideas will stories and myths will persist. But like all the wisdom was higher levels of technological gone. Like terrifying to think about. And like maybe even as you touch on the very fact that war might be forgotten. The lessons of war might be forgotten. That there's these weapons, there's the obvious elephant in the room, one of the things that's completely forgotten. It becomes so vague in the recollection that our understanding change. Of God descending on earth and destroyed it. Maybe that's how the logical interpretation of the but it's terrifying that it could together.
But I think the idea of the what is buried becomes very interesting, very human, and in a strange way, optimistic and positive. Visualize that wishing tree, and I have a picture of it in the book. One of the archaeologists who work on that, right? What were they wishing? What were they wishing, right? And then you think of your own self, what do I wish for in this world, right? Because, I do think all things come from what happens, metaphorically around the dinner table, right? Like what people put their eyes on becomes interesting and expands what people talk about. And ultimately, when you think about the long arc of time and civilization, it does kind of make you want to communicate more with your enemy, with your adversary. And, I think about what Einstein is said, that he was asked what weapon World War III would be fought with. And he said, I don't know, but I know that World War IV would be fought with sticks and stones.
Let me ask you about the great filter. When you look up our galaxy, our universe, look up at the sky, do you think there's other alien civilizations that are contending a question? And perhaps we have not definitively seen alien civilizations because the others have failed to find a solution to the great filter, something like nuclear weapons.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to think about that question. But what does come to mind is an answer that was given to me similarly greater. And Mitchell was vilified and got back from the moon because it became known that he believed in things like extrasensory perception and this kind of mystical, metaphysical way of looking at the world. And he really suffered from that. I mean, he was ridiculed and he lost a lot of his career and his friends. But what he said to me in our interview about his trip home from the moon answers that great filter question, I think, in a way I might want to adopt, right? Which is this, that he said that as they were returning from the moon to Earth, he looked down at the Earth and I'm paraphrasing, I read all this in Phenomenon earlier, but he's paraphrasing, he looked down from the Earth and it was 1971 and he thought about all the conflict going on down below, particularly the Vietnam War, where many of his friends were. And then he looked behind him into the great vast galaxy. And he had a moment, he says, it was like an epiphany, like not a near death experience, but a near life, right? Where he believed that the human consciousness, where so much of this thoughtfulness about metaphysics and ESP perhaps come from. Mitchell's theory was that human consciousness, the way to understand it was something to do with realizing that man's inner life and man's outer life are deeply connected in the same way that man is connected to the galaxy. And he said it much more eloquently, but you kind of get the idea that, and I think it's why humans always love to look up, right? Um, that that there's more there, and it's a bit like the wishing, like it's like a big version of the wishing. What do I wish for? And what is maybe perhaps the realignment of those of us in search of happiness, right? Rather than you know, what does it mean to have consciousness? What does it mean to be a thinking person? What does it mean to be on Earth, be born, to live, to die? And then there is legacy. So all of those ideas are, I think, foster the kind of conversation that de-escalate conflict.
Yeah, so in some deep way, mysteries of what's out there when you look out to the stars, are the same mysteries that we find trying to understand the human mind. And they're coupled in some way. For me, thinking about alien civilization out there, really the same kind of question. What are we? What are we doing here? How do we come here? Why does it seem so magical and powerful? Where's it going? It feels like really, perhaps the first time in history, are in a moment where we can destroy ourselves. So naturally, you ask, well, where's others like us? Perhaps we never go to a place where we destroy ourselves. It's basically inevitable that we destroy ourselves. And it's sufficiently wise to know that. But like you said, probably the answer to that are in here. We don't need to look out there. I'd love to ask you about the expansion perception phenomena. U.S. government some of the more interesting responsibilities by the government in general. What is it? What do you know of it?
This is so interesting to report because I spend so much time with like mechanized war machines. Yet the military and intelligence were and continue to be incredibly interested in the human mind, in consciousness. And so, if one is called hard science, what we're talking about now is pushing, right? And it was really interesting to delve into that world. Couldn't be farther from from weapons and war, or could it, right? And then I really began thinking, well, before science and technology, sort of the supernatural world, the Oracle of Delphi, Greece, or the, before the Common Era rulers go and beg to learn from the powers that be what was going to happen, right? So all ESP programs, I think, that origin story, right? The leaders desire to know. And so I really found it amazing that many people think these systems, rather these programs started in the 70s. I learned they actually began right after World War II. And that was because, and here, in my reporting, I find all things sort of always back to the Third Reich, the Nazis. Nazis had a massive occult program, an ESP program, psychokinesis program, astrology. Both Hitler and Himmler were deeply interested in occult concepts. And after I learned from records of the National Archives that after the war, you know, the Soviet half of everything went to the Soviet Union, and I'm talking about the trove of Nazi documents from which the superpowers were then going to learn to fight future wars, and half of them went to the United States. And so we got this uh, trove of documents about all of this, and the Soviets got the other. And so it set off a kind of psychic arms race in a weird way, parallel the nuclear arms race we've been talking about, in as much that it led one side to constantly wonder what the other side had.
Have they been able to find anything interesting in this squishy science analysis, trying to see how the human mind can be used as a weapon?
The CIA most definitely, from my reading of the document, that there was something very legit, shall we say, about ESP. Couldn't uncontrollable, unreliable, but nonetheless, and being the intelligence agency that they are, they cared less about why it worked. They just wanted to know how they could. And then it got into all kinds of elements, placebo effect, you know, and when the military stepped in and got involved in the program, that was a complete disaster in my opinion, because the military needed to control everything in a mechanized, systematic way. And so they started, for example, teaching people psychic, which is a really, really, really bad idea. I mean, and flash forward to where we are today. These programs still exist. There's a Navy program which is working on based on a lot of data that came back from the war on terror, with certain soldiers knowing, don't walk down that path. They're fighting, and they call this fighting. Actually, program works. So these things never go away. They circle around the, being made fun of and seriously and a little of this and that. My takeaway from writing that book was a quote that I referenced at the beginning, which Thomas here says, "Men define situations real, they are real."
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, the fascinating concept. By the way, short plug, started listening to Andrew Huberman, podcast about the effect.
You know the origin story of that? You ready for this? CIA. Okay? And not only that, I can tell you that Dr. Henry Beecher, Harvard, I think he was also at MIT for a bit, he came up with that term. You might even say for the.
That's so much of the CIA.
I mean, the placebo concept or the
placebo concept, but a lot of the sort of investigation.
I have such mixed feelings about the CIA, as one should. I think you should have mixed feelings about anything that you cover as a reporter or as a human, because, and maybe change that from mixed to, conflicted, right? Because there are really positive elements of every organization within the federal government. I mean, my first learning about the CIA came from the work I did on the Area 51 book about their aerial reconnaissance programs set up, again, to prevent World War III, right? Nuclear World War III. This idea, information, YouTube spy paper developed out at Area 51, and I interviewed Herbie Stockman, first man to fly over the Soviet Union. He gathered all this intelligence, prevented wars. Later, I wrote a book about the CIA's paramilitary. Surprise can vanish. So, just when I was thinking, wow, the CIA is doing all this amazing, non-kinetic activity with aerial reconnaissance, then you learn about their kill programs and
Turns out, as you write in that book, that the CIA assassinates people sometimes, and we'll talk about it. But anyway, like you said, conflicting feelings.
I mean, I work with sources to report my book, and so put yourself in my shoes, right? I interview for dozens or hundreds of hours my primary sources. In the case of Price Vanish book, I traveled the longest serving CIA operator back to the scene of the crime. Back to the battle. We went to Hanoi, we went to Havana. And you really get to know someone, and that's when I say conflicting. I work with sources on a real trust basis, right? And sometimes people tell me things, they'll say, Annie, this is off the record. This is for you to know about me on deep background because I want you to know who I am. And that's powerful. And a lot of times it's personal, right? It's personal. It's not a personal life. And they don't want that. And it isn't apropos to what I'm writing about. But I need to know that. And that's where it gets conflicted because in a good way. Because you realize we're all such creatures of our personal life, right? So you have a professional life where your national security are in your hands. I don't know what that is like.
I wonder if you could do that interview so many powerful people, fascinating people. And as you've spoken about, trust is fundamental to that. They open up their show you to their world. What does it take to do that?
I think we were talking about trust earlier. Like you have to trust. I have to trust. There's a reason I find myself in this situation. Otherwise, it would just be a constant, doubt paradox, right? Why am I here? What am I doing? And so I trust that I'm going to learn something of value. And so I'm willing to listen. I really am willing to listen, right? And so far, always proven, the expectations I might have going into something are dwarfed by the outcome because people are so interested. And because the people that I interview, because I write about war and weapons, national security, government secrets, and the people I interview are at the heart of all of this. I mean, they are really capable, intellectually brilliant, physically capable. They go so far out on the limb to do their job. And by the way, the reason they're talking to me is because and so many of their colleagues. So it gives them also a wisdom about, life, about sacrifice, not in cliched, sort of nationalistic, jingoistic terms whatsoever. I'm talking like what is their real. When I went to Vietnam with Billy Law, I mean, so much of it was the details are just, every day, right? I mean, starting with the fact that he showed up at my house with a giant suitcase and a bunch of clothes, dry cleaning pressed clothes in plastic carrying them. Like, Billy, we're going to Vietnam and we're going back into the jungle to find the Oscar 8 battles. Like, what are you carrying, right? He got really mad at me, not like anyone correcting him. And I got my husband on the job, like, Kevin, you got to sort this out, right? And what transpired was that Billy Law had never taken a trip for some reason. He operated in 62 countries every single time for the CIA. And it would go like this, Billy, go to there and get to there, right? And that's what he would do. When he arrived, whatever he needed, he would get. It's not a fashion trip, right? So he had no idea how to turn over the trip. This is like, oh my God, how can you not have the huge smile on your face going into this? Boy, the guy is 89 years old. He's got 8 bullets, he had 8 Purple Hearts from Vietnam, right? I mean, he operated against Osama bin Laden 10 years after 9/11. He went after bin Laden in Afghanistan in 72. He went after Gaddafi during the Arab Spring when he was 80. And now here he is with me going, I have one, you know? Details, details. But my husband repacked his bag and, like got him a proper suitcase that was carryable and small and didn't have the hangers, wasn't trailing the hangers. But it was the trip home in the taxi that I got a really big regret. Billy reached into that small suitcase my husband had given him and pulled out a rolled up American flag. And he'd taken this flag. Because I had tried to help him pack and he wouldn't let me. I just thought it was like an old guy being stubborn, but he didn't want me to see that he was bringing an American flag to him. And he wanted to bring that flag and take it around everywhere. Explain to me honor all of his friends who died there. 50 years. And then when the trip was finished, that flag. And that's the kind of relationship that you can develop with people as a reporter if you're willing to go the extra mile with them, to trust them, that they'll tell you things of value. Something like that is as of value as any secret mission I'm able to get declassified. Because we are a nation.
And probably there's a bunch of details that you can't possibly express in words. Left unspoken, but you saw in the silence, the creativity, the sadness, the maybe you could see in his face looking back at memories of the people he's lost, all that kind of stuff. You mentioned you wrote a book on Area 51. For people who don't know, you've written a lot about security, military, secrets, all this kind of stuff. So Area 51 is one of the legendary of all of these kinds of topics. High level first, what is Area 51? As you understand it, as you think about the lore and the reality.
I think everybody wants to know about Area 51. It's like this American enigma, It's like to some people, it's the Shangri-La of, test bed aerospace program, right? To others, it's like captured aliens, right? So things get declassified after decades, not everything, but some, and that allows you to piece together stories.
A lot of people that work there, what can you describe the history of technological development about that?
Area 51 is huge, but it's secret, top secret military facility inside a top secret military facility inside the Nevada Tech training range, which is massive, not secret, right? So you're just talking about layers, talk about peeling the onion in reverse. And it began as a place to test spy planes. And literally the CIA set up shop there to build this plane away from the public eye. And then that led to another espionage platform, the B-12 Oxcart, which is, anyone who's seen the X-Men movies knows about the SR-71. And that's two seasons, right? And before that, there was a B-12 Oxcart. And that was the CIA stealth Mach 3 spy plane. Think about that in the early 1960s. Astonishing. And I interviewed the pilots who flew it.
What did they say about it?
Oh my God! I mean, look, I described in detail in Area 51, but also the amazing thing, Lex, about that was that, I just look back on that with such fun, like in 2009 when I was reporting that, and many of the guys who were in their 80s and 90s were World War II heroes, like serious World War II heroes, like Colonel Slater, commander of Area 51. He flew the U-2 on the missions called the Black Cat mission over China in the early 90s about their Lockmore nuclear facility, right? So all of these things tie in reporting on military and intelligence programs. But these guys had been World War II heroes and they were given this cushy job out at Area 51, you know, and it just came with all the perks. Colonel Slater, one perk I just loved so much. They all had a hankering for lobster one day, right? Here they are in the middle of the desert in Nevada, and they have these really fast, you know, and they literally called, like they arranged. They didn't take the ox guard out for that one, but they got some lobster from Massachusetts, like delivered to them in like record time, even if you put them on ice, you know. And again, those are the details that, God, at least for me, thank God I got these details because they're all fast.
So there's a lot of incredible things going on there. So the legend, lore, like you said, alien. Were there ever aliens in the area? As you said,
So I didn't hundreds
there were.
in the net. Well, not just Area 51, but in all of the different national security, military, and intelligence programs. And I personally have no reason to believe that aliens have ever visited. That's just me
Just
personally.
the Earth theory.
I have no information that causes me to conclude that's the case. Now, with that said, many of the primary players in this present day, you know, there are aliens among us narrative, are in my phenomenon book. I communicate with a lot of these people about astrophysics, who fundamentally believe that there are aliens among us, right? Um, so we beg to differ on that issue.
For you, in terms of doing research on government agents that do top secret military work, they would know, right? So you are a lot of people that have at every layer of the onion. You don't have you don't see or a reason to believe that there were aliens or UFOs captured.
That is correct, and even perhaps more important, and perhaps I think, but I am uniquely familiar with information program put forth by the CIA or the agency called by insiders, right? And I've learned firsthand about these programs, or rather learned from firsthand participants in strategic deception the CIA has engaged in, beginning with Area 51. You know, the idea that all these reports of the U-2 spy plane, giant long-winged aircraft flying 70,000 feet up. People didn't think airplanes could fly that high. And the sun shining on it looked like a UFO, and all the reports coming. The CIA opened up a UFO disinformation campaign headed by a guy named Tito Odorenko. You know, for this reason. Now, does that mean that every UFO sighting in the world has been YouTube? No. But I come from that lane of thinking. And there are so many strategic campaigns. And as I look over the decades at how these same UFO stories, and again, this is my opinion based on my reporting, this narrative is reoccurring. It seems to me like a very large catch-all to keep the public attention on that, not on that.
So new sexy stories of UFOs are going to be leveraged by SDA for strategic deception.
100%. I mean, Paul Benowitz. I'm always amazed that Paul Benowitz's story is not more widely spoken. And I think that's because there's like this sort of ufologists or people who are like absolutely convinced that aliens are among us. And I use that term loosely, but you know what I mean. And then there's the quote unquote skeptics. Skeptics tend to be sort of like self-righteous. And I would never want to be self-righteous. So I'm not a skeptic. I'm just, agnostic, I suppose. But Google Paul Benowitz. You can learn the story of that man who thought he saw a UFO in the 70s, early 80s, and the Air Force, intelligence community works hand in glove with CIA a lot, and some of the other intelligence agencies from the 70s, CIA. And they destroyed all balance mentally by pulling a massive perception against wanting to know about technology. Look that up. Then you go, oh my God. And, to my eye, you can apply any of these other names, substitute in Paul Benowitz, or any of the current individuals, who really become convinced of X, Y, or Z, when in fact they're campaign.
Yeah, there's a lot of incentives in the AA and other intelligence agencies to get you to look the other way, whatever is happening. Plus, from a enemy perspective, whenever two nations are at war, try to create hysteria.
But then you have the theorem that becomes applicable there too. Men define situations as real. They are real in their context, right? So this idea of like UFOs and we're being lied to, it becomes real to many people. And then that creates a whole subset of people to the point where things are spiraling out of control and there is no center. So a lot of people that are briefed on programs maybe aren't even aware of their position within a greater kingdom. Or I'm wrong, and there are aliens on it.
Right, so I appreciate your possibility of knowledge. From everything you know about the U.S. government, if it was an alien spacecraft, what do you think would happen? They'd be able to hold on to those secrets for decades. Would they want to hold on to those secrets? Like, what would they do? What's your sense?
I can't imagine that kind of exciting situation not become public information, right? And the counter to that is this, right? This is a very strong argument for why this big strategic deception campaign, right? Think about the Defense Department and the Air. Think about how jealous they guard. Right? I mean, you had a Chinese balloon flying over, and the whole room went right? Front page. So the fact that one element or a couple people in the Defense Department have made this statement, we've lost control of our airspace over the alleged UFO craft that they can't explain. I don't buy that. Zero.
Of course, it's possible that it is alien spacecraft. It is that. They operate under a very different set of technological capabilities, in theory.
My interview with Jacques Vallée, the kind of grandfather of all ufology, such a really unique origin story about how he came into all this. Such a scientist, profoundly dedicated to it, stands completely on the opposite end of the spectrum from me and knows a lot more and has studied this for decades. But what he said to me, the most interesting, is that it's not a military problem, it's intelligence. Because Jacques believes that this is some kind of intelligence, which really, the closest I can do to wrapping my head around that takes me to consciousness, right? The idea of what is consciousness. And I think that's where it becomes very, I think the government is hiding bodies, craft, is very Paul Benowitz. Google it, do it, right?
Yeah. I think this kind of flying saucer thing, the trivialization of what kind of there's aliens out there.
Trivialization, that's a great word. Trivialization, I agree with you.
I tend to believe that there's a very large number of aliens out there, and I believe we have trouble comprehending what that even looks like. I tend to believe they are already here, have visited, we're too dumb to understand what that even means. They would not appear as flying objects that defy gravity for people with full resolution video. I think that's really all this kind of stuff. But I think radical humility is required to open your eyes to what alien intelligence actually is like. And I think it's beyond military application. Like the basic question, like, what is the new thing? Much going on. Like, where does it come from? Why is it so powerful? Is it unique in the universe? I tend to believe not. Of course, I hang out a bunch with other folks like Elon who believe we are alone. I think that belief, just like you said, has power because it actually manifests itself in reality. So if you believe that we're alone in this universe, that's a great motivator to build rockets and save ourselves, especially if we need more. Otherwise, we're going to professional sauce, consciousness, go out for ourselves. For people like Elon, too high of a probability that we destroy ourselves on Earth, not to try to work out that might have been a from Stalin, that Roswell incident, the remotely piloted plane with a desk child aviator. Back and all that years later. What's the probability that it's true? What's the probability that it's not?
You know, I've never revealed to that person.
I
Want me to tell you? Yeah. So before I say anything on that, let me speak to the question that you asked, right? So you asked me, what's the probability that that is still stands 14, 12, 13, 14 years later, right? So I continue to work with that source for years. He talks about this. I mean, his whole family knew, and I knew his family because I was an integral part of, at his house, and all his kids, grandkids, and
we should say the source is the main advice behind the story, that it was, maybe you can explain what the story is important in the book, that it was a information campaign created by Stalin to cause mass hysteria. The very kind of involved with the CIA.
yes, predicated on the narrative of the War of the World, right? The War of the World radio program in the United States made people go crazy. Oh my God, we're being invaded by aliens. The government was always interested in the story, and Joseph know that. And so the source told me that the reason for this program, that the real Roswell crash were in fact, it was a black propaganda hoax infiltrated, or rather predicated at this idea that you were going to overwhelm America's early warning air defense cause mayhem, maybe the attack. That was the plan. And Stalin was also messing with the United States, messing with but, turned his back on it. And so this idea was, and the reason that the source is important, unlike a lot of people, I saw this, I saw that, I learned that, was according to the source. Once it was determined that this was a hoax and that Stalin was able to get a craft over the United States, craft, and it had, people inside, deformed, meant surgically altered look like. The United States government decided that it needed to know what on earth that was all about. And this is according to. And so it sounds pasture. And if it was just someone saying, you might say, well, ridiculous, let me get them on another subject. But the difference was that this story was very well friends with all of the other guys, told me this confession, right? A real tearful confession, because what he said is the American program did, and people died. And I write about this in the last little paper, and it was explosive, revelation, and I felt very confident in writing it. Wanted. Why? Dedicated. I know about being committed to national security, and this kind of thing gives people he wanted record. His wife of 60 years. Okay, so after the published, I was called to his house. Sat there, and they said, "Tell us this is true." Now that source is Al O'Donnell, who is the nuclear weapons engineer who armed, fired, and fired 186. Okay, if you want to talk about something, you're the first person I pulled that on record, but it's kind of about.
Wow. Well, you received a lot of criticism over the story, and it confused me why, because given the context of everything described, the AA and other intelligence agencies, it is reasonable that such an action would be taken.
And the source is extraordinarily credible, right? If you wanted to take the position detail involving that program, and when is it appropriate, right? Well, if it's appropriate now, first of all, talking to several, what is this? A long form conversation, and it's the out of very long time with my and also about what closing the loop, because I do believe it's important for people to know that sources have
Like the program, both on the side and the American side, ethically, morally, on all fronts. People have done some horrible world tries to advantage right about the so-called option. It turns out the first option being diplomacy and second war. Diplomacy is inadequate and more terrible idea than the third option. And the third option about overt action and assassination. How much of that does the CIA do?
that is open to debate. We know from historical record the CIA was heavily involved. That's non-negotiable. Even the names of the programs that were assigned to perform assassination are fascinating now declassified. Like Eisenhower, for example, was the Health Alteration Committee.
Well, at least they have a sense of humor. It's a dark topic.
Then the more modern name is targeted killing, right? Executive action, targeted killing, right? I mean, drone striking is essentially assassination. And, people jump up and down and say that's not true. Well, I spent quite a long time interviewing CIA's lead counsel, John Rizzo. He died recently. But Rizzo was very forthcoming with me. Of course, never sharing classified information, but going up to the edge of what can legally be known. Rizzo was thrown under the bus by sort of the general public, or he was the fall guy for the torture campaign. The CIA calls it interrogation. And so Rizzo had this long career. He began working for the Carter administration and was responsible for the torture memo, responsible for legally making sure the president's ass was covered, and then got thrown under the bus. So he was very forthcoming, not in a bitter way, but in a very earnest way about a lot of how these programs are made to be legal because the president of the United States says they're legal. They're executive order 1, 2, 3, says we don't assassinate, but it can be overwritten by another order. That's straight out of Rizzo's mouth, right? Also, really important to keep in mind that the military operates under what's called Title 50, part of the National Security Code that gives like sort of, rules and etc. How you must behave in a war theater. Well, the CIA is under no such rules. It operates under what's called Title 50. And it's interesting reported before I wrote the book and reported openly about Title 50. It was not really discussed. Now you can see operators about Title 50, which is kind of great. Like cats out of bad guys. That's what it's called, and that's how it works. And what we say goes.
Can you elaborate on what Title 50 says? Basically says assassination is allowed.
It says what the president wants, the president gets, right? And so, I mean, the best example is the killing of Bin Laden, right? We were not at war with Pakistan. So Title 50 doesn't apply. You can't have a military operation in a country you're not at war with. I mean, the lines, my God, now they've really blurred. But even then, they were honored, right? And so what do you do? Well, Mehta was CIA director, and you work out a scenario whereby the field, and by the way, it wasn't just the field, there was a rotational on that killer capture, kill mission. Field was practicing, Delta was practicing, special activities. They were all practicing, right? And it was just like, they're ready to get the go order, and it happens. So the SEALs operate under Title 50. So they had to get what I call, that's what the insiders, right? And that is the term that comes interesting. Area 51, the U-2 pilots or Air Force pilots, they needed to be shifted over to the CIA. They could do things that defied the law. Okay, so you can see how these all entwine and become more and more informed and built on top, right? So that's how Title 50 works. The night of that mission, it was a CIA mission. The CIA is allowed to go into Pakistan in the military.
That's not why the Navy SEALs doing it, but they get the permission to do it. Work of the United States.
And if you look at their uniforms that they were wearing, now that you know this, you see there's no, right? So they're just meant to be completely untraceable. Were they to be shot down and captured? It's like, wait, who are these guys? Oh, a bunch of rogue guys. Okay, and this goes back. The origin story of all that is in Vietnam with MacVees and these cross-border operations that I chronicle in Surprise Kill Vanish still amazing to this day, right? I mean, missions, they called it suicide on the ground. That's what it was. And these guys had no identifiable nothing. I mean, they were essentially in pajamas, right? Even their weapons were specially designed by the CIA to have no nothing. They were captured in the POWs. I don't know who these guys are.
What do you think, and how much do they think, at the highest levels of power about the ethics of assassination and about the role of that in geopolitics, military operation? Like, to you, maybe also, assassination makes sense as a good methodology for.
I mean, again, I try to remain agnostic on the policy part of it and just support the operator, right? Because this is what people do, and this is what people are asked. And it depends on the individual. Billy Waugh went on a lot of those missions. Saying he's like, oh, Billy Waugh killed more people than cancer, right? Did Billy Waugh ever tell me about direct assassination? No, because they're all right. Did he tell me about some failed ones? Yes. I'll give you an example. It's really interesting. Um, he would show me these PowerPoints that were just fantastic. Late in his life, he was constantly being asked to go up to Fort Bragg and lecture to the young soldiers. Everybody loved him, and he would drive all night to get there, and he would create these PowerPoints, and then he would show me the PowerPoints, all unclassified. But at one point, Hugo Chavez was in power. Billy Waugh kind of asked, that's how it works. If you had to think about doing something, like this just hypothetical. So he took me to this PowerPoint that never happened, whereby he and a group of operators agency operators were going to halo jump in the palace and grab it, probably kill him, capture. And you know what really? And by the way, halo jumping, for those listeners who don't know, high altitude, low open, right? Jump out of an aircraft and you go down like a pencil until you're really low to the deck, like 1,000 feet. Your parachute forward, and that way you're not picked up on radar, and you're also not traceable to the ground. Billy Watt, second halo jump in history into a war theater in left during the Vietnam War. He's like this famous. We're going to go in, grab Chavez, and that's a very thing, kind of a one moment in time where I saw a different side of Billy Watt, where he said, "I'm so glad we didn't do that, even though I really wanted to at the time, because you know, imagine that country's problems where it is now. Imagine how we would have been blamed." And it was an interesting, rare moment for Billy Watt to comment on the bigger picture that you're asking, right? I think pretty much the operators I know, they just mission.
So in the technical difficulty of those missions, it makes sense. How hard is it to assassinate a target on the soil of that nation?
I suppose that's right. All right, here's another insightful thing Billy Wall said. I'm answering the question around because I don't know. Because, again, you know, I never had anyone say to me, here's how it went down, right? Because you can't. That would be, first of all, those are classified. So I'm never going to receive that information. I did hear a lot about reconnaissance missions, but people would be in charge of, you have to be able to what's called make book on the floor, right? And making book on the target means photographing them. Really, then that gets run up the chain of command to make sure this is really Imad Mubni we're about to get, right? But I once asked Billy when I was trying to get the question, you know, and he wouldn't answer, and I said, so there's another person in my book named Rick Prado, who's also like a legendary Asian guy, and so you know he's like 20 or whatever to Billy, and I said, Billy, if you and Rick had to kill each other, like who would win, right? I'm trying to imagine this like hypothetical, like how would that work? Who would win, right? And I posed the question, right? And of course, each of them said me, right? But Billy, then I went back to them and they, let me tell you how it works, okay, right? And he said, I'd cheat. I'd show up for the duel.
It's such a like you know, I have a lot of friends who a guy conversation.
Well, you'd be amazed at what women do. Let me just tell you that. Women are part of special activity division. A big part. I can. Women can get a hell of a lot. And I mean that literally.
Special operations is it part of the day?
Special now it's called the Special Activity Center. Originally that's the umbrella agency that has different paramilitary organizations, right? Most one is groundbreaking. And that's what I reported on the origins way back. Guerrilla Warfare Corps that was started in 1957.
So women are also part of the alleged assassination.
Absolutely.
And you're saying they can at times be more effective. That pause there. I ask how difficult assassinations are. That would be long, a long time. So I guess the reconnaissance, intelligence, finding the target. Imagine God, maybe today now, the leadership of Hamas, military branch of Hamas, is to want from an assassination perspective. So, me as the outside observer, it's more difficult to imagine. But perhaps that's the intelligence aspect of it, not the actual.
Well, mostly really, really dirty. People were covering, right? And I'll give you an example of Billy Law and if I may. So Imad Mugnia was the most wanted terrorist before, Hezbollah, chief of operations, and he was wanted by every, Mossad on down, but no one could find him. Missing for 20 years. There wasn't even a photograph. And then he resurfaced. And of all places, he resurfaced in Saudi Arabia. So what? That's when I say it's a dirty game, right? Hezbollah, Iran, Hezbollah, Iran, enemies with Saudi Arabia. Why on earth was Imam in Saudi Arabia? Well, that's where he was. There was a Navy SEAL who was doing reconnaissance. This is according to Billy Law. And this is around 2005. Billy's in his 80s, right? Late 70s, 80s. And he gets word that the SEAL has been tracking Mia to get photographs of him, gives the photographs to Mossad and CIA so they can do a joint operation to kill him, which they did with a car bomb in Damascus. That's the story, right? But how we got there was we needed, the CIA needed confirmation. You kill the wrong person. So the SEAL panicked, according to Billy Wan, was like, I'm out of here, this is too dangerous. I do not want to wind up in a Saudi prison. So you send in Billy Wan. He shows up, he's there for 24 hours. He knows where Mugnia lives from the SEAL. He himself in a cafe across the street, which is run by Sudanese men. And of course, Law speaks Sudanese because he operated it, right? And he's shooting the shit with him by his own words. He had the most foul mouth. It was just absolutely delightful to listen to. And then in between him and Mugnia's house is a dumpster. And Billy Waugh, being Billy Waugh, will go to any length job, signs, conduct the from inside the dumpster. And that is where he is when he takes the picture of Imad Mugnia living so comfortably in Saudi that he, according to Billy, came out of his apartment building with dry cleaner plastic bag hanging over his shoulder. That's how comfortable he lived. It was his neighborhood. Click, click, click. Billy watches photographs, runs into the CIA headquarters in Saudi at the embassy. Oh my God, it's Mugnia. Get the hell out of here. He gets to the airport. Those photographs get sent to the agency, and then they do the operation. Now the truth about that being a co-CIA mission was not reported for many years after the fact. It was originally Mossad took credit, as the CIA often likes to just give other people credit. They just want the job done.
Speaking of Mossad, what, in your understanding of all the intelligence, what are the strengths of the different intelligence agencies?
Interesting question. I don't know. And here's why. Because I've never interviewed any intelligence officer Asian, right? I've interviewed a couple people with Shinbei. But until I speak to an actual source job it was, I don't know. And so the information that I'm getting is based on perception of others, which one would think would be deeply clouded by the idea that Americans are great at.
Right.
We're better than them.
Yes. Well, actually, the fascinating thing, spoken to a lot of people. How do you know they're telling the truth? Like, how do you? This actually probably applies generally to how do you get past the bullshit?
Well, that's just like multiple sources, right? So you find the story out, and then you have to go to the National Archives and you find the operation, and then you learn all about this, and then you interview other people who were there, put the story together to the best of your ability. You make very specific choices with, quote, so-and-so said, end quote, said so-and-so, right? And very rarely do I report on a single source, as I did at the end of Area 51. And then it says, essentially, look, your what the I have no way of corroborating it. This is legit, and here it is. So that's an area to make the reader comfortable with the information that they're being given. And then in all of my books, whether they're 300 or 400 pages, there's always 100 pages of notes. So you can see all the sources, and you can begin to get an understanding of how journalism, national security world works, and also great opportunity to say, I'm often standing on the shoulders of journalists before me who did an incredible job digging into something and being able to report what they knew. Often the books are 10, 20, 30 years old, and so much more.
And I also like to say that I appreciate a great question. I don't, not enough people say I don't know, and that's a sign of a great journalist. But speaking about things you might not know about, let me ask you about something going on currently. So recently, Alexei Navalny died in prison, perhaps was killed in prison. What's your sentiment looking at it? He died of natural causes. Do you think it's possible he was assassinated? Russia, Ukraine, God, CIA, whoever has interest in this.
For that, I look directly to the historical record, right? Having written about Russian assassination campaign programs since the earliest days of the Cold War. And Russia has a long history of assassinating, murdering, and in Surprise Kill Vanish, I tell the story of an actual KGB assassin named Kolkov, who knocked on the door of the man he was assigned to kill. And by the way, this all comes from the book that Kolkov wrote later, right? He's back to the United States. He knocks on the door, and the guy answers the door, and instead of killing him, he has like this moment of conscious of crisis of conscience, and says like, I can't kill you, even though that's what I'm supposed to do. And then down with the guy, together decides, okay, we're going to defect. We're going to let Western intelligence agencies know what we're doing here. And the CIA got involved. But Russian assassins were able to poison Kolkov with polonium. What happens to him is insane. It's a miracle he didn't die. He doesn't. He defects to the West, writes these books, and he tells lots of incredible secrets about the Russian assassination programs and their poison labs. They're really, really, really interesting. So to answer that question, I mean, to my eye, of course, I don't know, but it certainly looks like Russia is acting in the same vein that it has always acted, taking care of to go against other Russians.
In the style of KGB. Is there something you could comment on the way that KGB operates, the Cold War, after World War II, and
I mean, and that is always there's a thread somewhere in classified documentation about of America working to maintain a semblance of democratic, however that may be. In other words, always trying to, I don't want to say fight fair because killing people isn't fair, but versus a certain real totalitarian type, certainly Soviet. I'm far less familiar with modern day Russian assassination activities, although we certainly know on the record that they exist. People have done great work, but there seems to be kind of almost about the Russian program that I personally
the surveillance side. America's pretty good at mass surveillance. You'll say reporting whistleblowers, politics, how much surveillance is done internally.
If you'd asked me 5 years ago, I'd have a very different answer, right? All right, first of all, you can't, they're looking for a needle in the haystack. They're looking for the Bin Laden, and they can't find the needle in the haystack, but they continue to create the haystack and survey the haystack. So, yeah. Right? Yeah. Okay? So, but the real problem happened, and I write about this in my book, First Lieutenant, about a group of young soldiers who goes to Afghanistan and unwittingly becomes part of the Defense Department's efforts to capture biometrics on 85% of the population. Okay? Which, by the way, China then emulated. And I think it's a terrible idea. But what has happened, biometric systems that have been created, and biometrics are, of course, facial images, DNA, and iris scans that allow you to tag, track, and locate. Okay? And what has happened in the 5 years first, on everybody's mind about NSA surveillance is that the companies have essentially done all the Defense Department's biometric surveillance job for them by all of us sharing our facially recognizable Instagram and Facebook and everywhere else, X, by sharing information, by writing up narratives about it. This information has become part of the database. 5 years ago, when I was reporting First Lieutenant, I was interviewing police chief El Segundo, which is kind of like on the outskirts of LA. It's right near the airport. Why it's important is like defense behavior. They have massive surveillance. And Chief Whalen, when I posed this question, Annie, let me show you. And have Clearwater AI recognition software on his phone. And this was still when it was quasi not supposed to happen. I asked for law enforcement, and he said, I want you to go down the block, turn the corner, and come back towards me, right? Which I did. And he didn't even hold up his phone. He just kind of his hand was, and his phone was on me. And he went back down. When I came back to him, he went like this. There I was. Everything about me. Facts, figures, all images. He knew who I was before I even got. So is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, we could have another 3-hour conversation about that.
So you're saying more and more, we need an NSA where we're getting ourselves.
Yeah.
Public, semi-public.
Yeah. During the war on terror, people learned that there's a drone flying at something like 20,000 feet called Argus, right? And it can capture it's not a license plate. It's like it can basically capture like what's written on a golf ball, 17,000. Okay? And people went crazy over it. Like, oh my God, Big Brother. Well, one of the lead engineers on Pat Bilkin, I talk to regularly because we talk about surveillance a lot. He thinks about it a lot because he has kids now. And he has given so much thoughtful and, really thinks about this because he believes, just like you stated, that what we are turning over about ourselves actually exceeds anything that Argus could do from above because we're doing it willfully. And so what it's doing is it's creating an ability where if someone wants to know about you, if someone, say in government, wants to know about Lex Friedman, they can find out everything about you. And then that gets used for tagging and tracking. Ultimately, in the war theater, it was called find, fix, finish. What do you think the finish is in that statement? It's called a drone strike. Find them, biometric, fix him, meaning fix his position. We know he's moving in the car. That's him. Finish. Call it in, drone strike, boom.
could return to war. You mentioned that a lot of things went right. Go back to World War Hiroshima and Nagasaki dropping bombs. I'd love to get your opinion on whether we should have done that, and also get your opinion on what would have happened if Hitler and Germany built the bomb first. Do you think it was possible to build the bomb?
In my researching Third Reich weapons for Operation Paperclip, because of course we got a lot of this back.
Another great book, and it's terrifyingly complicated operation.
When, at what point do the ends justify the means, right? But in looking at those programs, we acquired Hitler's favorite weapons, and I'm talking about weapons of mass destruction like chemical weapons, biological weapons. But of course, America was ahead in the nuclear program, and interesting detail reading Albert Speer's memoirs was Speer referring to a conversation he had with Hitler. No, I don't want to do that. That's Jewish science. And so, because of Hitler's own racial, ethnic prejudices, they didn't develop them. As far as should we drop the bombs in Hiroshima, I've interviewed all kinds of people with different opinions, most of them that it ended the war. The best interview and most meaningful, perhaps, that I ever did was with Al O'Donnell, who was a participant in the Battle of Okinawa. Like this insane. Just to read stories about Okinawa makes your hair stand on end. And O'Donnell, like so many others, was slated to invade mainland to his almost certain death, right? For somebody like that, it makes sense right from the get-go why he would be pro-nuclear weapons. He saved his own personal life, and it saved everyone that he knew that he was fighting, and it ended the war.
You think it sent a signal? Without that, we wouldn't have known perhaps about the power of the bomb. So, in the long arc of that history, 70 years plus, it is the reason far.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. My thought goes to this idea that of more, right? Everybody was more. Very dangerous, like more power, literally, not the figure, more power, right? And what is more confounding to me beyond the fact that we dropped two atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki and the war ended is that the decision was then made to develop the thermonuclear bomb. Of course, that is the degree of magnitude of that power is mind-boggling. I mean, even projects within the Manhattan Project defined thermonuclear weapons, the thermonuclear weapon, as the evil thing. Like, it was evil. It's a weapon of genocide. Atomic weapon destroys cities. Thermonuclear weapons destroy civilization.
You open the book with a Churchill quote: "Raised war." That's the area has never been peaceful war. Before history began, murder and strife was universal, unending. Do you think there will always be war? Do you think that there is some deep human way in which we're tending to kind of global war eternal?
The optimistic answer of that would be that we could evolve beyond, right? Because certainly if we look at our ancestors, they had not developed their consciousness as far as we have. We build the tools that we have. So the hopeful answer is we will evolve beyond this kind of brute force, kill the other guy attitude. Certainly, these are questions that will become more obvious over time. I just want to play my little part in this world that I live in as the storyteller who brings information to people so that they can have these kind of questions with themselves, with their friends, with their families. And I think in asking that very question, what you're really saying is, why don't we evolve war fight?
It is very possible. Dark and powerful reminder that human civilization is going to end in this century. Get motivated to get our shit together.
But aren't you really saying human civilization could end, not it end?
Could end.
Could end.
The power of our weapons growing.
As they say, it's time to come back from the brink. And it's time to have that discussion while we're still talking.
And another complexity up into the picture in the form of artificial intelligence. And, cyber war, so in weapons, all of it becoming complicated. Intelligence will be about war, nuclear war, more and more autonomy, artificial intelligence. Very you evolve a little bit, hopefully become a multi-planetary.
I'm all for adventure.
And I too, well, am for adventure. I'm all for backup in all forms. So I hope that we start a civilization on Mars and beyond, out in space. And if you zoom on all of it, look about human civilization, about the
I mean, I am a fundamentally optimistic person. Must have come out of the tube that way. Because I just am, right? Even though I write about really grim things, I get inspired by it. Because I do always believe in evolution. I also have like the greatest family ever. Two kids, Jet and Finley. Shout out to them. They're Lex Friedman fans.
yeah.
Um, and my husband, and so what inspires me is like this legacy. I think that you always have your eye on being a good example to the best that you can, and so and passing on what you know, and believing kind of in the next generation. And again, that's sentiment echoed by all these cold warriors I've been talking to, because they also share that idea that wow, look at what we've done civilization and where we're going, whether it's interplan exoplanetary travel or AI. Just that the human factor of like desire to fight, the desire to have conflict needs to be reconfigured because with all these new technologies that we have, the peril is growing at an accelerated pace, perhaps faster than the average human can keep up with.
Well, Annie, thank you. Yeah, wonderful example of a great journalist, a great writer, a great big fan of you, John, and to you today. So much for talking.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening to the conversation with Annie Jacobson. For this podcast, you check out our sponsors. Now, let me leave you with the words of John F. The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret society. Secret open and secret. Thank you for listening. I hope
I think compute is going to be the current future. I think it's most of the world. I expect that by the end of this decade, and possibly somewhat sooner than that, we'll have a quite capable that look at it and say, wow, that's really good. The road to AGI should be a giant infrastructure. I expect that.
Whoever builds AGI first gets a lot of power. You trust yourself with that much power. Following conversation I have on the second time on the podcast. He is CEO of OpenAI, the company behind GPT-4, ChatGPT, Sora, and perhaps one day, the very company that will build AGI. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors. Now, your friends, Sam Altman. Take me through the OpenAI voice podcast that started on November 16th, Friday, November 17th. That was definitely the most painful professional experience of my life. And chaotic and shameful and upsetting and a bunch of other negative things. There were great things about it too, and I wish it had not been in such an adrenaline rush that I wasn't able to stop and appreciate that. But I came across this old tweet of mine, or this tweet of mine from that time. Like it was like kind of your own eulogy, watching people tell these just like unbelievable people I love and care about. That was really nice. That whole weekend, I kind of like felt, with one big exception, I felt a great deal of love and very little hate. Even though it felt like I have no idea what's happening and what's going to happen here, and this is really bad. There are definitely times it's going to be like one of the worst things to ever happen for AI safety. Well, I also think I'm happy that it happened relatively early. I thought it when OpenAI started and when we created AGI, there was going to be something crazy and explosive that happened. But there may be more crazy and explosive things still to happen. It still, I think, helped us build up some resilience and be ready for more challenges in the future. The thing you had a sense that you would experience some kind of power struggle.
The road to AGI should be a giant power struggle. Like the world should. Not should. I expect it.
You have to go through that as often as possible. Figuring out how to have a board structure, how to have organization, how to have kind of people that you're working with, how to communicate all that in order to de-escalate the power struggle.
But at this point, it feels, something that in the past that really unpleasant, really difficult, but we're back to work. We're so busy and that I don't spend a lot of time thinking about it. There was a after, like the month after, 45 days after, I was sort of like drifting through. I was so out of it. I was kind of stuck down.
Personal psychological love.
Yeah, really painful. And to like have to keep running OpenAI in the middle of that, I kind of like crawl into the cave and kind of recover for a while. But now it's like we're just back to working on the mission.
It's still useful to go back there and reflect on board structures, on power dynamics, on how companies are run, the tension between research and product development and money and all this kind of stuff, that you who have a very high potential in the API do so in a more organized, less dramatic way in the future. So there's not there to go psychological aspects of human leader and also just the board structure and all this kind of messy stuff.
Definitely learned a lot. Structure and what we aboard. And I think that it is valuable now. I think this is not like the last stress moment of OpenAI, but it was quite a stress moment. The company very nearly got destroyed. And we think a lot about many of the other things we've got to get right for AGI, but thinking about how to build an org structure that will stand up to pressure in the world, which I expect more and more as we get closer. I think that's important.
Give a sense of how rigorous the deliberation process by the board was. Like, shine some light on just human dynamics with all these situations like this. Conversations and all of a sudden it escalates. Why don't we fire Sam? Kind of thing.
I think the board members are well-meaning people, and I that in a stressful situation where people feel pressure or whatever, people understand and they make suboptimal decisions. And I think one of the challenges for AI, you're going to have a board and a team that are good at operating pressure.
You think the board had to?
I think boards are, but one of the things that we did see is in corporate structures, boards are usually inseparable from shareholders. Sometimes people have like supervisor shares or whatever. In this case, one of the things structure that maybe should have thought about more than we did is that the board of a nonprofit has, unless you put other rules in place, like quite a lot of time, really answer to anyone. There's ways in which that's good, but what we really like is for the board of OpenAI to like answer the world goal as much as that's practical.
So there's a new board announced. There's, I guess, a new small board at first, and now there's a final board.
Not a final. That is
what is fixing the new one that was perhaps broken in the previous.
the old board sort of got smaller, and then we couldn't agree on that. And the board also, I think, didn't have a lot of experienced board members, and a lot of the board members at OpenAI had experienced board members. I think
It's been criticized, some of the people that are added to the board. I heard a lot of people criticizing the additional layers of that one. What's the process like?
so. Brett and Larry were kind of been very tense, and that was that weekend a real roller coaster, like a lot of ups and downs. And we were trying to agree on new board members that both Brett, I think, previous to that weekend suggested, but busy didn't want to do it, and then we really need help and would. Talked about a lot of other. That was. I felt like going to come back. Board members. I didn't think I could work with the whole board again in configuration. Then decided, and I'm grateful that company governance expertise kind of try to
Technical savvy.
not for every board member, but for part of a board member.
I mean, the interesting thing that people probably don't understand about OpenAI, I certainly don't, is like, you know, business. When you think about the board, given the drama, about you, about like, if you reach AGI or you reach some of these incredibly without conversation with like, and they kind of think, all right, right squad to have in that kind of situation, deliberate.
I think you definitely need technical experts there. And then you need some people who are like, what, how can we do a way that will help people in the world about a very different perspective? You know, I think a mistake that I might make is that I only understand the matter. And that's definitely part of the conversation you'll have with that. But there's a lot more about kind of just like impact that you really want to put in there.
And you're just kind of, are you looking at the track record of people, or are you just having conversations?
Track record. You of course have a lot of conversations, but there's some roles where I kind of totally ignore track record and just look at slope, kind of ignore y-intercept.
Thank you. Mathematical for the audience.
For a board member, like, I think there is deep to say about track record and experiences.
You try to fit a polynomial function or dimensional one.
And I'll just carry that far.
Right. You mentioned the low code. That can force psychology. Did you consider going the Amazon jungle and just taking ayahuasca and preparing forever? Or?
I mean, there's so many, like, it was, there were great high points, like, my phone was just like non-stop blowing up replacement every day. People had a decade, didn't get to like appreciate that as much as I should have, but that was really nice. But on the whole, it was like a very painful, and then also just like very, it was like a battle fought in to a surprising degree, and that was exhausting, more than I expected. Or did this also just like, well, board gets to do this, so a little bit about what I want to do, but I'll try to. My current job at OpenAI is or was like I'm a decently sized company at this. And the thing I always liked just work with researchers. And I was like, well, I can just go do like a very focused AGI research effort. And I got excited about that. It occurred to me like possibly that this was all going to get undone like Friday afternoon.
So you accepted that various
very quickly. Like, I mean, I went through like a little confusion and very. By Friday night, I was like talking to people about what was gonna. I think it was Friday evening, the first time that I heard from the exec team here, which is like, hey, we're gonna fight this, whatever. And then I being like, okay, excited, onward. It was not a lot. It was one of the weird things, like period of days where it didn't seem much, didn't eat much, still kind of like a weird adrenaline wartime.
You kind of accepted the death of this baby over.
And I was excited. Crazy. That was a very good point. And then Saturday morning, two of the board members said, hey, we stabilized things. Donors took a lot of value here. Talk about coming back. And I immediately didn't do that. But people here, shareholders, all of the love this company. And I don't know, And then the most painful part of all was over the course of that weekend, I kept thinking, told him, we all kept, not just kept thinking, well, we were trying to OpenAI stabilize, trying to break it apart or whatever. We kept being told, like, all right, we're almost very confused. And then someday, like every few hours, I expected it was going to be done and figure out a way for me to return things to go back how they were. The board then did a new interim video, and then I was like, I mean, that feels really bad. That was the low. You know, I'll tell you something. It felt very painful, but I felt a lot of that whole, other than that one moment Sunday night. I would not characterize my emotions as anger or, but I really just like, I felt a lot of love from people. It was like painful, but it was like the dominant emotion of the weekend.
Spoken highly of Mira Morati, that she helped especially in the tweet. Quiet moments when it counts. Perhaps we could take a bit of a tangent. What do you admire about Mira?
Well, she did a great job during that. But people often leaders in like the crisis bad. But a thing I really value is people Tuesday at 9:46 and just sort of the normal drudgery of the day to day. How someone shows up and quality of the decisions they make. That was what I meant about the fight.
Meaning, like, most of the work is done on a day by day, in the meeting by meeting, just be present and make great.
Yeah, I mean, what you wanted to spend on, and I understand this marriage more, yeah. But that's not really open. That's really about.
Well, yeah, human civilization is not about the invasion of the Soviet Union by Nazi Germany. So that's something focused on
Very, very.
it gives us insight into human nature, the extremes of nature, and perhaps some of the damage, some of the triumphs that can happen in those moments. Like, let me ask you about Ilya. Is he being held hostage? Can you?
No.
What about a regular becoming a team of Ilya for a long time? Part of this drama with the board and all that kind of stuff. What's your relationship with him?
I love Ilya. I have tremendous respect for Ilya. I don't know anything I can say about his right now. Questions for him. I really hope we work together.
You know, there's a meme that he saw, maybe saw AGI and acting internally. What did
Ilya's not. I do think one of the AGI and this broadly speaking going to have very good, and as we continue to make progress, Ilya is one of the people that I've spent most time over the last couple of years talking about what we need to do to ensure we get it right. So, Ilya is not AGI, but it is a credit to humanity in terms of how much he thinks, worries about making sure we get it right.
I've had a bunch of conversations with him in the past. When he talks about technology, he's always like doing this long-term thinking thing. He's not thinking about what this is going to be in a year. He's thinking about it in 10 years. First principles, like, okay, the scale, the fundamentals here, going. So that's a foundation for them thinking about like all the other things, that kind of stuff, which makes them really fascinating to talk with. And yet, why he's been kind of quiet.
Again, I don't want to like speak for it, but I think that you should ask. Definitely a helpful guy. I think I kind of think of him as always in a really good way.
Also, also I'm told I've never seen that.
It's very
I've never witnessed it, but I was told that as well.
and he was playing with the puppy, and he was like in a very comment, like not the
Just to wrap up this whole saga, are you feeling good about the structure of all of it and like where it's moving?
great about in terms of the structure of OpenAI. I wanted the board pass. Look at that, make it more robust. We wanted to get first, but clearly structure job. I don't have, I think, super deep, crazy, very painful experience. It was like a preview for me of mistakes that we have like robust governance structures and processes. I am confident it happened, but it was a shocking thing.
Did it make you be more hesitant?
Yes.
On a personal level.
I think I'm like an extreme person. I'm always got like philosophy. Don't worry about all the education. Get a little bit screwed in exchange for getting your guard down. And this was so shocking, so caught off guard, that it definitely changed. I really don't like this. It definitely changed how I think about just like people and the bad stuff.
You gotta be careful with that. Are you worried about becoming more too technical?
I'm not worried about becoming technical. I think I'm like an opposite person, but I'm worried about just becoming like less of a people.
I'm actually not sure which mode is best to operate in. I think we're not trusting. Interesting journey. But in terms of structure, I'm more interested on the how do you surround yourself with good shit, but also are making wise decisions. The more money you start making, the more power the thing has.
I think you could like make all kinds of comments about board members, the level of trust you should have had there, or how should have done it differently. But in terms of the team, I think you have to like give me a very great on that one. And just like enormous gratitude and trust and respect for people that I work with every day. I think people like that.
Our mutual friends OpenAI. What is the essence of what he's criticizing? What degree does he have a point to?
Well, that many years ago, it's hard to go back and really look at it like that. But more language models were before we had any idea about AI, chatbot. We're gonna or like gonna try research. We don't really know what we're gonna do with that. I think with like many fundamentally start almost in the dark and make some assumptions, most of which are not wrong. And then it became clear that we were going to different things and also huge amounts more capital. We said, okay, well, the structure doesn't quite work for that. How do we patch the structure? And then patch it again, and it does look kind of eyebrow raising, but we got here gradually. I think full decisions at each point along the way, and doesn't mean I wouldn't do it totally different. Go back now with Oracle. But anyway, in terms of what Elon's recommendations there are, I don't know.
To the degree you remember, what was the response that OpenAI gave in the blog post? As it,
Oh, he just said like, Elon said things. Here's our characterization, our not our characterization, here's the characterization that went down. Try to like not make it emotional. Here's the history.
I do think there's a degree of characterization on here about one of the points you just made, which is the degree of uncertainty at the time. You guys are a bunch of like a small group of researchers crazily talking about AGI and everybody's laughing at that thought.
What's that like? Crazily talking about launching rockets. I think you'd have more.
I do think that stuff here, that there was a that AI and a lot of amazing people here, especially Elon, versus
Elon just
can you describe that as the choosing to part ways?
he thought OpenAI was going to he wanted control, turn it around in the direction, come times control merge. That's fine.
So you're saying that's that you wanted AI to be basically wired by Tesla?
Yeah.
In the same way that, or maybe something similar, or maybe something dramatic.
My memory is that get acquired by control. I'm pretty sure that.
So what is the word open in OpenAI mean? At the time, Ilya has talked about the email exchange and all that stuff. What does it mean?
I would definitely pick a different go back with more classic name. One of the things that I think is most important in everything is putting powerful technology in the hands of people for free. As opposed to we're not, we don't run ads on our free versions. We don't monetize it in other ways. It's part of our. We want to put increasing powerful tools in for free. And I think that kind of open is really important to our mission. I think give people great tools, or figure it out, and let them build an incredible future for each other with that. That's a big deal. If we can keep putting like free or cost or free and powerful AI tools out in the world, I think that's a huge deal. Open source or not, yeah, I think we should open source stuff and not other stuff. It does become this like really line where but
He's AI and battleground in the mean.
I think that speaks to the seriousness of the lawsuit and like an assumption.
But I don't think the lawsuit, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think the lawsuit is legally serious. It's more about the future of AGI and the company that's currently leading. So,
Look, I mean, Brock and open source. I don't know.
we'll talk about open source, and I do think maybe criticize the competition is great, but friendly competition. I personally hate.
Look, I think this whole thing is coming. he knows what it's like to have like back him and just that thing.
Yeah, he's one of the greatest builders of all time. Potentially,
It makes me. I think it makes a lot of people. There's a lot of people who really look at it a long time. I said something or something that I missed the whole song. I never have messages like being like that exactly.
I think you should just win. You should just make X Grok beat GPT, and then GPT beats Grok, and it's just a competition, and it's beautiful for everybody. But on the question of open source, I think there's a lot of companies playing with this idea. But I would say Meta, surprisingly, led the way on this, or like at least the first step in the game of chess of like really open sourcing the model. Of course, it's not the state of the art model, but open sourcing model. And Google is flirting with the idea of open sourcing a smaller version. What are the pros and cons of open sourcing? Have you played around with this idea?
Yeah, I think there is definitely a place for models, particularly smaller models that people can run a little bit for. I think there will be some open source models, It won't be unlike other ecosystems.
I listened to All In podcast talking about this philosophy and all that kind of stuff, and they were more concerned about the precedent of nonprofit to cap for profit. What precedent is that sort of?
I don't know. I would heavily encourage any startup that would starting an app.
Most
For sure. They can at least know what's going to happen.
like in theory, like yeah, there's like access.
I don't think that's like how most people
Or startup.
No, I think there's like laws that make that pretty.
Where do you hope this goes? To be honest, this tension, this dance, to go 1, 2, 3 years from now. Your relationship with them on a personal level, the friendship and the competition.
Yeah, I mean, I really respect Elon. And I hope that years in the future we have an amicable.
Yeah, I hope you guys have an amicable relationship, like, and just compete and win and throw these ideas together. I do suppose there's competition for talent, whatever, but it should be friendly competition. Build cool shit. And Elon is pretty good at building cool shit. Or you. Speaking of cool shit, Sora, there's like a million questions I could ask. First of all, it's amazing. It truly is amazing. On a product level, but also technical slash philosophical, as we can understand about the world more or less than GPT, for example. The world model train on these patches versus language tokens.
I think all of these models something more about the world model than most of them give them credit for. And because they're also very clear things that you don't understand, it's easy to like look through there. It's just all fake, but it's not all fake, it's just some of it works and some of it doesn't work. Like I remember when I started first watching videos and I would see like a person walk in front of me and then walk away and still there. Because there's examples where like the underlying is so well represented over a lot of depth in sequence. It's like quite impressive. But like fundamentally these models are just getting better. That will keep happening. If you look at the trajectory from probably 1 to 3 to Sora, there are a lot of people that insurers and name can't do this, can't do that. I don't know.
The way you mentioned the occlusion basically modeling physics. So three-dimensional world sufficiently well to capture those kinds of things. Well, or like, yeah, maybe you can tell me in order to deal with it, what model?
Yeah, so what I would say is it's doing something to deal with it really well. What I represented as like a great underlying 3D model of the world, a little bit more of a stretch.
Can you get there? These kinds of dimensional training data.
It looks like this approach is going to go incredibly far. I don't want to speculate much about what limits it will serve and which it won't. But
what are some interesting limitations? There's
all kinds of fun. I mean, like, cats in an extra limb at random points in the video. Pick what you want, but there's still a lot of problems, a lot of weaknesses.
Do you think it's a fundamental flaw of the approach, or is it just bigger model or better like technical details or better data, more data? So the cat's problem.
Yes, like I think there is something about your approach different think whatever, and then also I think you'll get better feel.
Like I mentioned, LLMs have tokens, text tokens, and so has visual packages to convert all visual data, convert visual data, videos, and images into patches. Training, they fully self-supervised. There's some manual labeling, like what's the involvement of humans.
I mean, without saying anything, or approach, we lots of in work,
but not internet scale. So lots of humans, lots of the complicated words.
I think lots of
internet scale data. Like poetry. A lot of data is not human label. It's like self-supervised in that way. Yeah. And then the question is how much data that self-supervised way. Only you knew the details of self-supervised. Have you considered opening it up a little more?
We have sources.
Because it's so interesting. Like, can the same magic of LLMs now start moving data? And how would that take that? What are the dangers? Why are you concerned about it? What are some possibilities?
And frankly speaking, one thing like get it to work at a level of efficiency that will deliver. Like I don't want to like down that, and there's still a ton of work to do there. But you can imagine like issues with deepfakes, like we try to be a thoughtful company about what we put into the world, and it doesn't take much thought to think about ways badly.
There's a lot of tough questions here. You're dealing in a very tough space. Training AI should be or is under copyright law.
I think the question behind that question is, do people create valuable data in a way that they get compensated for use of it? And that, I think the answer is yes. I don't know yet what the answer is. People have proposed a lot of different things, tried some different proposals. But, if I'm like an artist, for example, A, I would like to be able to opt out generating art in my style. And B, if they do generate art in my style, I'd like to have some economic.
Yeah, it's that transition from C to Napster to Spotify. Figure out some kind of
The model changes, but people.
There should be some kind of about even more. Humans shit.
Everything I worry about, humans are gonna do shit. Find some way to afford it. That seems pretty hardwired. We want to create, we want to be useful, we want to achieve data in whatever way. That's not going anywhere.
Might not be monetary, financial. It might be like fame, celebration of
maybe financial. Again, I don't think it's last.
Yeah, but artists, creators, when they see Sora, they're like, shit.
Sure, artists were also super worried when photography came out, and photography became an art form and a lot of money, pictures, and I think things like that people ways.
You just look on YouTube like this. How much of that would be used for like AI generated content you think the next 5 years?
People talk about like how many jobs there's and framework people have. What percentage of current jobs are actually replaced with AI doing the job? The way I think about it is not 1% of jobs. I will like I've been over what. So think of all of the like 5-second tasks in the account, minute tasks, 5-hour tasks, 5-day tasks. How many of those AI do? I think that's a way more interesting than any job AI because it is a tool that will work at increasing levels of sophistication, perform more tasks, and let people operate at a higher level of abstraction. People are more efficient at the job they do. And at some point, that's not just a quantitative change, but a qualitative about the kinds of problems you see in your head. I think for videos, it's a little bit the same. Many videos, maybe most of them, will use AI tools for production, but they'll still be fundamentally driven by one person thinking about it together, doing directing and running it.
Yeah, it's so interesting. It's scary with well, I tend to believe that humans like watch other or other
Humans really care about us a lot.
there's a cooler thing that's more better than a human. Humans care about that for like 2 days and then they go back to
That seems very wired.
it's the whole chess thing. Oh, it's yeah, no, everybody's playing. And let's ignore the elephant in the room that humans are really bad at chess.
They'll run rate.
Videos and because I hate being in front of the camera. If I can figure out a way not being in front of the camera takes a while. Like that, it's getting there. But generating format. Let me ask you about GPT-4. First of all, also, I mean, looking back, it'll probably be kind of historic moment. 5 and 4, ChatGPT.
Maybe 5 will be hard to say that looking forward.
You never know. That's the annoying thing. But for me, looking back, GPT-4, ChatGPT, like historic. So allow me to ask for the most impressive capability and GPT-4 Turbo.
I think it kind of sucks.
What else? That used to be an awesome thing.
No, I think it is an amazing thing. But relative to where I believe we'll get, kind of like GPT-3, or like technology. But now we have GPT-4. Like that's unimaginably horrible. I expect that the Delta variant, and I think it is our job to live years in the future and the tools we have now are gonna kind of stop looking backwards, and that's make sure the future is better.
What are the most glorious ways that GPT-4 sucks?
What are the best things we can do?
The best things you can do, and the best things that allow you to say it sucks.
You know, one thing I've been using for more recently is like a brainstorming partner.
Yeah.
And there's a glimmer of something there. I don't think it gets, when people talk about what it does, they're like, oh, it helps me code more productively, write more faster, better, translate from this language to another, all these like amazing things, but one longer horizon. Break down some multiple steps, be like execute some of those steps, the internet, right? Put that together. When that works, which is not very often, very much.
They iterated back and forth with the last one.
When we iterated back and forth, go to an end step.
Oh,
for that.
so layers of abstraction or bunch of
Both, like, break it down. Here's the abstraction. Look, I don't want to like downplay, but I don't want to overstate it either. I think we are on packaging.
that said, ChatGPT transition to people like started. There was a kind of there was an uptick in believing. Not internally, I don't think I ever had it, but
And in that sense, I do think it'll be a moment for a lot of the world. That was more about the ChatGPT interface, and by the interface product, I mean how to use it.
how much of those two, each of those things are important? The underlying model and RLHF or something of that nature that is more compelling, more effective and productive.
They're both very important. But the RLHF, the training step, a little wrapper, the computer perspective, little wrapper things that we do on top of the huge amount of work. That's really important. There's nothing else. In some sense, like we did have to do the underlying technology, and then we had to figure out how to make it into a product people would love, which is not just about the actual product itself, but this whole other step of how to do online and
how you make scale work for a lot of people.
and that. But that was like unknown. Like we had to go do two things that we've never done before. And then a lot of things like scaling it up that other
The context of going from 8K to 28K better. GPT-4 to GPT-4 Turbo.
people like long time. Most people don't need all the way to 120. We dream into the distant future, like way distant future. We'll have like content length of separate. We'll keep in all of your information, all of your history over time, and it'll just get to know you better and better. And great. For now, the way people use these models, they're not doing that. And sometimes paper or a significant fraction of a code repository, whatever. But most usage of the models is not using the long content.
I like that here. I have a dream. One day you'll be judged by the context of your character or of your whole lifetime. That's interesting. So like that's part of the expansion that you're hoping for. Greater and greater context.
I saw this internet once. I'm gonna get the number wrong. Like Bill Gates about the amount of memory we can like that. Screen buffer. And he just genuinely imagine that the world would eventually need gigabyte computer. And you always do. Or you always do just need to follow the exponential. We're gonna we will find out. So I can't really imagine what it's like right now. Context go out to the billions. Literally there, but effectively it'll feel like that. But I know we'll use it and really not want to go back.
Yeah, even billion and now might seem dumb because it'd be like trillions upon trillions.
Sure.
There'd be some kind of breakthrough that will effectively be like context
I look at it, not any particular space about those people who kind of like, this is mostly younger, but people who use it as like their default start. And the fact that it can do a lot of things reasonably well. You can use GPT, you can use it to help you write code, you can search, you can use it like edit a paper. The most interesting thing is use it as a start.
I do as well for many things. Like, I use it as a reading partner for reading books. It helps me think, helps me think through ideas, especially when the books are classic. So it's really well written. It actually is, I find it often to be better than it's a lot more balanced, it inspires me to think that you mentioned like this collaboration. I'm not sure where the message is here or there. Or but one of the things that concerns me is knowledge tapping will start with you. I'll usually have to do fact checking after. Like check, edit, come up with it. How do you figure that can come up with really, how do you ground it in truth?
That's obviously an area for us. I think it's going to get a lot better with our expertise. We'll have to work on it and we're going to have it like.
So the scary thing is like it's better to start not doing the fact checking more and more.
I'm of two minds about that. I think people are like much more sophisticated users of technology. People seem to really understand that any of these models and critically kind of check.
Journalists don't understand that. Journalists half-assedly.
Of the one I'd like to dunk on journalism, my top criticism.
Well, I think the bigger criticism is perhaps the pressure and the incentive of being a journalist is that you have to work really quickly and short. I would love our society to incentivize
I would
long, like a journalistic effort that take days and weeks, and rewards great in-depth journalism. Also, journalism that presents stuff in a balanced way, like celebrates people while criticizing them, even though the criticism make it clicks. About also headlines that mischaracterize completely. I'm sure you have a lot of people dunking on. Well, all that drama probably got a lot of
probably.
And that's a big problem about human civilization. I'd love to celebrate it more. You've given ChatGPT the ability to have memories. You've been playing with that about previous conversations. And also the ability to turn off memory. Turn on and off, depending sometimes alcohol can be not what do you do that, like playing around with that idea? Memory.
We're very early in our explorations here, but I think what people want, or at least what I want myself, is a model that gets filming, gets more over time. This is an early exploration. Like a lot of others do, but that's what we'd like to use the model over the course of your life, or use a model over the course of your life. It gets better and better.
Yeah, how hard is that problem? Right now it's more like remembering factoids, references, and so on. What about remembering, like, don't you want GPT to remember all the shit you went through in November and all the drama? And right now you're blocking out.
It's not just that I want it to remember that. I want it to integrate the lessons and remind me in the future what to do differently or what to watch out for. You know, we all gain experience varying degrees, and I like my AI agents to gain that experience. We go back and let ourselves imagine that trillions and trillions of contacts. With every conversation I've ever had with anybody in my life, and emails and stuff, like all why is that? In the context of every time I ask a question, I think
Yeah, people sometimes will hear that privacy. What do you think about that aspect? The more effective the AI becomes, really integrating all the experiences and all the data that happens in your device.
I think the right answer there is anything I want strict record for my AI agent. I want to remember what that do. You and I may have different opinions about where on that trade-off for AI, which is totally fine. I think the answer is just like really,
but there should be some high level of transparency. Sometimes companies in the past have kind of shady about it. Yeah, kind of like data for good reason for advertising, but there's not a transparency.
that's true. You mentioned earlier that I'm blocking. I mean, I think it was a very traumatic thing, and it did mobilize me for a long period of time. Definitely, like the hardest work I've had to do was just like working that period. So I had to like try to come back together while I was just like in sort of shock and pain. Nobody really cares about that. Getting it past the normal level. But there was a period where I was just like, it was really hard to do both. But I kind of woke up one morning and I was like, this is a horrible thing that happened. I think I could just be like this forever. Or I can say this is like the most important thing I need to get back to it. And it doesn't mean that I procrastinate because I like thinking about it. But it's feeling an obligation.
Other there could be some lingering stuff in there. Like what I would be concerned about. That trust thing that you mentioned, that being paranoid about people, as opposed to just trusting everybody or most people, like you got tricky dance, for sure. I mean, because I've seen in my part-time exploration, I've been diving deeply into the administration and the food administration and the dynamics there in wartime in a very highly stressful environment. And what happens, and you isolate yourself both, and you start not seeing the world clearly. That's a concern. You think they've taken it in stride and kind of learn the good lessons and develop the love and mental love and energize. Great. It's still lingering there. There's just some questions I would love to ask you about able to do it not. So it's allocating approximately the same amount of compute resources generate room there in this kind of approach to lower thinking, sequential thinking.
I think there would hurt that.
Will it be similar to architecture? The layer on top of the LLM?
I can imagine many ways to improve that. I think that's less than the question you get it out, which is, do we need a way to do a slower kind of thinking where the answer doesn't have to be like, it's like, I guess like spiritually you could say that you want AI to be harder problem, and then easier problem. I think that will be.
Is that like a human thought that you should be able to think hard?
I suspect that's a intuition.
So it's not possible once you get like 7 being to be able to here's the proof from our sim.
It's like you want to be able to allocate more compute to harder problems. And it is a system knowing. If you ask a system like that, Vermont's last theorem versus what's the day-to-day, unless it already knew and had memorized the answer to it, I mean, it's got to go figure that out. Seems like that will take time.
Can it look like the LLM talking to itself? That kind of
mean, there's a lot of things that you could imagine work. What, like, what the right or the best way to do that will be. I don't know.
This does make me think of the more behind Keep Star. What's the Star project? Also the same.
There is no new.
That's what
I would love to have person.
all right.
Maybe someday.
Someday. All right. One can dream.
OpenAI is not a company. It'd be nice. Or like a lot of it would be nice. We're able to have
Stars.
we are not ready to talk about that.
But an answer like that means
I mean, we work on all kinds of we have said for a while that we think better reasoning important direction that I can pursue. We haven't cracked it yet. We're very interested. It's interesting to me. It all seems pretty.
right. This is kind of a thing that you're saying. It's gradually going. But from an outsider perspective, for me just watching it, it does feel like there's.
I do wonder if we should have. So, part of the reason that we deploy that we think call it iterative development. We rather than go secret until we got all the way to GPT-1, and part of the reason there is I think AI and also the world, people, institutions, whatever you want to call it, need to adapt, think about things. And I think one of the best things that OpenAI has done is this strategy, and we get the world to pay attention to progress, to take API seriously, to think about what structures and governance we want in place for under the gun. Make a I think that's really good. But the fact that people like you say you still feel like there are these leaps makes me think that maybe we should be doing more iterative. I don't know what that would mean. I don't have the answer ready to go. But like our goal is not to have shotgun stop.
Yeah, for sure. More iterative would be amazing. I think that's.
But that's what we're trying to do. That's like our stated strategy. And I think we're somewhat mark. We should think about PT5 in a different way or something.
But people tend to like to celebrate. People celebrate birthdays. I don't know if you know humans, but they kind of have these milestones.
I do know some humans. People do like milestones. I totally get that. I think we like our victory on go start. But yeah, I feel like we're celebrating this.
So when is GPT-5 coming out again? Twice.
We will release an amazing model this year. I don't know what we'll call it.
That goes to the question of like, what's the way we think?
We'll release over in the coming months many different things. I think that'd be very cool. I think before we talk about like a GPT-5, like mom will call that or not call that, or better what you expect from GPT-5, other first.
I don't know what exactly, but I'm excited. What are the challenges and bottlenecks overcome for whatever it ends up being called? It's interesting to have computer side.
I was one big unlock. Is it creative? No. It's all of these things together. Like the thing that OpenAI does really well. This is actually an original picture, but it's something like giant thing.
So there's this distributed constant innovation happening. Yeah. Even on the technical side, like you know, the proteins, like these detailed aspects of every. How does that work? Different. How do they? How does the medium-sized giant transform?
There's a few people who have to like think about the whole thing, but a lot of people try to try to.
Oh, like the individual.
At a high level, you know, works for it. But one thing generally, it's sometimes you entire map, and I think it's true for technical problems for like innovating in business. But things come together in ways, and having an understanding of the picture, even if most of the time you're operating in one area, pays off. In fact, one of the things that I used to have a value, I used to have like a map that all of the second, and I could sometimes be able to get the idea of the data. And I don't really have much anything for deep. I know that it's valuable.
You're not the man you used to be. So.
Very different job now.
Speaking of zooming out, let's zoom up to another cheeky thing, but fun thing perhaps you said. About $7 trillion.
I did. I never said like we're raising $7 trillion.
Oh, there's somebody else. Oh, it said fucking maybe 8.
Okay, I mean that one.
But so this information may have a foundation there.
Look, I think compute is going to be the current. I think it will be and I think we should be investing heavily. Is unusual. I think it's going to be an unusual market. You know, people think about the market for chips for mobile phones, something like that, and you can say that okay, there's 8 billion people in the world, maybe 7 billion, maybe there's 6 billion. They upgrade every. But the market per year is 3 billion chips for smartphones, and if you make 3 billion, you will not sell many phones because most people have one phone. But compute, like intelligence, is going to be more like energy or something like that, where the only thing that I think they talk about is at price X, the world will use this much compute, and at price Y, the world will use this much. Because if it's really cheap, I'll have it like my email all day, like giving suggestions of what I maybe should think about or work on, and trying to cure cancer, and it's really expensive thing. Well, try to cure cancer. So I think the world is going to want a tremendous amount of, and there's a lot of parts of that that are hard. Energy is the hardest part. Building data centers is also part of the supply chain. Part of them, of course, fabricating chips is hard. But this seems to be where things are going. Like we're going to want an amount of about right now.
How do you solve the energy puzzle?
That's what I believe. That's what I believe. Yeah.
We're going to solve that.
I think helium's doing the best work, but I'm happy with like a race. Nuclear fission, I think, is also like quite amazing, and I hope as a world we embrace that. Really sad to me what how the history that way. Hope we get back to it.
So to you, part of the puzzle is nuclear fission, like nuclear reactors. We currently have them, and a lot of people are terrified because of Chernobyl and so on.
Well, I think we should make reactors. I think it's just like it's a shame that industry kind of got to a halt.
And what mass hysteria? How do you explain the halt?
Yeah.
I don't know if you know humans, but that's one of the dangers, one of the security threats for nuclear fission. Humans seem to be really afraid of it. And that's something we have to incorporate into the calculus. We have to kind of win people over and show how safe it is.
I worry about that for AI. they're going to go theatrically wrong with AI. I don't know what the percent chances that I eventually get shot, but it's
like you want to stop. How do you think the actual nature of it? I'm already starting to hear rumbling because I do talk to people on both sides of the spectrum. There are rumblings with AI. Worries me because it's like the right is against AI, and the left is for AI because it's going to help the people or whatever the narrative and formulation is. And then does the actual nature of it. How do you fight that?
I think it will get caught up in like left versus right wars. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like. I think that's just what happens. Unfortunately, what I meant more about the actual risk is like AI is going to have, I believe, tremendous more good consequences than bad ones, but it is going to have bad ones. There will be some bad ones that are bad but not theatrical. Like a lot more people died of air pollution than nuclear reactors, for example. Most people worry more about living next to a nuclear reactor than one. But something about the way we're wired is that although there's many different kinds of risks we have to confront, the ones that make a good climax carry much more weight than the ones that are very bad over a long period of time.
Well, that's why truth matters, and hopefully AI can help the truth to have balance, to understand what are the actual risks, what are the actual nature of things involved. What are the pros and cons of the competition? Google, Meta, XAI.
It's pretty straightforward. It's maybe a bit more nuanced, but the pros seem obvious, which is that we get better products, more innovation, faster, cheaper, and all the competition is good. And the con is careful.
Do you feel the pressure of the arms race?
Definitely, for sure. Spend a lot of the need to prioritize safety, and I've said for a long time that quadrant slow timelines started AGI timelines and short takeoff. I think short takeoff quadrant is the one I but I do
part of the problem I have is kind of like on is silos collaboration on the forward. It does go to silos and close. Perhaps in the model.
Elon says that there's a great deal about AI safety and he's really worried about it. I assume that it's not going to be something.
Yes, collaboration on that one.
Not really.
Well, he's known for caring about humanity and humanity benefits from collaboration. Attention and motivation. In the end, I do hope humanity.
I was thinking, someone just reminded me the other day about the David richest person in the world. It is Jeff. We have less stuff like that.
I agree. I think Elon is a friend and being one of the most important things ever. That stuff.
The amazing stuff about Elon is amazing. Respect. I think we need all of us for him.
Yeah, I hope we can have one without the other. Sometimes it's flawed and complicated.
A lot of really great things.
And we can each be the best version of ourselves and strive to do so. Let me ask you, with the help of search, has been dominating the past 20 years, say, in terms of the access. The world's access information, how we interact with one of the nerve-wracking things, but entirety of people in the space about how are people going to access information. Like, like you said, show up to GPT as a starting point. So is OpenAI going to really take on this thing that Google started? How do we
I find that boring. I mean, if the question is like, if you build a better system on Google or whatever, sure, we should like go. But I think that would so understate. Google shows you like links, 13 ads, and then 10 links, and that's like one way of information. But the thing is, copy, but that maybe it's much better find act on. Actually, I think ChatGPT is that. I mean, hopefully make it be like that for. But I don't think it's that interesting to say like, how do we go do a better job of web pages? Plus, maybe it's really interesting to say, how do we help you get the information? How do we help create others? But a lot of people try to make a better search engine than it is a hard technical problem. It's a hard problem. I don't think the world
creating a chat client, chat
that's
cool, but it's tricky. But it's like shove it in
as you might suggest. That would be an example. Just like
the header
the
integrating
intersection of. I don't think anyone actually answers. You know, I kind of hate. I think that needed to happen on the internet for to get it. The world will turn out. I like that people gave and know that advertisers. There is, I'm sure, and I'm sure there's a way to participate in the transactions in an unbiased way. It's okay to do, but it's also easy to think about dystopic visions of the future where you have something and it says, oh, here's, you should think about buying this product, going here. And I don't know, like, it was a very simple and I like it. And I know that I'm not the product. I know I'm the game, and that's how the business model works. And when I go use, like, Twitter or any other great product, but ad supported great product, I don't love that. And I think it gets worse, not better.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine AI is better at showing the best ads, not in public, but where the ads are for things you actually need. But then, does that always ads driving the kind of stuff that's shown and all that? Yeah, I think it was a really bold move on Wikipedia not to do advertisements, but then it's very challenging as a business. So you're saying the current thing with OpenAI is sustainable?
Well, we have to figure out how to grow. Figure that out. If the question is, do I think we can have a great business that pays for our compute needs without ads, that I think is very
I also just don't want to throw out ads.
I'm not saying that. I guess I'm
Yeah, because I have a bias in general. And that person just has like a spiritual, like a crappy. AdSense when it came out was a big leap forward, which is like animated banner or whatever. But like, if you want to leap forward, advertisement that doesn't that if about the which is like the thing, like it's short term, long term. Gemini 1.5 came a lot of drama around it, theatrical, and generated Black Nazi, Black Founding Fathers. I mean, fair to say, on the ultra woke side. That's a concern for people that, the way of that modified the harm caused by model modified that it's an ideological lean within a company. How do you do that?
We work super hard like that. We've made our own mistakes, unlike others. I assume people learn from this one. Like, these are not. One thing that we've been thinking about more and more is, I think this is a great idea to put here, and like, it'd be nice to write out what the desired behavior model is, make that work, say, behave, explain the edge cases, and then when the model is not what, it's at least clear about what we should fix. We'll see. And right now, it can in between. Black Nazi obviously ridiculous, but there are a lot of other kind of subtle things that you can make a judgment.
Yeah, but sometimes when you write it out and make it public, kind of language this, the Google's AI principle is very high level.
That's not what I'm talking about. That doesn't work. Like, I have to say, when you ask it, do thing X to respond to it.
Not literally, who's better, Trump or Biden? What's the expected response from the model? Like something like very concrete.
Yeah, I'm open to a lot of give them, but here's the principle. Here's what it should be.
That would be really nice. That'd be really nice. Have what anecdotal data that people pull out all the time, and there's some clarity about other representative anecdotal examples you can define.
And then when it's about
right, then if you deal with Black Nazi type of image generation, it's a great example.
Yes.
So San Francisco is a bit of an ideological bubble, tech in general as well. You feel the pressure of that with a couple of there's a there was left with the effect
I feel very lucky that we don't have a challenge. I think part of it is company ideology. AGI and it pushes out we are much less the culture war than San Francisco.
that doesn't infiltrate OpenAI as
I'm sure it does in all sorts of little ways. I think we had our flare-ups for sure. Like
there was the process. How do you provide that layer that
I think there will come a point where that's mostly the whole company, and it won't be like not like you have one state like GPT-4 that's the whole company where all these different aspects of it together. More and more of it.
that's literally what people would be thinking about the more powerful AI. Most of the employees in OpenAI will be something.
Broadly,
I wonder what is the full broad definition of that. Like, what are the arms? Like on a technical level, or is it almost like
be all those things. It'll be. I was gonna say it'll be people, state actors trying to build the model. It'll be all of the technical alignment work. It'll be societal impacts, economic impacts. It's it's not just like we have one team. It's really going to be like getting to the product.
How hard do you think data actors perhaps trying to hack? First of all, infiltrate OpenAI, but second of all, like infiltrate on.
They're trying.
What kind of access do they have?
I don't actually.
Okay. But I presume there'll be more and more as time goes on. What aspect of the leak? Sorry to linger on this. Quite the details yet, but what aspects of the leak for to 5 are you excited about?
I'm excited about being smarter, and I know that sounds like a good answer, but I think the really special thing happening is that it's not like it gets better in one area. It's getting like better across the board. That's I think.
Yeah, there's this magical moment. I mean, you meet certain people, you hang out with people, you talk to them. You can't quite put a finger on it, but it kind of. It's not intelligence, like that's probably how I would characterize it. It's not like, yeah, you can point out that this or that. There's intellectual connection. Like, people like this understand crappy formulated problems. The graph, question. Yes, I'm also excited about that. All of us love being understood, heard, and understood. The programming, say something like this, the completion, it's such a good feeling when you got it. And I look forward to on the programming front, looking out the future, programming stuff.
I mean, a lot, but I think it'll be in a very different shape. Maybe people program entirely in natural language.
Entirely natural way.
I mean, no one programs like writing by code. No one programs the cards. But that's
A lot of angry colors. Very the lucky program I hear you. The nature what that or the predisposition of the kind of people we call programmers.
changes the skill set. It changes the
Same kind of puzzle solving, that kind of stuff. Programming is hard. How get like that last 1% to close the gap? How hard is that?
Yeah, I think in other cases the best practitioners of the craft will be multiple. So there's no craft language generally need to go right.
Yeah, see human robots or human robot brains for AI. How important is the body AI?
I think it's like sort of depressing if we have AGI and the only way to like get things done in the world is like good. I really hope that part of the transition is change. We also get some sort of robot.
OpenAI has some history, quite a bit of history with robotics.
Yeah,
but it hasn't quite like done.
There's like a small company with also robots for the wrong reasons. But like we will return to robots in some way at some point.
Both firing medicine.
Why?
Because immediately return to robots. Like and
we will return to work on developing robots.
when do you think humanity? Yeah.
And you select realize I think it's like very cool. People extremely different what AI is. And so I think it makes more sense to talk about what that can do capability accuracy rather than, when we kind of like like AGI is also trying to dodge a question, is I expect that by the end of this decade, and possibly somewhat sooner than that, we'll have people that look at it and say, well, that's really good. We look at it now, just it.
Yeah, but if you look at ChatGPT 5, show that to Alan Turing, or not even Alan Turing, people in the 90s, they would be like, this is definitely AGI. Well, not definitely, but there's a lot of experts that would say,
yeah, but I don't think changed. It maybe changed the world's expectations, sure, and that's actually really important. And it did kind of like get more people to take this seriously and put it on this new trajectory. That's really important. And so again, I don't want to undersell it. I think it like I can retire after that accomplishment and be pretty happy with my career. But it's an artifact. I don't think we're going to look back at that and say that was the threshold that really changed the world.
that you were looking for some major transition.
I think that's part of what it is.
Like singularity level transition?
No, definitely.
Just a major, like the internet, like Google search did, I guess. What was the transition?
Like, does the global economy feel any different to you now, or really different to you now than it did before it launched? I think you would say no.
So, it might be just a really nice tool for a lot of people to use. Stuff. You're saying that.
I mean, again, people define AGI also. For me, that should be one.
There could be major theatrical also. What to you would be impressive? If you are alone.
This is personally important to know the right definition. I think when a system can significantly increase the rate of scientific discovery in the world, that's like a huge deal. I believe that most feel economic growth.
That's why I don't like the skepticism about science. But actual rate, measurable rate of scientific discovery. Like even just seeing them have really novel intuitions and scientific solutions, even that,
Yeah,
quite possibly be the person in AGI rapidly does. What kind of stuff would you know?
definitely. I do. Well, I actually thought a lot about this question. I was like, I think this is at least that framework. But if someone were like, here's a laptop, this is the AGI. You can go talk to it. I find this surprising. What I would ask, but I would expect that AGI people to answer. Like that first one is not going to be the one which is like go like, I don't think like go like like granular theory of physics, the theory of everything. I'd love to ask that question. I'd love to know the answer to that question.
Ask yes or no questions about can it,
Well, then those questions.
no. And then based on that, are there other alien civilizations out there? What's your intuition? And then that's that.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't expect that this first AGI can answer anything, even if that's those would, if it could, those would be on my list.
Maybe you can start signing policies.
Maybe we need to spend more technology.
AGI. Oh, I see. Doesn't have enough data.
I mean, maybe it says like, you want to know the answer to the question about physics. I need you to like build a machine and help make these measurements.
Yeah, like the hell do you want from the machine first, and I'll help you do the data on that machine. Maybe it'll help you do the machine.
Maybe.
And on the mathematical side, maybe. Are you interested in that side of things? The formalized exploration of ideas. Whoever builds AGI first gets a lot of power. You trust yourself with that much power?
I'll just be very honest. I was gonna say, I believe that it is important that I or any other one person have total control over OpenAI or over AGI. And I think you want a robust governance system. I can point out a whole bunch of things about all of our board drama from last year, about how I didn't fight it initially. Just like, yeah, total majority, I think it's a really bad decision. And then later, I really did fight it, and I can explain the nuance why I think it was okay for me to fight it later. But as many people observed, although the board had the legal ability to fire me, in practice it didn't quite work. And that is its own kind of governance ability. Now, again, I feel like I can completely defend the specifics here, and I think most people would agree with that, but it does make it harder for me to look you in the eye and just fire me. I not want voting control over OpenAI. I never have, never had it, never wanted it. After all this craziness, I don't want it. I think that making that we really governments put rules of the road in place, and I realize that means people like Mark Andreessen or whatever will claim I'm going for regulatory capture and willing to be there. Not true. I think the fullness of the time it'll be proven out why this is important. But I think I have made plenty of bad decisions for OpenAI along the way, and a lot of good ones, and I am proud of the track record overall, but I don't think anyone should, and I don't think anyone will. It's a thing now that's happening in a good and healthy way. I don't think any one person should be yeah, that would be or this whole, and I don't think that's what's happening.
Thank you for saying that. That was really powerful, and that's really insightful. That idea that the board can fire you is true, but and would be manipulate the masses, overriding the board and so on. But I think there's also a much more positive version of that, where the people still have power. So the board can't be powerful. There's a balance of power in all of this.
Balance of power, for sure.
Are you afraid of losing control of the guy itself? A lot of people who worry about existential risk. Not because of state actors, not because of the AI itself.
That is not worry. As I currently think about that more than maybe again in the future, that's my worry. Not my top worry, right?
Intuition about it not being, because there's a lot of other stuff to worry about. You think you can be surprised?
For sure. But saying it's not my top worry doesn't. I think we need to work on it super hard. We have great people here to work on that. I think there's a lot of other things we also have to get right.
Use boxes. Back to the internet.
We talked about the actual earlier. That is a thing I really like taking. And there's a big group of very smart, I think very well AI PhD researchers that got I'd argue progress. I'm actually happy that they do that because I think you need to think about it more. But I think it pushed aside, it pushed out basically their very significant AI.
Let me ask you about the look at the shift broken on your.
Why does anyone care about that? Other people ask me about that too. And
I think it's the same reason. There's like this poet Cummings that doesn't capitalization, like fuck you to the system kind of thing, and I think people are very paranoid because they want you to follow the rules.
You think that's what it's about?
I think it's
Because Travis doesn't.
yeah, like an anarchist. They're usually poetic. Yeah,
I grew up with
follow the rules, man.
I grew up with a theory online. I huge amount of time chatting with people back in the days where you just on a computer and I never capitalized there. I think most like internet or maybe no. And actually this is like now I'm really trying to reach for something, but I think capitalization has gone down over time. You read like old English, they capitalize a lot of random words. I personally think it's sort of like a dumb construct that we capitalize the letters and names, whatever. But you know, I don't fine. And then I used to I think even like capitalize my tweets, trying to sound professional or something. I even capitalized my like, private terms or whatever in a long time. And slowly stuff like shorter form, less formal stuff has slowly drifted to like closer and closer to like how I would text my friend. If I pull up a Word document and I'm like writing a spreadsheet or something, I always capitalize that. If I'm writing like a long, more like message, I would do so. I still remember how to do it, but even that may fade out. I don't know. Like it's, well, I never spent that, so I don't have like a ready-made
thing. Oh, it's good to normally not broken.
It works.
Mostly concerned about your well-being at that front.
I wonder if people like still capitalize their Google searches. Like if you're writing something just to yourself, with their ChatGPT, if you're writing something just to yourself, do some people still bother to capitalize?
Probably not. But there's a percentage, there's a small one.
The thing that would make me do it, it's a start, but like, I'm sure I could. If I felt like something,
I think it's mentioned that have a momentum, and then you realize it's not actually. I think there's a movement of people that philosophy around it can let go.
I don't think maybe some. I know
Think about it today. I think I'm really curious to clarify.
maybe the only
You're the only company
maybe
that investigate brothers and in terms of the stories ability to generate the world, the masculine content. Does this increase your belief if you ever had one that we live in a simulation? Maybe a simulated world generated by the AI system.
somewhat. I don't think that's like. I think the fact that we can generate worlds should increase everyone's somewhat or open to it. But you know, that I guess that was not a big update.
Yeah, the fact that presumably better metaphor, the fact that you generate worlds that are novel, based in some aspect of training data, but like as you look at them, they're novel. That makes you think like how we do these things. Entire like video game world that seems ultra real. How easy is it to get lost in that world? First with the VR headset and then on the level.
To be recent, I thought that there are these like very simple sounding, but very psychedelic. So the square root function, square root of 4, problem. Square root of 2. Okay, now I have to like think about the number. But once I come up with this easy idea of square root function, the child in simple geometry, then you can ask the question of square root of thing. And that, like thing is that like whole other. And with lots of other examples, but the idea that a lowly square root operator can offer such a profound insight and a new realm of knowledge applies in a lot of ways. And I think there are a lot of those operators for why people may think that any version that they like of this dimension is more like before. But for me, the fact that work just not.
I do think, broadly speaking, AI will serve as those kinds of gateways at its best. Simple, psychedelic like gateways to other ways of reality. That's the thing. I haven't done ayahuasca before, but I will go into the aforementioned Amazon jungle in a few weeks. Yeah, I'm excited for it's not the ayahuasca part, that's great, whatever. But I'm going to spend several weeks in the jungle. And it's exciting, but it's terrifying because there's a lot of things that can eat you there and kill you and poison you. And, but it's also nature and it's the machine of nature. You can't help but appreciate the machinery of nature in the Amazon jungle because she said just this itself, like every second, every minute, every hour. Machine thing we have thinking somewhere. Evolutionary machine that most clearly on the jungle. It's not just the last ad, so I really appreciate it. Do you think, as I mentioned before, there's other alien out there, intelligent ones, up at the skies?
I deeply want to believe that yes. I do find the kind of where I find very, very comfortable.
I find it scary. That intelligence is not good at handling very powerful technology. But at the same time, I think that there's just a very large number of alien civilizations out there. It might just be really difficult to travel.
Very comfortable.
And I also think about the nature of intelligence. Maybe we're blind what intelligence looks like. Maybe AI will help us see that. It's not a simple IQ test. What gives you hope about the future of humanity? We've got going on.
I think the past a lot. Just look at what has done in a not very long period of time. Flaws, lots of super ashamed, but on the whole, they're inside.
The trajectory together pushing towards a better future.
It is. One thing that I wonder about is AGI going to be more like a single brain, or is it more like this scaffolding inside between all of us? You have not a great deal of genetic drift from your great 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 grandparents. And what you're capable of is dramatically different. What you know is dramatically different. And that is not. That's not because of biological change. It is because you got a little bit healthier. Well, you have more better, whatever. But what you have is one person is going to go build the iPhone. No one person is going to go discover all science. And yet, you get to use it. And that gives you incredible ability to solve something. So, like, we all created that. And that future. That was a very collective thing.
Yeah, we really are standing on the shoulders of giants. You mentioned when we were talking about theatrical, dramatic AI risks that sometimes you might be afraid for your own life. Think about your death. Are you afraid of it?
I mean, if I got shot and I knew it today, that's sad. I don't.
Yeah.
Curious. Interesting. But I would just feel very grateful.
The moments that you did get. Yeah, me too. Pretty awesome life. I get to enjoy operations of humans. I believe ChatGPT one of and everything that's open eyes. It's an honor and pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for listening to the conversation. Demo. Sports podcast. Check out our sponsors. And now, let me leave you with some words from Arthur Clarke. And maybe that our role on this planet is not to worship God, but to create. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
That's a good point. No, it's a good point. Some people they are speaking very slowly. They're advised on you to turn up the speed twice to 3 times whenever I'm on. Another reason to speak slowly is because I attach value to every word I say.
Normal say this all over and over and over again. I only deal in facts. I don't deal in hypotheticals. I only deal in facts. I only deal in facts. And that seems to be the case, except for when the facts are completely and totally contrary to the point you're trying to push. The idea that you would have out of hand rejected any state that had Arabs on it or always had a plan of expulsion is great by the acceptance of
I don't think you understand politics. It forced the British to prevent immigration of the Muslims and reach stores in Palestine. That's what they did.
Again,
And they knew that the
was
Jews
Palestine
were persecuted.
was Palestine the only spot of land on earth?
Yes, that was
What-
the problem. Wouldn't ever
What
take
about
that
what about your great friends in Britain, architects of the Balfour
by the
Declaration?
late 1930s?
What about the United States?
Taking Jews and the Americans.
And why are Palestinians not here? Who had zero role in the rise of us? Who had no relation to any of this? Why are they? For what happened in Europe, and uniquely.
Because of your logic, I'm not disputing it. That's why October 7th happened. There was no option left for those that Hamas guys who attacked they apart to the attacks on the military sites. They attacked the Jews, were out to kill civilians. And they killed family after family, house after house.
I'm just reading from the UN.
Yeah, but
I don't like the time. I totally agree with you. You lied about it. Those kids weren't just on the beach in this office. Those kids literally coming out of a previously identified operator. They literally think
Christopher Raleigh, with all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying.
Following debate on the topic of Israel and Palestine with Norman Finkelstein, Betty Morris, William Rabbani, and Stephen Snell, also known online as Destin. Norm and Benny are historians, Wayne is a Middle East analyst, Stephen is a political commentator, and all four have spoken and debated extensively on this topic. The goal for the debate was not for anyone to or score points. It wasn't to get views or likes. I never cared about that. And I think there are probably much easier ways to get those things if I did care. The goal was to explore together the history, present, and future of Israel Palestine in a free-flowing conversation. No time limit. There was a lot of tension in the room from the very beginning. And it only got more intense. I quickly realized this very conversation in a very real way was a microcosm of the tensions and distance and perspective that's out there in the debate. Moderate strictly value not interfering with the passion of because that emotion itself both sides. We did talk about the history and but the anger, the frustration, the biting, and at times respect and camaraderie were all there. Like I said, we did it in perhaps all too human way. I will do more debates and conversations on these difficult topics, and I will continue to search in the midst of death and destruction, for our common humanity in the midst of division. This thing we have going on, civilization, all of it, beautiful. And it's worth figuring out how we can help it flourish together. I love you all. This election podcast is supported. Please check out our sponsor description. And now, your friends, here's Norman Finkelstein, Benny Morris, Bonnie, and first question. For Israeli, 1948, established Israel and the war with Gaza. For Palestinians, that's more than the 700,000 Palestinians holding. What do you understand about the events of 1948 and the period around there, 47, 49, that helps us understand what's going on today and understand the root of all of it. Hoping that no one could speak first and Benny.
British decided to deal with the Palestine question anymore. The ball was thrown into the court of the United Nations. Now, as I read the record, the UN was not attempting to arbitrate or adjudicate rights to them. It was confronting a very practical problem. There were two national communities in Palestine, and there were irreconcilable on fundamental questions. Most importantly, looking at the historic record on the question of immigration, when it won the resolution, the UN Special Committee they recommended two states in Palestine. There was a minority position represented by Iran, India, Yugoslavia. They supported one state, but they believed that forced the two communities to figure out some sort of modus vivendi and live together. The United Nations General Assembly supported partition between what it called a Jewish state and an Arab state. Now, my reading of the record, I understand there's scholarship in the subject which I have not read, but so far as I've read the record, there's no clarity on what the United Nations General Assembly meant by a Jewish state and an Arab state, except for the fact that the Jewish state demographically majority would be Jewish, and the Arab state demographically would be Arab. The UNSCOP, UN Special Committee in Palestine, it was very clear, it reiterated many times, that in recommending states, each state, Arab state, would have to guarantee full equality of all citizens with regard to political, civil, and religious matters. Now that does raise the question, there's absolute full equality of all citizens of the Jewish state and the Arab state with regard to political rights, civil rights, and religious rights, apart from the demographic majority. It's very unclear what it meant to call a state Jewish or call the state Arab. My view, the partition resolution was the correct decision. I do not believe that the Arab could, at that point, be made to live together. I disagree with the minority of India, Iran, and Yugoslavia, and that not being a practical option makes the only other option. In this regard, I would want to pay tribute to what was probably the most moving the UN General Assembly proceeding by the Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko. Very tempted, quoted at length, but I recognize that was too much time. So I asked a young friend, Minor, to edit and just get the essence of what Foreign Minister Gromyko had to say. During the last war, said, the Jewish people underwent exceptional sorrow and suffering. Without any exaggeration, this sorrow are indescribable. Hundreds of thousands of Jews are wandering about in various countries of Europe in search of means of existence and in search of shelter. The United Nations cannot and must not regard this situation with indifference. Past experience, particularly during the Second World War, showed that no Western European state was able to provide adequate assistance for the Jewish people in defending its rights and its very existence from the violence of the Hitlerites and their allies. This is an unpleasant fact, but unfortunately, like all other facts, it must be admitted. Gromyko went on to say, in principle, supports one state, supports one state, but he said if relations between the Jewish and Arab populations in Palestine proved to be so bad that it would be impossible to reconcile and to ensure the peaceful coexistence of the Arabs and Jews, the Soviet Union would support two states. I personally am not convinced that the two states would have been unsustainable for the long term if, and this is a big if, the Zionist movement had been faithful to the position it proclaimed during the unstopped public hearing. At the time, Ben Gurion testified, quote, I want to express what we mean by a Jewish state. We mean by a Jewish state simply a state where the majority of the people are Jews, not a state where a Jew has in any way any privilege more than anyone else. A Jewish state means a state based on absolute equality of all her citizens and on democracy. Alas, this is not to be. As Professor Morris has written, quote, Zionist ideology and practice were necessarily and elementally expansion. And then he wrote another book, Transfer, the Euphemism expulsion, transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism because it sought to transform a land which was Arab into a Jewish state. And a Jewish state could not have arisen without a major displacement of Arab population. And because this aim automatically produced resistance among the Arabs, in turn persuade leaders, the issue of being the Jewish leaders that a hostile Arab majority or large minority could not remain in place if a Jewish state was to arise or safely endure. Or, as Professor Morris retrospectively put it, quote, a removing of the population was without a population explosion, a Jewish state would not have been established, unquote. The Arab side rejected outright the partition resolution. Won't play games with that. I know a lot of people try to prove it's not true. It clearly, in my view, is true. The Arab side rejected outright the partition resolution, while Israeli leaders acted on the inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism, found the pretext for the first Arab-Israeli war to expel the indigenous population and expand borders. I therefore conclude that neither side is committed to the letter of the partition resolution, and both sides aborted.
Thank you. I'll ask link beginning. Benny, I hope it's okay to call your first name. Camaraderie. Norm says perhaps you can comment rather than a question.
Yeah. So the United Nations Special Committee, Palestine is recommended partition. Recommended partition which was accepted by the General Assembly in November 1947. Essentially, looking back to the Peel Commission in 1937, 10 years earlier, a British commission looked at the problem of Palestine warring national groups together like consolidated military states between them, and Peel said two states that the country must be partitioned into states, modicum of justice to both sides, not all the demands, of course. And the United Nations followed the United Nations sort of and the General Assembly representing the will of the international community that said two states is the just solution in this complex situation. The problem was that immediately with the passage of the resolution, the Arab states and the Arab Palestine said no, as Norman Finkelstein said. They said no, rejected the partition idea, the principle of partition, not just the idea what percentage each side should get, but the principle of partition was that no Jews should not have any part of Palestine for their sovereign territory. The minority of Palestine, that also problematic in the eyes of the Palestinian Arab leadership. Said only Jews were there before 1917 could actually yes. But the Arabs rejected partition and in very disorganized fashion, war against the resolution, against the implementation of the resolution, against the Jewish community in Palestine. And it was in that civil war between the two communities, while the British were withdrawing from Palestine, led to the Arab invasion by the Arab states in 1948 of again, basically with the idea of eradicating the emergence in line with the international community. Norman said that Zionist enterprise, and he quoted me, meant from the beginning to transfer or expel the Arabs of Palestine or some of the Arabs of Palestine. And I think sort of quoting out context. Context the transfer relation was preceded in the way I wrote it in the way it happened by Arab and hostility towards the Jewish community. Had the Arabs accepted partition, there would have been a large Arabic minority in the Jewish state in 1948, 1947. And in fact, economists and statesmen took into account that there would be a large Arab minority and needs would be cared for, etc. But this was not the Arabs attacked. Had they not attacked, perhaps the Jewish state with a large Arab minority would have emerged, but this didn't happen. They went to war, and in the course of that war, Arab populations were denounced, some were expelled, some left the Arab advised them to leave, ordered them to leave, and at the end of the war, Israel said they can't return because they just tried to destroy the Jewish state. And that's the reality of what happened. The Palestinian Arabs never bothered to try to create a state before 48 and in the course of the 1948 war. For that reason, they have no state to this day. Because they prepared to establish a state, fought for it, established that.
People are not familiar. There was one war where and Israel won that war.
Let me that to clarify. The war had two parts. The first part was the Arab community in Palestine, its militiamen, attacked the Jews from November 1947. The day after the UN partition it was passed, Arab government Jews, but that's civil war between May 1948, the second stage began in the war in which the Arab states invaded the new state, attacked the new state, and they were defeated, and thus this state was well emerged. In the course of this two-stage war, vast Palestinian refugee problem occurred.
And so after that, the transfer, the expulsion, the thing that people call the Nakba, happened. We 1948 significant.
There's a lot to unpack here. Try to limit myself to just regarding Zionism and transfer. I think Hyde White's head of the world Zionism had it exactly right when he said that the objective of Zionism is to make Palestine as Jewish as English is English, France is French. In other words, as Norman explained, state required Jewish political, demographic, and territorial supremacy. Without this freedom, state would be Jewish in name only. And I think what distinguishes Zionism is resistance, supremacy, and exclusivity. That would be my first point. Second point, I think what the Soviet Foreign Minister at the time, Andrei Gromyko, said is exactly right. One reservation. Gromyko was describing a European savagery unleashed against Europe. At the time, it wasn't Palestinian or Arab. Savages, barbarians, were European to the core. Had nothing to do with development in Palestine or the Middle East. Secondly, at the time that Gromyko, those Jewish survivors of the Holocaust and others who were in need of safe haven were still overwhelming on the European continent and not on Palestine, not in Palestine. And I think, given the scale of that, I don't think that any one state or country should have borne responsibility for addressing this crisis. It should have been an international responsibility. The Union could have contributed, Germany certainly could play a role, but instead, what passed the international community at the time decided to partition Palestine. And here I think we need to judge the partition resolution reality that obtained at the time. Um, Two-thirds of the population of Palestine is Arab. The Yishuv, Palestine, constituted about one-third of the population and controlled even less of the land than Palestine. As a preeminent Palestinian historian, Wahid al-Khalidi has pointed out, the partition resolution is giving roughly 55% of Palestine Jewish community, and I think 41, 42% to the Arab Palestinians, not preserved of each community, or even favor one community at the expense of the other. Rather, it clearly inverted and revolutionized the relationship uh, between the two communities. And as many have written, the Nakba was an inevitable consequence of partition, given the nature of time, given the territorial disposition, given the weakness of the Palestinian community, whose leadership had been largely decimated during a major revolt in the 1930s, given that the Arab states were still very much under French and British. The Nakba inevitable, inevitable product of the partition resolution. And one last point, also, UN partition resolution. Yes, formally, that is what the international community decided on the 29th of November 1947. It's not a resolution that could ever have gotten for a very simple reason. It was very different generally than most African, Asian states were not yet independent. Were the resolutions in place before the international community today? And I find it telling that minority opinion led by India, Iran, and Yugoslavia, I think they would have been clear majority. So partition, given we know about Zionism, given that it was entirely predictable what would happen, given realities on the ground, was deeply unjust. And the idea that either the Palestinians or the Arab states could have accepted such a resolution is, I think, an illusion. That was in 1947. We saw what happened in 1949. Palestinian society was essentially destroyed. Over 80% of the residents of the territory that became the state of Israel were either expelled or fled, ultimately ethnic cleansed, because ethnic cleansing is a key component, not just forcing people into refuge or expelling them, but as importantly, preventing their return. Here, and Morris has written an article about Yosef Biden and the transfer committees. There was a very detailed initiative to prevent the return. It consisted of raising hundreds of Palestinian villages to the ground, systematically implemented, and so on until Palestinians became a stateless people. Now, what is another important reason that no Arab state was established in Palestine? Well, since the 1930s, Zionist leadership and the Hashemite leadership of Jordan line essentially colluded to prevent establishment of an independent Arab state in Palestine in the late 1940s. There's much more here, but I think those are the key points I would make about the 1948.
They talk about it, but all the things you mentioned, there's a lot to get into. So again, just one statement moving forward. Also, we should acknowledge the fact that these of people here are different, about 10 times faster.
Yeah, I think it's interesting where people choose to start the history. I know a lot of people like to start at either 47 or 48, the first time where they clearly point to a catastrophe that occurs on the Arab side that they want to ascribe 100% of the blame to the newly emergent Islamic state to. But I feel like when you have this type of history, it feels like the goal is to moralize everything first and then to pick and choose facts that kind of support the statement of your initial moral statement afterwards. Um, Whenever people are talking about 48 or the establishment of the state, I never hear about the fact that a civil war started in 47. That was largely instigated because of the Arab rejectionism of the 47 position. I never hear about the fact that the majority of the land that was acquired happened by purchases from organizations of Palestinian Arabs of the Ottoman Empire before the mandatory period in 1950 started. Funnily enough, Jordan quoted as Arabs are in weeks about it. I never hear about these multiple times that Arabs rejected partition, rejected living with Jews, rejected any sort of state that would have even had any sort of Jewish people. It's funny because before the partition plan was unfair, and that's why the Arabs rejected it because it was unfair, because of the amount of land that Jews were given, and not just due to the fact that Jews were given land at all. As though a 30% partition or a 25% partition would have been accepted, but I don't think that was the reality. I feel like most of the other stuff is like that, but I noticed that whenever people talk about 48 or the 48, I think the worst thing that happens is there's a cherry picking of the facts. Basically, all of the blame is ascribed to this built-in idea of Zionism that because of a handful of quotes or because of the ideology that transfer or population or the mandate of all of the Arabs to pick up land is always going to happen. And I think there's a refusal sometimes as well to acknowledge that regardless of the ideas of the Zionist leaders, there is a political, social, and military reality on the ground that they're forced to contend with. And unfortunately, the Arabs, their inability to engage in diplomacy and only to war to try to negotiate everything Palestine always gives the Jews a reason or to fight fire land through that way because of their refusal to negotiate anything else, whether it was the partition plan of 47, whether it was the Lausanne peace conference afterwards, where Israelis offered to annex Gaza, where they offered to take in 100,000 refugees. Every single deal is just rejected out of hand. The Arabs don't want a Jewish state anywhere in the region.
Age, Professor Morris, don't mind, I'm not with what I need. You can just call me Morris. Okay. Real problem. The problem that for many years in New York, apart perhaps from his grandchild, second many times, not once, not twice, at least 3 times, everything is written. And the problem is kind of quicksilver. Are press point and so we're going to try here to see whether we can hold, and then you argue. I have no problem with that. Your name, please?
Even by now.
And now refers to cherry picking and handful of quotes. Now, it's true that when you wrote your first Palestinian refugee, you only had a few lines on this issue of transport, 4 pages in the first 4 pages. Maybe 4. I'm not going for my memory's not clear. It was about 40 years ago. I read it. never said in the past, my memory, that you hadn't adequately documented claims of France. Allow me to, and I thought that was a reasonable challenge. Claim from mainstream Israeli historians today, as he did in that first book, that from the very beginning, transfer figures prominently. That was the issue of Red and Shapira, Red Chapter 7. That was the usual acknowledgement. And then I found it very impressive that that revised version called it one revised copiously document the salient of transfer in science thinking. And in fact, it used a very provocative and resonant phrase. It said that transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. We're not talking about circumstantial factors, a war, Arab hostility, that is inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. Now, as I said, so we won't be cherry picking those verses 1 to 5, very densely argued cases. And then in interviews, I could cite several quotes. One, you said removing a population was needed. That's the word. Out of population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established. Now, you were the one, again, I was very surprised when I read your book referring to righteous victims. I was very surprised that page 37, when you wrote that territorial displacement and dispossession was the chief motive of Arab resistance to Zionism. Territorial displacement and dispossession were the chief motive of Arab resistance to Zionism. So, then went on to say, was the Arab population rationally feared territorial displacement and dispossession? It, of course, opposed Zionism. That's as normal as Native Americans opposing the Euro-American manifest destiny in the history of our own country. Because they understood it would be at their expense, inbuilt and inevitable. And so now come along and say that it all happened just because of the war, that otherwise Zionists made all these plans for a happy minority to live there. That simply does not gel, not cohere, not reconcilable with what you yourself have written. It was inevitable and inbuilt. Now, in other situations, you said
expulsion still occurred, possession, massive possession still occurred as a result of war. Now, Norman said, I said that the transfer was inbuilt into Zionism in one way or another. Certainly, in order to buy land, you have to bought tracts of land on which some Arabs sometimes there weren't Arabs, sometimes they were land on which there were Arabs, and according to Ottoman law and the British, the initial years of the British mandate, the law said that the people who bought the land could do what they liked with the people who didn't own the land, who were squatting on the land, which is the Arab tenant farmers. We're talking about a very small number actually of Arabs who displaced as a result of land purchase. The Ottoman period was a mandate period. But there was possession in one way. They didn't possess it, they didn't own it, but they were removed from the land. It happened in Zionism, and there's like inevitability, Zionist ideology buying back land and starting to work it itself and settle with your own people and so on. That makes sense. But what we're really talking about is what happened in 47, 48. 47, 48, the Arabs started a war. And actually, people paid for their mistakes. And Palestinians have never actually agreed to pay for their mistakes. They make mistakes, they attack, they suffer as a result, and something similar going on today in the Gaza Strip. They do something terrible, they kill 1,200 Jews, they abduct 250 women and children and babies, old people and whatever, and then they start screaming us for what we did because the Jews are counterattacking. What happened then? What's happening now? Something very similar in the situation. Expulsion, and this is important, and normally we pay attention to that. Expulsion, transfer were never policy of the Zionist movement of 47. It doesn't exist in Zionist platforms, various parties, the Zionist organization, the state, the Jewish agency. Nobody would have actually made it into policy. It was always a large minority. More people wanted it, always a large minority of politicians and leaders who still moral, you cannot start a state on the basis of it. So it was never adopted, and actually never adopted as policy. Even in 48, Ben Gurion wanted the Arabs to the war, staying in the Jewish state after the action. He didn't want to spoil staying. But this makes sense for itself. But the movement itself and the political parties never accepted it. It was in 1937, the British, as part of the proposal by the Peel Commission to divide the country into two states, one Arab, one Jewish. The Arabs rejected. Peel also recommended that the Arabs, most of the Arabs in the Jewish state should be transferred, because otherwise, if they stayed and was disloyal to the emergent Jewish state, this would cause endless disturbances, warfare, killing, and so on. Ben Gurion and Weizmann latched onto this proposal by the most famous American democracy in the world, British democracy, and when they proposed the idea of transfer side by side with the idea of partition, made sense. And they said, well, advocate, but they never actually tried to pass it as Zionist policy, and they really stopped even talking about that after 1938.
So just to clarify, you're saying that 47 was an offensive war, not a defensive war,
By the Arabs.
by the Arabs. And you're also saying that there was never a top-down policy of expulsion. Clarify it.
If I understood you correctly, you're making the claim that transfer, expulsion, and so on, in fact, a very localized phenomenon, resulting from individual land purchase. And that, if I understand you correctly, you're also making the claim that the idea that the state requires a removal or overwhelming reduction of the non-Jewish population was,
If the Arabs are attacking, yes.
but that, let's say prior to 1947, it would be your claim that the idea that a significant reduction or still removal of their population was not part of it. Well, I think there's a problem. I think what you're saying about localized disputes is correct, but I also think that there's a whole literature that demonstrates that transfer was envisioned by on a much broader scale than simply individual land purchases. In other words, it went way beyond the need to remove independence and form the. The idea was we can't have a state where all these Arabs remain, and we have to get rid of them. The second, I think, impediment to that is that long before the UN Assembly addressed it, Palestinian and Arab and other people well had been warning, had invited that the purpose of the Zionist movement is not just to establish a Jewish state, but to establish the exclusivist and that transfer or displacement was fundamental to that project. And just responding to, sorry, Bonell or Bonell? With a B.
Yeah.
Yeah. You made the point that the problem here is that people don't recognize is that the first and last result for the Arabs is always war. I think it's the problem. You might well recall the 1936 general strike conducted by at the beginning of the war, which at the time was the longest recorded general strike in history. You may want to consult the book published last year by Laurie Allen and also discusses in great detail the consistent engagement by Palestinian leaders, diplomats, and so on, with all these international committees. Look at today, the Palestinians are once again going to the International Court of Justice. They're consistently trying to persuade the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court to do his job. They have launched widespread boycott campaigns. So, of course, the Palestinians have engaged in military resistance. But I think the suggestion that this has always been the first of last resort, and that they have somehow spurned civic action, spurned diplomacy, I think it has no basis in reality.
I'll respond to that, and then a question for Norm, taking into account when he answers that. But I am curious. Obviously, I have fresher eyes on the arena. A claim that gets brought up a lot, inevitability of transfer of Zionism, or the idea that as soon as the Jews envisioned a state in Palestine, they knew it would involve some mass transfer of population, perhaps expulsion, salad or at some point. The issue that I've run into is, while you can find quotes from leaders, find maybe desires expressed in diaries, I feel like it's hard to truly ever know if there would have been mass transfer in the face of Arab peace, because I feel like every time there was a huge deal on the table, it would have had a sizable Jewish and Arab population together, the Arabs would have rejected out of hand. So, for instance, when we say that transfer was inevitable, when we say that Zionists never accepted, a sizable Arab population, how do you explain the acceptance of the 47 petitions that would have had a huge Arab population living in the Jewish state? Is your contention that after the acceptance of that, after the establishment of that state, that Jews started to expel all of these Arab citizens from their country? Or how do you explain that in a couple years later that Israel was willing to formally annex the Gaza Strip and make 200,000 people those citizens? But I'm just curious, how do we get this idea of Zionism always being mass transfer? There were times early on in the history of Israel and a little bit before it where Israel would have accepted a state that would have had a massive Arab population in it. Is your idea that they would have just slowly expelled them afterwards, or?
Of course, more.
Either one. I'm just curious for the incorporation of the answer. Yeah.
There's some misunderstanding. Let's try to clarify that. Number one, the old historian who was pointing to the fact that Professor Morrison's terminology, the old historian, the people not real historians, chroniclers, not real historians, was the old Israeli historian who denied the centrality of transfer in Zionist thinking. And Professor Morris, contrary to Israel's historian establishment, who said, now you remind me, 4 pages, and the transfer memory, but the point said, Morris, idea in what I call a big book. Okay, okay, allow me, okay, about,
You're saying,
okay,
I never said,
okay.
it was there. Idea.
But it's okay to respond back and forth. This is great. I also just have a question on that. You're using quotes many Morris. It's also okay to say those quotes do not reflect the full context. So, like, if we go back, quotes we've said in the past, quotes here have written on this topic a lot. You should be careful to admit, like, well, yeah, well, that's
Well, real quick, just to be clear, the intention is that Norm is quoting a part and saying that this is the entire reason for the first Benny saying it's a part of the.
I'm not quoting a part. I'm quoting 25 pages where Professor Morris has great pain to document the claim that appeared in those early 4 pages of his book. Now, you say it never became part of the official Zionist platform.
Never became,
Okay, I almost fine. Yeah, okay. This is why that happened. Why that happened? It's because very simple fact that everybody understands. Ideology doesn't operate in a vacuum. There are real world practical problems. You can't just take an ideology and superimpose it on a political reality and turn it into a fact. It was the British mandate. There was significant Arab resistance to Zionism, and that resistance was based on the fact, as you said, the fear of territorial displacement and dispossession. So you couldn't very well expect the Zionist movement to come out in neon lights and announce, hey, we're going to be expelling you the first chance we get. That's not realistic. No.
you said it a number of times, that the Arabs, from fairly early on in the conflict, from the 1890s, early 1900s, said the Jews intend to expel us. Some Arabs said this, maybe maybe before mobilize Arabs against the Zionist experiment, that the fact that transfer did not occur before 1947. And the Arabs later said that then and since then that they want to build a temple on the Temple Mount, as if that's what really the of Zionism always wanted and always tried. This is not something that they need as a way to mobilize masses for the cause, using religion as the way to get them to join him. In the fact that Arabs said that Zionists wanted to possess us doesn't mean some Arabs thought that maybe said it.
Professor Morris.
Later became a self.
Professor Morris. Professor Morris. I read some of your stuff. Even yesterday, I was looking through Righteous Victims. No, actually, no. I do read other things, but I don't consider it a waste of time to read you. Not at all. Say that this wasn't inherent in Zionism. Now, would you agree that David Ben-Gurion was a Zionist? Right. Would you agree Chaim Weizmann was a Zionist? Okay. I believe they were. I believe they took their ideology seriously. It was the first generation. Just like with the Bolsheviks, the first generation was committed to an idea. By the 1930s, just pure realpolitik, the ideology was out the window. The first generation, I have no doubt about their convictions. Okay? They were Zionists. Fracture was inevitable and inbuilt in Zionism. Because as I said, Denny, I have a problem reconciling what you're saying. It either was there I read is deeply entrenched. Two very resonant words, inevitable and indelible.
The entrenched, I never wrote.
Well, I'm not sure.
Something you just invented.
Okay.
But
Inevitable and
no,
indelible.
the idea, let me find something.
No.
The idea transfer, Danville, Zionist talked about so in some way talked about transferring population.
According to the 25 everything.
Well, that's like, you bring up this line, pages, 4 pages. We're lucky to have Benny right now. We don't need to go to the quotes. Like we can legitimately ask, how central is expulsion, Zionism, in early version of Zionism, whatever Zionism is today, and how much power, influence Zionism and ideology have in Israel, like influence the philosophy, the ideology of Zionism have on Israel today.
Zionist up to 1940, Zionist ideology to the whole Zionist enterprise up to 1948. And I think Zionist ideology was also important in the first decade of Israel's existence. Slowly, the whole Zionism, like Bolshevism, held the Soviet Union, gradually faded, and a lot of Israelis in terms of individual success and then the capitalism and all sorts of things with nothing to do with Zionism. But Zionism was very important. What I'm saying is that the idea of transfer wasn't like the core of Zionism. Zionism was being vastly persecuted in Europe and eventually in the Arab world, Muslim world, for centuries, and eventually ending up with the Holocaust. The idea of Zionism was to people by establishing a state or re-establishing a state on the ancient Jewish homeland, something the Arabs denied. The Jews in Palestine, the land of Israel, 2,000 years ago, Arafat said, "What temple is there?" The vision of a Jewish state in Palestine alongside the existence of the Arab masses living on who were indigenous to the land by that state. And the idea of partition, because they couldn't live together because the Arabs didn't want to live together with the Jews. And I think the Jews didn't want to live together in one state with Arabs in general. The idea of partition was the thing which the Zionists protected. Okay, you can only get a small part of Palestine, the Arabs would get 37, most of Palestine, 1947, ratios were changed, but we can live side by side with each other in a partition of Palestine. And this was the essence. The idea of transfer is there, but it was never adopted as policy. But in 1947, the Arabs attacked, trying to destroy essentially the Jewish Zionist enterprise and the emergent Jewish state. And the reaction transfer in some way, not as policy, but this happened on the battlefield, and this also Ben Gurion at some point began to.
Well, one of the first books on this issue I read in high school because my late father had it, the Diaries of Theodore Herzl. And I think Theodore Herzl, of course, was the founder of contemporary Zionist movement. And I think if you read that, it's very clear. For Herzl, the model which Zionist his model was Cecil Rhodes. Is I think Rhodes, from what I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, quite a prominent in Herzl. I think Herzl was also corresponding in the work. Cecil Rhodes, of course, was the British colonialist after being former white minority regime name. And Herzl also says explicitly in his diary that it is essential to the existing population from Palestine. In a moment, because we still have to fear a depending population across
the borders and procure employment for them elsewhere. And Israel's angry. A land without a people, without a land. They knew damn well it wasn't a land without a people. I'll continue, but please.
There is one small diary entry in Herzl's vast
5 volume.
Yeah, 5 volumes. One paragraph which actually mentions the idea of transfer. People who think that Herzl was actually pointing to South America when he was talking about that. Argentina, and then they would try and buy off the penniless natives to make way for Jewish settlement. Maybe he wasn't even talking about the Arabs in that particular passage. That's the argument. Maybe he was, but the point is, has only a 1/100th of a 1% of the diary which is devoted to the subject. Not central idea in Herzl's thinking. What Herzl wanted, and this is what I don't think he wanted. Herzl wanted democratic Western Palestine. That was the idea. Not some imperial enterprise serving some imperial master what Rome is about, but to have a state modeled on the Western democracy in Palestine. And this was more or less what Weizmann and Ben-Gurion wanted. Ben-Gurion was more socialist, Weizmann was more liberal, Westerner, but they wanted to establish a social democratic or liberal state in Palestine, and they both envisioned most of the years of their activity that there would be an Arab minority in that Jewish state. That Ben-Gurion strived to have as small as possible an Arab minority in the Jewish state. That if you want a Jewish majority state, that would be necessary, but it's not something that they were willing to translate into actual.
Just a pause to mention that for people who are not familiar, either Herzl we're talking about over a century ago, and everything we've been talking about has been mostly 1944.
Yeah, just one clarification on Herzl's diary. The other thing that I recall, he was very preoccupied with the fact of getting great power patronage. In Palestine, state in Palestine, outpost of civilization against barbarism. In other words, very much being his project as a proxy to Western imperialism in the Middle East.
He wanted to establish a state of independence. Get that, he hoped that he would be able to garner support from major imperial powers.
Including the Ottoman Sultan, he tried to cultivate. I just want to respond to the point you made earlier, that people expressed their rejection of partition resolution on the grounds that it gave the majority of the Palestine the Jewish community, which formed only a third. Whereas in fact, if I understood you correctly, you're saying Palestinians and the Arabs would have rejected any partition resolution.
Yeah,
I think
a couple things. The one, they would have rejected it. A lot of that land when they got it. Terrible land at the time. And then three, the land that would have been partitioned to Jews, I think would have been, I think I saw it was like 500,000. It would have been 500,000 Jews, 400,000 Arabs. I think like 80,000 would have been there. So the state would have been.
I think you raise a valid point, because I think the Palestinians did reject partition of their homeland in principle, and I think the fact that the United Nations General Assembly then awarded the majority of the homeland to Zionists only added in. I mean, one doesn't have to sympathize with the Palestinians to recognize that they have now been a state of people for 75 years. Can you name any country, yours for example, or yours, that would be prepared to give 55%, 25%, 10% of your country to the Palestinians? Of course not. And so the issue was not the existence of Palestine. They had been there for centuries. And of course they had ties to Palestine in particular, going back centuries, millennia. But the idea of establishing an exclusive Jewish state at the expense of those who were already living, I think it was right to reject that. And I don't think we can look back now, 75 years later, and say, well, you should have accepted 55% of your homeland because you ended up with 78%, and the remaining 22% occupied 7. That's not how things work.
Yeah.
And I can imagine Americans reject giving 10% of the United States to Palestinians, and that rejection leads to war, and you lose half your country. I doubt that 50 years from now you're going to say, well, maybe I should accept it.
Sure. So I like this answer more than what I usually feel like I'm hearing when it comes to Palestinian rejection. Sometimes I feel like a weird switch happened where the Arabs in the area are actually as entirely pragmatic, doing a calculation and saying like, well, 55% of our land, maybe 1/3 of the people here, and we've got 45, and the math doesn't work. But it wasn't a math problem. Like you said,
it was a matter of principle.
It's an ideology.
No, it was a matter of principle.
Yeah, ideologically, that they, as a people, have a right or entitled to the land that they've never actually had a state on, that they've never had even a guarantee of an independent state on, that they've never actually.
That last one is actually correct. All its justice mandates recognize Palestine Class A mandate, recognize
Of what would emerge from that.
provisionally recognize.
But the territory itself was, but not of the Palestinian people to have a right or a guarantee of government that would
emerge. It was a British mandate to Palestine, not
Yes, nonsense. The state has been given the state as it accepted the 1947 partition resolution, as Stephen said, that included 400,000 plus Arabs in a state which would have 500,000. The idea of exclusivity wasn't anywhere in the air at all among the Zionist leaders in 47, 48. They wanted a Jewish majority states that were willing to accept a state which had 40% Arabs. That's one point. The second thing is that Palestinians may have regarded the land of Palestine as their homeland, but so did the Jews. It's the homeland of the Jews as well. The problem was the Arabs were unable and remain to this day unable to recognize the Jews. That is their homeland as well. The problem then is, how do you share this homeland? Either with one binational state or separated, partitioned into two states. The problem is that the Arabs have always rejected both of these ideas. The homeland belongs to the Jews as much as it does,
I would
more
say
than for the Arabs. I would say for the Jews.
I would also, real quick, I just want for both of you guys, because I haven't heard these questions yet, but I really want these questions to be, I'm just so curious how to make sense. It was correctly brought up that I believe that Ben Gurion had, I think Shlomo Ben-Ami describes it as an obsession with getting validation or support from Western states. Great Britain, and then a couple decades later, it becomes. Yeah, exactly, correct. That was one of the major motivators, the idea to work with Britain and France on a military operation. But then the question again I go back to, if that is true, if Ben Gurion, if early Israel saw themselves as a Western fashion nation, how could we possibly imagine that they would have engaged in the transfer of some 4,000 Arabs after accepting the partition plan? Would that not have completely, totally destroyed their legitimacy in the eyes of the entire Western world? Would not have been. How not?
Well, first of all, I think that Zionist leadership accepted of partition resolution, and I think you've written about this, that they accepted it because it provided international endorsement of the legitimacy of the principle of Jewish statehood, and they didn't accept the border, and in fact later expanded. Second of all,
the borders were expanded in war.
They accepted the borders and all.
They accepted.
You can say that some of the Zionists, in their hearts, had the idea they at some point
including their most senior leaders.
Yes,
so I think you quoted them as saying. And second of all, removing dark people darker people. It's intrinsic. It's intrinsic to Western history. So the idea that Americans or Brits, French have an issue. I mean, French have been doing it in Algeria for decades. The Americans have been doing it in North America for centuries. So how would Israel displacing Palestinians somehow turns fill in the eyes of the West? The 1984 resolution. At the time, even Bertrand Russell, a member of the Labour Party, it endorsed transfer of Arabs out of Palestine. As Louise pointed out, that was a deeply entrenched idea in Western thinking. There was nothing, doesn't in any way contradict or violate or breach any moral values to displace the Palestinian population. Now, I do believe there's a legitimate question. Had it been the case that Zionists wanted to create a happy state with Jewish majority but a large minority, and if by virtue of immigration, like in our own country, in this current trajectories, non-whites become the majority population in our United States quite soon. And according to democratic principles, we have to accept that. So if that were the case, I would say maybe there's an argument that had there been mass Jewish immigration, change the demographic balance in Palestine, and therefore Jews became the majority. You can make an argument in the abstract that the indigenous Arab population should have been accepting of that, just as whites in the United States, quote unquote whites, have to be accepting of the fact that the demographic majority should be the non-whites in our own country. That's not what Zionism is about. I did write my doctoral dissertation on Zionism, and I don't want to get now bogged down in abstract ideas, because I suspect you know most theorists of nationalism say there are two kinds of nationalism. One is a nationalism based on citizenship. You become a citizen, you're integral to the country. That's sometimes called political nationalism. And then there's another kind of nationalism, and that says the state should not belong to citizens, it should belong to an ethnic group. Each ethnic group should have its own state. It's usually called the German Romantic idea of nationalism. Zionism is where in the German Romantic idea, that was the whole point of Zionism. We don't want to be wounded and be one more ethnic minority in Russia. We don't want to become citizens and just become a Jewish people in England or France. We want our own state. Like the Arabs. No, wait, before we get to the Arabs, let's stick to the Jews for a moment, or the Zionists. We want our own state. And in that concept of wanting your own state, the minority at best lives on suffering and at worst gets expelled. That's the logic of the German Romantic Zionist idea of a state. That's why there's Zionists. Now, I personally have shied away from the word Zionism ever since I finished my doctoral dissertation. Because as I said, I don't believe operative ideology today. It's like talking about Bolshevism and referring to Khrushchev. I doubt Khrushchev could have spelled Bolshevik. But for the period we're talking about, they were Zionists. They were committed to their exclusive state with a minority living on suffrage or at worst expelled ideology, and I really there's a problem with your happy vision of Western Democrats like Weizmann. They wanted to live peacefully with the Arabs. Weizmann described the explosion in 1948 as, quote, miraculous clearing of the land. That doesn't sound like somebody shedding too many tears at the loss of the indigenous population.
The unsufferance, I don't agree with it. That's wrong. The state came into being in 1948 had a population of 20% Arab when it came into being after Arab refugees, many of them had become refugees. 20% remained in the country. 20% of Israel's population at inception in 1949 was Arab.
80% went missing.
No. I was talking about what remained in Palestine, Israel, after just 20%, and they have Supreme Court justices, they have Knesset members. Basically, under they under no. At the beginning there is elections, their own people, and they were parliament. But the Israeli majority expected that maybe they had just tried to state. Then they dropped the military government and they became equal citizens. The whole idea was they must have a state without the Arabs. And it didn't happen.
Why did you say justify? And why did you say without a Jewish state not have been established?
Because of that paragraph, because they were being assaulted by the Arabs. And as a result, the Jewish state would not have come into being unless there had also been an expulsion of the population.
Norm, I'm officially forbidding you referencing that again. I think, hold on a second. Wanted to, and so there was a war, and that's the reason why he made that statement.
I think that one last point on this. I remember reading your book when it first came out, and reading one after the other, and one example after the other, then getting to the conclusion where you said the Nakba was the product of war, not design. I remember reacting almost shocked to that. I felt you had mobilized overwhelming evidence that it was a product of design, not war. And I think our discussion today very much reflects, let's say, the evidence. You don't feel that research that you have conducted in public demonstrates that it was in fact inherent and inbuilt and inevitable. And I think the point that Norm and I are making is that your own history, together with that of others, demonstrates that it does. I think that's a fundamental.
Can I actually respond to that? Because actually, I think this is emblematic of the entire conversation. I watched a lot of Norm's interviews and conversations in preparation for tonight. Hear Norm will say this all over and over and over again. I only deal with facts. I don't deal in hypotheticals. I only deal in facts. I only deal in facts. And that seems to be the case, except for when the facts are completely and totally contrary to the point you're trying to push. The idea that would have out of hand rejected any state that had Arabs on it or always had expulsion betrayed by the acceptance.
I don't think you understand politics. Did I just say that there is a chasm that separates your ideology from the limits and constraints imposed by politics and reality? Now, Professor Morris, I suspect would agree that the Zionist movement from fairly early on was committed to the idea of a Jewish state. I am aware of only one major study, probably 30 years ago, the binational idea in mandatory Palestine by a woman, I forgot her name.
Fine.
Yeah. Okay, but you know the book. Yeah. He is the only one who tried to persuasively argue that the Zionist movement was actually, not formally, actually committed to the binational idea. But most historians of the subject agree the Zionist movement was committed to the idea of a Jewish state. Having written my doctoral dissertation on this topic, I was confirmed in that idea because Professor Tom Stevens, my closest friend for about 40 years, was very committed to the idea that binationalism was the dominant trend in Zionism. I could not agree with, I couldn't go with him there. But Professor Morris, you are aware that until the Biltmore Resolution in 1942, the Zionist movement never declared it was for a Jewish state. Why? Because it was politically impossible at the moment until 1942. There is your ideology, there are your convictions, there are your operative plans, and there's also separately what you say in public. The Zionist movement couldn't say in public, we're expelling all the Arabs. They can't say that. And they couldn't even say we support a Jewish state until 1942.
Lincoln experienced that the Zionists wanted a Jewish state. Right. That function of the Arabs. They did. They wanted a Jewish state with Jewish majority, but they were, as it turned out, both in 37 and 47, and subsequently, to have an Arab minority, a large Arab minority. Large minority. They ended up with a large Arab minority in the country. When it ended the population in 49,
They ended up for about 5 minutes before they were expelled. They agreed to it until 47, and then they were gone by March 1949.
What happened in between the rejection of the position plan and the expulsion of the Arabs? Yeah, well, I mean, like, it wasn't random. Like, there's a potential that even
random.
there was.
Totally agree with that.
Yeah,
It was by design.
You can say that, but in this case, the facts betray you. There was no Arab acceptance of anything that would have allowed for a Jewish state to exist. Number one, and number two, I think that it's entirely possible, given how things happen after war, that this exact same conflict played out, and an expulsion would have happened without any ideology at play. That there was a people that disagreed, who had territorial rights to the land, massively afterwards, and then a bunch of good friends invaded afterwards to reinforce the idea that the Jews were going to take there could have been a transfer regardless.
That's not what history is about.
History is about any rejection of any peace deal
As I
over
said,
and over and over again.
The tool was thrown into the court of the United Nations. They were faced with a practical problem. And I, for one, am not going to try to adjudicate the rights and wrongs of individuals. I do not believe that its territorial displacement discussion is inherent in the Zionist project. I do not believe it can be a legitimate political enterprise. Now, you might say that's speaking from 2022 or 2024. Okay, but we have to recognize that merely the for perfect obvious reasons having nothing to do with anti-Semitism, anti-Westernism, anti-Europeanism, but because no people that I am aware of would voluntarily leave its country. You can perfectly understand Native American resistance to Euro-colonialism. You can perfectly well understand it without any anti-Europeanism, anti-whiteism, anti-Christianism. They didn't want to see their country to invaders. It's completely understandable.
You're minimizing the anti-Semitic element in the Arab national.
All your books minimize.
No. They need an anti-Semitic. The leader of the Palestinian national movement in the 30s was an anti-Semite. This was one of the things he drove it. And also
and work in Berlin for 4 years. Nazi propaganda to the Arab world, calling on the Arabs to murder the Jews. That's what he did in World War II. That's the leader of the Palestinian Arab national movement. And he wasn't alone. He wasn't alone.
Why is, if you read your book, Righteous Victim, you can read it and read it and read it and read it, as I have. You will find barely a word about the Arab being motivated by anti-Semitism. Even, I didn't say it doesn't exist. Hey, I don't know a single non-Jew who doesn't cover anti-Semitism.
Arabs now.
Yeah, but I don't know anybody that's just part of the human condition.
Anti-Semitism.
Husseini was a
And among the Arabs.
So, Professor Marx, here's my problem. I didn't say that in the righteous. You talked about the first intifada, and you talked about the second intifada, and you talked about how there was a lot of influence by Islamic movement, even saying that there was a lot of anti-Semitism in those movements. But then you went, but of course, at Gaza, it was about the occupation. It wasn't about, and I've read it. No, I'm not
Agent. The
talking
agent.
about your whole book. Your whole,
Again,
I looked and looked for evidence of this anti-Semitism as being a culture of Arab science. I didn't see it.
You like
You make that claim.
it's one of the elements.
Very binary.
One of the elements.
Binary.
That's binary.
Don't give me this post-binary. You're the one that said the cheat code. You have your book here, page 137.
Black and white.
Page 37.
You're talking in black and white. Much grayer. Lots of things happen because of lots of things, not one or the other. And you don't see that.
Ask your question just for them to talk to. That's a very quick question. What do you think the ideal solution was on the Arab side from 47? What would they have preferred? What would have happened if, and then the second one, what would have happened if Jesus lost the war in 48? What do you think would have happened to the Israeli population?
I think Palestinians and the Arabs were explicit that they wanted a unitary state, and they made their submission. They made their appeal to the UN General.
What do you mean by unitary federal? They wanted an Arab state. They wanted Palestine to be an Arab state.
Yes. But
Not a unitary federal. They wanted Palestine
Yes, but
as
I
an
think-
Arab and exclusively Arab.
No, I think we have to distinguish between Palestinian Arab opposition to the state in Palestine on the one hand, and Palestinian Arab attitude to Jewish existence in Palestine.
The leader of the movement said that all the Jews who come since 1970, that's the majority of the Jews in Palestine in 1947, shouldn't be here.
Well, he did say
Shouldn't be citizens and
he did say that. I'm not saying denying. I can understand the sentiment, but I think it forms.
But also, you guys are the ones.
I want to answer your question.
Earlier that it was premise in activity.
Well, I want to answer your question. As you mentioned, Husseini did say that, and I'm sure there was a very substantial body of Palestinian Arab public opinion that endorsed that. But by the same token, I think unitary Arab state, call it, or Palestinian state, could have been established with arrangement, with guarantee, to ensure the security and rights of both communities. How that would work in detail had been discussed and proposed, but never resolved. And again, I think Jewish fears about what has
Second
happened.
Holocaust.
Well, no,
That was the second Holocaust.
that may well have been the fear. It wasn't founded.
It wasn't founded? What about like in 58 and
You
56?
really think that the Palestinians, had they won the war, were going to import of
would have been bad, but there were programs across almost every single Arab state that were Jews living after 48, after 56, after 67. There were always programs, there were always flights from Jews afterwards. I don't think it would be.
I wouldn't say there were always programs in every Arab state. I think there was flight of Arab for multiple reasons. In some cases, precisely look at the Jewish community in Algeria. Their flight had virtually nothing here. The issue of Algerians that the French gave them citizenship during the rule of Algeria, and they increasingly became identified French rule. Algeria became independent, and all the French ended up leaving out of fear, or appointment, out of whatever. Identified French rather than Algeria.
Bahrain, where there's almost
I'm not
1947, from Aleppo, 1947.
I'm not denying any of that.
Killings in Iraq and in 1948, 49.
I'm not denying any.
So the Arabs basically fled the Arab states not for multiple reasons. They fled because they felt that the governments there and the societies amid which they had been for hundreds of years.
Look, without getting into the details, I think we can both agree that ultimately, the clear majority of Arabs believe that after having lived for centuries, if not millennia, came the unfortunate situation had become untenable. I also think that we can both agree that this had never been an issue prior to the emergence of the state of Israel. Look, I'm not.
Didn't begin to die. The Arab world.
Issue. The point I raised, whether these communities had ever come to reflect that their position had become untenable. No, they were Arab.
Well, because untenable meant there was no alternative. But with the creation of Israel, there was an alternative, right? A place where they could go and not be discriminated against or live as second-class citizens or be subject to Arab majority states. I also think it's interesting that, like, when you analyze the plight of people, and I've seen this, that it wasn't just, I agree with you, it wasn't just a mass expulsion from Arab states. There were definitely push factors. There were also pull factors. Now, I don't know how you guys feel about the Nakba, but when the analysis of the Nakba comes in, again, back to that, well, that was actually just a top-down expulsion. The retreat of wealthy Arab people in the 30s didn't matter. Any of the messaging from the surrounding Arab states didn't matter. It was just an expulsion from Jewish people or people running for their lives from Jewish massacres. Again, it's like I feel like it's a selective critical analysis of the.
Because it wasn't the Jews of England.
I think you would get fired from Israeli.
I think we should. I think it's useful to say refer to Zionists before 1948 and Israelis after 48. We don't need to implicate.
Well, sure, but the Jewish people that were being attacked in Arab states weren't Zionists. They were just Jews living there.
Comment on that. I was rereading something on the last book, and he does at the end discuss at some length the whole issue of the refugee question bearing on the so-called peace process. And on the question of 48 and the Arab emigration, let me just quote him. Israel is particularly fond of the awkwardly symmetry makes between the Palestinian refugee crisis and the forced immigration of 600,000 Jews from Arab countries following the creation of the State of Israel, as if it were an unplanned exchange of populations, unquote. And then Mr. Ben-Ami, those of you who are listening, former foreign minister, and he's an influential historian in his own right. He says, in fact, envoys from the Mossad, the Jewish agency, worked underground with the Arab countries and Iran to encourage Jews to go to Israel. More importantly, for many Jews in Arab states, the very possibility of emigrating to Israel is a combination of millennial aspirations celebration. It represented the consummation of a dream to take part in resurgence as a nation. So, this idea they were all expelled after 1938, that's one area. As far as I defer to expertise, that's one of my credos in life. I don't know the Israeli literature, but as it's been translated in English, there's very little solid scholarship on what happened in 1948 to the Arab and which was particularly the Arab. But some of them, I mean, knows the literature, scholarship, the historian. Yes, yes, right. So,
And they Arab lands were pro-Zionist. They weren't Zionist. Family was anti-Zionist.
and obviously, when you're a Rappaport question, you simply cannot say that the Iraqi were expelled. It's not true. And he was speaking as an Iraqi who left his father and family in 1948.
They were pushed out.
Well,
That's probably the right phrase.
I think it's more complex than that. I think it was
no, you're not interrupting. I only know translated to English, and the English literature of the subject is very cool and not scholarly. Now, there may be literature, I don't know. I was surprised that he didn't know that me forward of his state on this false symmetry.
Right. And the mechanism, the departure of the Arab land, there's also a lot of
that's it. There was, and on the point of agreement, on this one brief of agreement, let us wrap up topic and move on to modern day. Before that, I'm wondering if we could just say a couple of last words on the topic.
Yeah, I think that when you look at the behaviors of both parties in the time period around 48, or especially 48 and earlier, there's this assumption that there was a built-in mechanism of Zionism and that it was going to be inevitable from the inception of the first Zionist thought that appeared in Herzl's mind that there would be a mass violent population transfer of Arab Palestinians out of what would become the Israeli state. I understand that there are some quotes that we can find that maybe seem to possibly support an idea that looks close to that, but I think when you actually consult the record of what happened, when you look at the populations that Israel was willing to accept within what would become their state borders, their nation borders, I just don't think that the historical record agrees with the idea that Zionists would have never been okay living alongside Arab Palestinians. But when you look at the other side, Arabs would out of hand reject literally any deal that apportioned any amount of that land for any state relating to Jewish people or Israeli people. I think it was on the table that Arab Palestinians would have never accepted, the Arabs would have never accepted any Jewish state whatsoever. So it's interesting that on the ideology part, where it's claimed that Zionists are people of exclusion and supremacy and expulsion, we can find that in diary entries. Find that expressed in very real terms on the Arab side. All of their behavior around 48 and early Portugal was the destruction of the Israeli state. It would have been the dispossession of people. It probably would have been the expulsion of a lot of them back to Europe. And I think that very clearly plays out in the difference between the actions of the Arabs versus diary entries.
well, one thing which stood out in the basis, the Arabs had nothing to do with the Holocaust, but then the world community forced the Arabs to pay the price of the Holocaust. That's the traditional Arab argument. But this is slightly distorting the reality. The Arabs in the 1930s, their utmost prevent immigration to Europe and reaching Palestine. It was the only place America, France, nobody wanted to be there, and it was Central Europe and eventually mass. The Arab pressure prevent reaching Palestine's safe shores directly water anywhere, and they couldn't get to Palestine because the Arabs would be attacking Palestine and attacking the British to make sure they didn't allow
point in that Arab national got collapsed in 1940. Salary from the German foreign ministry raised among Muslims in the SS, and he brought that to the Arab world following the murder of the Jews. The Arabs since then have been trying to whitewash Hussein's role. I'm not saying he was the instigator of the Holocaust, but he helped the Germans along in doing what they were doing, and they supported them in doing that. So they just can't remove the fact that the Arabs, as you say, paid the price for the Holocaust, but they also participated in various ways in helping it happen.
Make 2 points. First is you mentioned Ajahn and his collaboration with the Nazis. Try to point, but I think one can also add the Holocaust played out precisely as it did. As far as Palestinian opposition to during it was of a different character than, for example, British and American rejection. They just didn't want Jews loyal.
Objectively, help the Germans.
Palestinians, their opposition to the transformation of the homeland state that would possess them, and I think that's an important to make. The other point I wanted to make is we spent the past several hours talking about Zionism, transference, but I think there's a more fundamental aspect to this, which is that Zionism, I think, would have emerged and disappeared as yet one more utopian political project. Had it not been for the British, what the preeminent historian William Kennedy has termed the British Shield. I think without the British, we wouldn't be having this discussion. British sponsored Zionism for a very simple reason that during World War I, the Ottoman army's attempt to march on was Canal. The canal was the jugular vein of the British Empire between Europe and India. And the British came to the conclusion that they needed to secure the canal from any threat. And as the British have done so often, not easy to control, you bring in a foreign minority, implant them amongst a hostile population, establish a protectorate over them. I don't think a Jewish state in Palestine had been part of British intention. The Balfour Declaration very specifically speaks about a Jewish national home in Palestine, in other words, a British protectorate. Things ended up taking a different course. The most important development was World War II, and I think this had maybe less to do with the Holocaust and more to do with the effective bankruptcy of the United Kingdom during that war and the inability to stay a global empire. It ended up India, giving up Palestine, and it's in that context, I think, that we need to see the emergence of a Jewish state in Palestine. Again, a Jewish state in which the Jewish community enjoys not only demographic majority, but uncontestable demographic, uncontestable territorial and uncontestable political. And that is also why, after the nascent Israeli state confiscated, I believe, up to 90% of land that had been previously owned by citizens, why the Israeli state opposed a military government 1986. It is why the Israeli state effectively reduced Palestinians as citizens, second-class citizens. On the one hand, promoting Jewish nationalism and Jewish nationalist parties. On the other hand, power to suppress and eliminate Palestinians or Arab nationalism. That's why today, among all major human rights organizations, that Israel is an apartheid, Israeli human rights organization that celebrates a regime of supremacy between the river and the sea.
You're really tempting when you're talking to the other side on the last two sentences. We'll talk about the claims of apartheid and so on. Fascinating discussion together.
The question of responsibility of Palestinian Arabs, Holocaust, direct or indirect, that in the claim, Miko said the entire Western world turned its back on the Jews, somehow focus on the Palestinians. Number two, as Louise said, there's a perfectly understandable reason why Palestinian Arabs want Jews, because in their mind, and not irrationally, Jews intended to create a Jewish state, which would quite likely have resulted in their expulsion. I'm a very generous person. I've actually taken in a homeless person for 2.5 years. But if I knew in advance that that homeless person was going to try to turn me out of my apartment, I would think 10,000 times before I took it. And as far as the actual complicity of the Palestinian Arabs, if you look at Raoul Hilberg's 3-volume classic work, The Destruction of European Jewry, has those 1,000+ pages, one sentence on the role of the Muslim. That I think is probably an overstatement. The only 2 points I would make aside from the Holocaust point is, number one, I do think the transfer discussion is useful because it indicates that there was a rational reason behind Arab resistance to Jewish or Zionist immigration to Palestine, the fear of territorial displacement and dispossession. And number two, there are 2 issues. One is the history, and the second is being responsible for your words. Some people seem to be speaking very slowly, and they're advised on you to turn up the speed twice to 3 times whenever I'm on. One of the reasons I speak slowly is because I attach value to every word I say. And it is comforting, orienting, where you have a person of a limited portion, rich insights and rich archival sources, who being own each and every word that you put in that corpus by claiming that it's either out of context, cherry picking, words out. And I agree with Lex. Everybody has the right to rescind what was said in the past. But what you cannot claim is that you didn't say what you said.
I'll speak to the history of the current propaganda. 1917, the British Zionist movement began way before the British supported the Zionist movement for decades. 1917, the British jumped in the Balfour Declaration supporting the emergence of a Jewish national home in Palestine. Most people understood the eventual Jewish state in Palestine. Most people understood in Britain and among the Zionists and among the Arabs. But the British declared the Balfour Declaration, issued the Balfour Declaration, not only because of this is what you're basically saying. They had imperial interests, a buffer state connected to Suez Canal from the east. The British also were motivated by idealism. This incidentally is how Balfour describes the reasoning behind issuing the declaration. He said the Western world, Western Christendom owes great debt, both for giving the world, the West, values, social values as embodied in the Bible, justice, other things, and the Christian world owes the Jews because it persecuted them for 2,000 years. This debt will now begin to repay the 1917 declaration favoring Zion. But also what we worth remembering is that Jews weren't boxing for attack to the British imperial endeavor. They were happy to receive British support in 1917, and then subsequently when the British ruled Palestine for 20 to 30 years. But they weren't part of the British imperial design or mission. They wanted states themselves. To have the British support them, happy to have the Americans support Israel. But not because we're years of extension of American imperial interest. British incidentally always described in narratives or propaganda as consistent supporters of Zionism. They weren't. The first British rule in Palestine 1917, 1920. No, before her Samuel. Samuel came in 1920. British ruled there for 3 years previously, and most of the leaders, the British generals and so on who were in Palestine, were anti-Zionist. Subsequently, in the 20s and 30s, British occasionally curbed Zionist immigration to Palestine. In 1939, switched forces and supported the Arab national movement and not Zionism. They turned anti-Zionist and basically said, you Arabs will rule Palestine within the next 10 years. That's what we're doing by limiting Jewish immigration to Palestine. But the Arabs didn't actually understand what they were doing. Given silver platter, Husseini. Yes. And he said, no, we can't accept the British white paper in 1939, which was giving the Arabs everything they wanted, basically. Self-determination of an Arab majority state. So what I'm saying is the British, at some point, did support the Zionist enterprise, but at other points were less consistent with the support. In 1939 until 1948, when they didn't vote to use the partition statehood in Palestine in the UN resolution, they didn't support Zionism during the last decade of the mandate. Worth remembering.
I'd like to respond to that. I mean, speaking of propaganda, I find it simply impossible that Balfour, as British Prime Minister in 1905, chief sponsor of the alien specific point, which was specifically designed to keep persecuted Eastern European Jews out of the streets of the UK, and who was denounced as an anti-Semite by the entire British establishment. A decade later, all of a sudden, people change their minds, but when the way changing of the mind happened time, the British Imperial, I think perhaps transformation or he's being was clearly a British Imperial venture, and there had been no threat to now during World War I, regardless of what Balfour thought about their contribution and their persecution. There would have been no Balfour.
Ask a real quick question. Why did the British ever?
Well, we're talking now 2930.
Sure, but I'm saying that if the whole goal was to be an imperialist project, like there were terrorist attacks from.
Yes, but you're talking. I'll answer
Yeah, in the 40s, yeah.
And we're talking now about 1917, and as I mentioned earlier, I don't think the British had a Jewish state in mind. That's why they used the term Jewish national home. I think what they wanted was a British protector, loyal to and dependent upon the British. I think an outstanding review of British policy toward the issues was the mandate. done by Martin Bunton of the University of Victoria, and he makes the argument that once the British realized the mess they were, certainly by the late 20s, early 30s, they recognized the mess they were, the irreconcilable differences, and basically the policy of just muddling on. Um, and, and, and muddling on in the context of British rule in Palestine, overall purpose was to serve for the development of Zionist institutions, the issue of economy, and so on. And even if the British were not self-conscious, preparing the groundwork for the eventual establishment. Okay, I don't know if that answers.
Yes, they did turn anti-Zionist in 1939,
yes, of course,
and
of
maintained
they were
that
Zionist
before they maintained that anti-Zionist until 1948.
And if I may, just also one point, you mentioned Hajim and Hussein alliance in 1941. Well, no, the Leahy. Oh,
some people in the Leahy
of which Shamir was a prominent leader.
Leahy was
It is a red whale. I'm sorry.
Leahy was an unimportant organization. 300 people versus 50,000. It was not a very important organization. Before the Holocaust began, they wanted allies against where they could.
We're talking 1941 here, not 1931.
1940. They were an emissary in Istanbul.
Yeah. And proposed an alliance with Nazi Germany on Leahy described as the basis of shared ideological principles. Well, they said they did.
They did provide.
Why are you
The Mexicans were
you know the state, you know what the statement said on the basis of a shared ideology. Why do you say no? When you say
no, you say get statements. You like to quote that were they not were the Lexicon?
what did he say? Did he say that the basis of that was their ideology?
The Washington Act. Yes,
I said
an agreement.
And what did the agreement say?
They wanted off against the they wanted.
Well, that's what I mean.
No, but
others
they
in India
helping not
what the IRA wanted.
no, but you know that he was an anti-Semite. You probably read some of it. It wasn't just anti-British.
And
he was also anti-Semitic.
And
had a common ground.
I think we can agree.
He literally worked with the Nazis.
Absolutely revolting, disgusting thing.
This I have here.
But the problem is you're saying I was
I don't understand of all the crimes books tried in the trying to find it directly, indirectly, three times through Nazi was is completely
wait, there's not a explaining that. He's saying that from the perspective. No. He's saying that from the perspective of Palestinians would have been part of that's exactly what he said. I don't understand him. He's right here.
I'm a lot more.
I believe the guy that wrote the stuff. That's great. And you don't even speak Hebrew. You call yourself an Israeli historian. We're all here on different grounds.
I just don't know if I can.
No, I'm just saying that there were two tricks. That's fine. There were two tricks that were being played here that I think is interesting. One is you guys claim that the Leahy was trying to form alliance with Nazi Germany. Shared ideology. That's what they said. Yeah, but hold on. No, wait. No. It's about what that implies that Zionism must be inexorably linked.
I'm sorry. No, you're putting words.
Okay, wait. What's the purpose of saying that the Leahy claimed that the Leahy who were small group of people that were reviled by many
by everybody.
Yeah.
They were terrorists.
So reviled.
The Zionist movement called them terrorists.
Yes.
And hundreds of
shared ideology. Shamir called himself a terrorist. They were so evil. leader of the Israeli to the Israeli foreign minister.
And Begin
And-
was also
Yes, you want to characterize him as irrelevant as well? Go ahead.
Decades later, the timeline matters.
Well,
The question is, what is the point of crisis?
why is
relevant to bring up the movement of Jerusalem and trying to blame the Holocaust
The Mufti was the leader of the Palestine Arab National Movement. The Mufti was 300
and it had
people.
as much to do with the Nazi Holocaust.
No, yeah, the people of the SS. How can you get away from that?
Soldiers,
The SS.
recruited soldiers in the Balkans, mostly Kosovars. I have no doubt about that. But he had one, he got one
They
step
don't let
down.
it out.
I don't know.
can I say
The Bulgarian government,
I don't know.
the chief minister, during the Holocaust, let it down. Don't let it down. I'm not saying he was a major architect.
Minor.
But if we're agreed that Hajj bin al-Hussein, the Mufti of Jerusalem, collaborated with the Nazis during World War II and actively stopped their sponsorship, why is it irrelevant? He wanted a lot of things. If that's relevant, why is it irrelevant? Prime Minister.
No prime minister. In 1941 wasn't prime minister of Israel. The leader of a very old terrorist.
So do you consider it irrelevant that many years ago that okay, but
I didn't bring it up. This one was bringing
yes,
it up.
but you consider that relevant.
Belittling the Holocaust. That's what you're saying. President of the Palestinian National Authority belittled the Holocaust.
I think that's a fair characterization of.
But I didn't bring it up.
I brought it up.
Yeah.
Because my question is, then why is Shamir's anti-Semitism relevant?
He was a terrorist leader of a very small marginal group. That's what he was the head of the movement at the time.
Also, the point of bringing up
No
Husseini,
comparison.
I think
There's
the point of bringing up Husseini stuff wasn't to say that he was a great further of the Holocaust. It's that he might have been a great further in the prevention of Jews fleeing the Palestine to escape the
Yes, but
Holocaust.
the point
That
I
was
made,
that was
that, and I explained why I think that's not an entirely accurate characterization. And then I wanted to make another point. If it's legitimate to bring up his role during the war, why is it illegitimate to bring up a man who would become Israel's Speaker of Parliament, Foreign Minister? And yes, why is it? And also,
He was the young
and
terrorist.
was also responsible for the murder of the United Nations first international envoy, Bernadette. Why is all that irrelevant?
I don't think anybody
I don't
considers
understand.
I think that the reason why he was brought up is because Jewish people in this time period would have viewed it as there was a prevention of Jews leaving Europe because of the Palestinians' pressure of the British to put a curb at 75,000 immigration limit. Yes, but it's not about them furthering the Holocaust or being an architect, major, minor play in the Holocaust.
Well, actually,
we use a major play in that region. So if you want to bring up like
Morris made the specific claim that the Palestinians played an indirect role in the Holocaust.
the indirect role would have been the prevention of escaping from.
Yes, and my response to that is, first of all, I disagree with that. But second of all,
They forced the British to prevent immigration of Jews from Europe and they forced Palestine.
Well,
That's what they did.
again, was
And then
was Palestine
persecuted.
Palestine the spot of land on earth?
Yes, basically that was the problem. Jews
What
immigrated
about
Europe.
your great friends in Britain, architects of the Balfour
By
Declaration?
the late 1930s?
What about the United States?
Taking Jews and the Americans.
And why are Palestinians not Jews, who had zero role in the rise of who had no relation to any of them? Why are they somehow for what happened in Europe and uniquely
really, the United States only on power. The United States has no room from the Atlantic to Pacific for Jews. That wasn't the only thing.
This is what should be blamed for not letting in
They are blamed. Nobody blames them for it.
indirectly.
I've never heard it said that Franklin Delano Roosevelt was indirectly responsible for capitalism. I never heard that. Now, maybe the Israelis have done that. Yes, the Prime Minister said the whole idea of the Gaza Strip came from the Muslim of Jerusalem.
That's
So, yes, but
we all know
said
that's
it,
not.
but we also know that Netanyahu said it.
Netanyahu says so many
It happens to be the Prime Minister
I cannot
serving
be
Prime
responsible
Minister
for
of
them.
Israel.
I can't.
You're not responsible for that, but it is relevant that he's prime minister,
Fortunately,
and
he says
and
something
that,
about Israeli public.
yes, and he gets selected by saying things because he says
His voters don't care about Vladimir Hussein or Hitler. They know nothing about his
they
voters.
will be right.
His base know nothing about anything. What he likes, and they'll say yes, or they don't care.
They will be right. But anyway, not to beat a dead horse, but I still don't understand. I'll just conclude. I don't understand why the Mufti of Jerusalem is relevant, but
The head of the
Bishop
national
Shamir is not
Palestinian.
relevant.
He wasn't the head of the national movement. He represented 100 or 200 or 300 gunmen who were considered terrorists by the Zionist movement at the time. The fact that 30 years later he becomes prime minister, that's the crux of history.
And his history.
Vladimir Hussein was the head of the Palestine Arab National movement at the time.
Anyway,
What can you do?
I think we're speaking past each other.
We're not.
So,
I'm
there.
talking facts.
Let's move to the modern day, and we'll return to history maybe 7 and other important moments. But let's look to today, month, October 7th. Let me ask sort of a pointed question. October 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel, genocidal. Was it an act of ethnic cleansing? Just so we lay out the moral calculus that we are engaged in.
The problem with October 7th is the Hamas fighters invaded southern Israel were sent ordered to murder, rape, and do all the nasty things. Then they killed some 1,200 Israelis that day and abducted something like 250. Mostly civilians, also soldiers. They took them back to Gaza, dungeons in Gaza. But they were motivated not just by the words of their current leader in the Gaza Strip, but by their ideology, which is embedded in their charter from 1978, if I remember correctly. That charter is genocide. It says that the Jews must be eradicated from the land of Israel, Palestine. The Jews are described there as sons of the Jews are base people, killers of profit, and they should not be Palestine. It doesn't say that they necessarily should be murdered all around the world, the Hamas charter, but certainly the Jews should be eliminated from Palestine. This is the driving ideology behind the massacre of the Jews on October 7th, which brought down on the Gaza Strip. I think that the intention by the Hamas of the Israeli counteroffensive, that counteroffensive would result in many Palestinian dead because the Hamas fighters, weaponry, and so on were embedded in the population in Gaza, and they hope to benefit from this in the eyes of world public opinion as Israel faces Hamas people and their ammunition guns and so on, and kills lots of Palestinians across the all of this by the head of the Hamas and them. Initially, he wanted to kill as many Jews as he could in the border areas around the Gaza.
I'll respond directly to the point you made, and more bring in historical context. That Hamas charter is from the 90s, 1988, so it's from the 80s. I think your characterization of that charter as anti-Semitic is indisputable. I think your characterization of that charter is genocidal, off the mark. And more important, that charter has been preceded by a new charter. In fact,
there is no new charter.
There is
There is an explanation. Supposedly clarifying things in the charter, but it doesn't actually get back to what the charter says. Eliminate Israel, eliminate the Jews from the.
In 2018, the Hamas charter, current whether
You're calling it a charter. The only thing called the charter is what was in 1988 by
anyway, it makes a clear distinction between side 20. You can choose to believe it, sincere, insincere, whatever. Secondly, I'm really unfamiliar with fighters who consult documents before they go on.
In the kindergarten, they're told kill the Jews. They practice. They make these guns and uniforms. They're 5 years old. In the kindergarten,
At the instruction of the Commissioner General of UNRWA, right?
There's the Hamas has kindergartens and summer camps which they train.
Secondly, which I would respond that Hamas does not have a record of deliberately targeting Jews who are not Israeli, and in fact also doesn't have a record of deliberately targeting either Jews or Israelis outside Israel and Palestine. So all talk of
unlike the people left,
well, we're talking about October 7th and Hamas. Speak about let's get to that. So again, genocidal. If that term is going to be discussed, first response, talk about potentially genocidal action against Israeli rather than against Jews. Again, I find this translation of Israel Zionism disturbing. Secondly, I think there are quite a few indications in the factual record that raise serious questions about the accusations of genocidal intent and genocidal practices. My final point would be I don't think I should take your word for it. I don't think you should take my word for it. I think what we need here is a proper independent international investigation. The reason we need that of genocide during the conflict, whether by Palestinians on October 7th or Israel thereafter, the reason that we need such an investigation is because there won't be any hearing on what Hamas did on October 7th in the International Court of Justice because the International Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crime of Genocide is supported by the United States. And I require is to have credible investigations because I don't think you're going to convince me. I don't think I'm going to convince you. And two people sitting across the table from each other.
How many citizens died in the October 7th?
Yes, but that's not.
You know that there are lots of allegations. I don't know how persuaded you are of those. They did find bodies without heads